Hello, hello, everyone. How's everybody doing? Hi, Chips. Hi, Alter. How you doing? Welcome in. This thing won't zoom. Zoom, I say. What if I do one? No. What if I do? What if I do? God, that's so close. For a live reading. For writing, it's not so bad, but I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. How are you playing Hitman right now? I am not. I don't know what you mean by that. I definitely have never played Hitman before in my life. I should be set to writing and reading on Twitch, but if I'm not, let me know. Yeah, I'm set to writing and reading. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I've no clue what you're getting at. I don't play Hitman. We're gonna be live reading a book today. That being said, though, I have a couple of announcements before we get going on stream today. So there's a couple of things to cover, especially for those of you who are watching VODs and going over all of that good stuff. So the first major thing is going to be wrapping up this backer kit campaign. There is only 11 days left on the backer kit, and what ended up happening is we had 42 backers before, then 2 of them canceled. I thought it was because people were, just backing out. Turns out, Backer Kit emailed me, and both of those dudes were bots. So, fuck them, first of all. Second of all, the overall thing is going slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. So yeah, at the end of the day, we got 11 days left. And we are effectively just over $150 left to make it to the stretch goal. And I am just absolutely thrilled. I've never almost made it to a stretch goal in my life. So point being is that we haven't gotten, though, a couple of backs in a couple of days, right? So people are trickling in. This is what we call like the mid-campaign fucking dry zone. So knowing that if we want to get to the $2,000 stretch goal, we must reach beyond the core Tycho fans. We have to keep going, because even if you guys can't back, which is totally fine, we need to reach beyond. We need to get to more people, so that way people who are interested in backing can back. We are 92% of the way to this stretch goal. We need $157 more. So that being said, if you do want to back, I have rewards as inexpensive as $10, so this is just for ebooks. You can get the ebook and get them forever, and then I have all the way up to 110 for all of the rewards and goodies. So if you like my work, if you like my book, it would mean the world to me if you either 1, pledged, which is not possible for everybody, or 2, share this link with everybody that you know. Let them know that this is a trans person writing books, and I'm an award-winning author. I am very close to my stretch goal, and it would literally make my entire month if we got this anti-American, anti-fascist, pro-LGBT, pro-BIPOC-ass book to a stretch goal during the Trump administration while I'm actively fleeing to Canada. That would just be fucking insane. So please share this with others. Overall, I'm so pleased with the actual book itself. It is so pretty. And I've never made anything like this in my life. Like, it's got sprayed edges. It's got a ribbon, and it's got the nice spine fabric to keep it from exploding. And then most importantly, the thing that makes me the happiest is that this is the first book that I've ever printed that has my full page art in it. So you get character illustrations, you get 2 books in 1 book, you get you get also end papers, custom end papers. Like, this thing has literally every bell and whistle you could possibly want out of a collector's edition book. It stars an Ace Arrow character, and also a mixed POC black badass. She's amazing, and I love Parissa so much. And it also has non-binary and other LGBTQ plus side characters. So share it with your friends. Point being, that would make my life if we can get this to the next stretch goal. It'll be the first time I've ever met a stretch goal for a Kickstarter campaign, and that would just be very cool. So that's announcement 1. That's the big thing. Before we start reading this thing, we do also have a self-care combo! So everybody sit up straight, stretch, don't be crispy. We're going to be here for 6 hours. So, buckle up, grab a drink. We're going to be reading not Court of Snakes, Fatal Mechanisms. So for those of you who did not watch the VOD last time, Fatal Mechanisms is an adult science fiction thriller, and there are some content warnings that go along with this. I have the content warnings up at the top of the stream. It says that it contains intense themes and is for adults. That being said, we're past the worst of it. The worst shit happens in the first half of the book, so now it's not really that bad. But just to reiterate the content warnings for this book, it is suitable for readers 18 plus. It covers topics at the detail of like a level like Mad Max or Alien, so not anything super crazy. There's no extreme torture, gore, or SA shown on screen. But the content warnings do include depictions of imprisonment, medical experimentation, body horror, graphic violence, physical and psychological torture, animal cruelty, starvation, threats of sexual violence, discrimination, and discussions of genocide and colonialism. So, it's an adult novel. The second half deals mostly with the genocide, colonialism, and war themes. If that's not something that you want to listen to right now, totally understandable, and I will be reiterating those themes as we continue through and as people come in. Yeah, so for the recap for the first half of the book, follows our main character, Drema. She is an alien that was abducted onto a prison ship, and she's confused because she hasn't committed any crimes and she doesn't know why she's there. She's then medically experimented on by her captor, Sakita. So here's Drema. Let me actually open up both of these this way. Here's Drema. She's our main character of the first half of the book. And she is a pacifist and is on this prison ship. She's being experimented on by her captor, General Sakita, who is a part of a fascist organization called Eclipse. And throughout the first half of the book, Drema and her other prison friends attempt to get off of the fin multiple times, being constantly stopped by Sakita or Eclipsean guards until the tables turn and Sakita decides that while the Chancellor of Eclipse is on the ship, that he is going to stage a coup and try and kill her ass. This is very strange because Sakita has absolutely, seemingly, no motive to do so. Sakita and Drema manage to get off the ship, unfortunately having to leave everyone else behind. And Sakita and Drema are then stranded on a trash planet called the Gasperi Aerospace, where they're auctioned off. They're forced to work with each other to escape the aerospace and hopefully get to the resistance group, which is called Animus. During their time together, Drema learns a little bit more about Sakita's motives, and it turns out that the Chancellor has completely violated Eclipsean protocol on several fronts, and Sakita, as an alien who follows very strict protocols and procedures, understands that this is amoral, and he has been effectively operating under amoral guidelines this entire time, not to his knowledge. So he's really pissed off, but he's also having to deal with the ethics of owning up for what he did, because arguably the shit that he did was fucking horrible. So he's now a war criminal, he's on the run, and the two of them are trying to work through the moral quandaries of dealing with a hyper-intense war situation. So, major characters to keep in mind for those of you who have not listened to this book. You have Sakita, you have Drema. Other major characters include Drema's friends on the Fin, which are Chehaya, Babali, and Ilvara. And the two major organizations to keep in mind are Eclipse, which is a fascist military science-driven organization, and Animus, the resistance force on the other side of that. So, that being said, now that the recap is done, if you want to listen to the first half of the book, you can find the VOD over on my YouTube or on my Twitch. I've tagged it in my Discord as well. And yeah, we're just going to be kind of sitting and reading. If you have any questions about the book, about when it comes out, about the characters, about the world, about the lore, about the races, the worlds, like any of those things, let me know. I will be answering questions in between chapters and not really chatting during live reading. So sit back, relax, enjoy, and I hope you really like this book because I think personally this is the best thing I've ever read. So enjoy the vibe, and yeah, welcome to Fatal Mechanisms. Here we go. This is part 2, A System Rewritten. The ship drifted toward the Great Republic, a name ripe with Terran arrogance. I had never been there. Eclipse had no use for such disorganized colonies. Terrans were an irritation, not for their biology, but for their impulsiveness and chaotic loudness. I imagined their ridicule, the jeering amusement they'd find in a limbless Zomoranian general. But Animus was another matter entirely. I ran the scenarios. A quick, clean execution was the most logical outcome. Less logical, but more in line with Terran sentimentality, was a prolonged period of use, followed by a less clean execution. Their hatred would be a righteous, searing thing. It would be, I conceded, entirely justified. I started from half-sleep when something on the console beeped. Nova lit up, having dimmed the lights of the console in her idle state, and chimed to let me know she readied a message. Incoming transmission. Drema stirred from her sleep at the sound, her eyes blinking in the dim cockpit. What? Shh, I hushed. This is Animate Rincon 1. State your... The signal dissolved into static. We stared at the console, swallowed in silence. Nova, I commanded. Run diagnostics on that transmission fragment. Can you isolate its origin point? Attempting trace. Origin point is indeterminate, but the encryption signature is consistent with Animus patterns. Consistent is not confirmed. Send a narrow-band emergency ping on that frequency. Encrypt it with standard Eclipsean distress protocols. They'll recognize those. Get them to us. You're sure it's Animus? Drema asked, her voice trembling. To be honest, no, but it's worth a shot. The signal pinged out. The chances of Animus receiving it were good, based on Eclipse's star maps. The closer to Terran space, the more likely Animus milled about. I couldn't be certain, but Drema was important cargo. How long was I out? Drema asked as she shifted in her chair, stretching her legs. She looked like she was freezing, her movements stiff. Joints popped as she turned, her face twinging in pain. 9 hours. Apparently you needed the sleep. How long do you think it'll take for them to get to us? Who knows? What do we do if they're Eclipse? Shoot them with the lightning gun. Her face shifted into a pout. She curled up in the chair. Killing things may be easy for you, but not for me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't assume as such. It's just... Without arms, my strategic options are rather limited. Nothing had been more humiliating. My lack of limbs infuriated me, and I could not wait until we were in a place where I could build new ones. If I would ever get the chance to. You should sleep, she insisted. It could be hours before they come. You're comfortable navigating. I think I got it. If I have any questions, I just have to ask Nova, right? I nodded and glanced at the map. We should stop the ship. Agreed. Nova, put the ship into stationary mode, please. Ship entering idle, Nova chimed. Warning, fuel levels are only sufficient to reach destination New Haven if forward trajectory is maintained. What does that mean? Drema asked. If we remain idle, and no one comes for us, I said. We die. I did as she asked and rested. Sleep was not something I needed entirely, not as such, or at such a critical time anyway. Actively resting with my eyes closed and ears open was enough. The hum of the heaters in the ship kept my heart calm, and Drema remained as quiet as she could. Before long, Nova chimed in. Incoming transmission, the ship announced. Unidentified vessel, this is Animus Patrol. You are broadcasting an Eclipsean emergency signal in a restricted sector. State your affiliation and intent. Drema, the communicator, I instructed. She fumbled with the button, and I replied, This is Sakita Gatafi. I am a defector from Eclipse accompanied by a Striolan refugee. We have escaped the Gasperi aerospace and require immediate assistance. There was a long pause. Ah, General, someone cooed over the intercom. I was hoping it was you. I glanced at Drema, her eyes wide. My own system spiked with something akin to panic. You have no reason to trust me, I said, but the Striolan with me is Drema. Ask your sources about the prisoners on the Finn. She is worth saving. Another pause, then the voice returned. Understood. Stand by for magnetic grapple, don't try anything. Something latched onto the side of the ship. Metal tore into the back of our vessel. How inelegant. Slowly, we putted backward through space, pulled by something we could not see, and Dremel looked over her shoulder. Would they have reason to lie? She asked. No, they're Animus. You're safe now. Please cooperate. I have brought you this far, but I cannot protect you from them. You never could. It didn't matter. I knew death was likely, and hoping otherwise was pointless. We traveled for an hour, Drema attempting small talk while I remained silent until we stopped. Our ship was dragged into a loading bay and dropped. I braced for the worst. Drema opened the ship's rear hatch, voices murmuring outside. Soon her voice faded. Footsteps clanged up the ramp, and a gun pressed to my temple beneath my roughly cut hair. Well, look who it is! Babali spoke. I knew it was him the moment the words came out of his mouth. I could hear the obstinance that had always rested on the ends of his sentences. The barrel of the gun shifted in its position, and I sighed. So what is it you're going to do with me? Come with me. Does it look like I can stand? Laughter echoed around the cockpit, and I held my tongue. Babali removed the gun. Wow, they really fucked you up, didn't they? Laugh all you want, just do what you will with me and be done with it. Babali hooked the prosthetic hand I had built for him under my left arm socket and lifted me. The work he had done in prison had changed his body for the better, and he had no issue hauling me out of the gunner. I was transported without dignity. A specimen paraded through the ship's bay. Terran rebels pointed, their laughter sharp. Look at the mighty Zamaranian now, one of them sneered. Not so tough without your toys. My face burned. Walls of mismatched metal were plastered with crude signs in Terran script. I was out of practice, so the Terran common letters blurred before my eyes. Babali dragged me from the loading bay into a maze of halls. The ship felt haphazard, as if multiple vessels had been welded together. Its sheer size was baffling. How had Eclipse failed to track something so elephantine? Babali panted under my weight, struggling until he finally dropped me in an elevator. This place is surprisingly large, I quipped, mostly to myself. We vastly underestimated them, he replied. Eclipse is screwed. That seems like an overestimation of Animus's abilities. He kicked me with the heel of his hoof, and the sound echoed around the elevator. You know nothing. When the elevator stopped, the doors opened to a familiar face. Chehaya stood, arms crossed and brow furrowed. Ilvara flanked them, her massive frame blocking the flickering hallway light. Sakita, Chehaya grated, eyes dark. Good of you to join us. Thank you for picking us up. I'm glad you survived. How did you find us? I asked. Shut up! They barked. Ilvara picked me up and walked me down the hall. It's probably for the best that you keep your thoughts to yourself, Chehaya added. You wouldn't want to talk yourself into a hole. A door opened to a small back room with a table and 2 chairs, as well as a harsh, bright light. Ilvara sat me in one chair, making sure I would not topple over, and Chehaya took the other, leaning their bare arms across the cold metal table. Babali and Ilvara left me there, the metal doors screeching as it shut. What the hell did you do with Drema? Chehaya demanded. I'm confused. Do with her. She's with you now, isn't she? I replied. Terrans were never direct. A strange coldness, a precursor to fear, prickled my circuits. We had a plan, an escape, all of us, and you just decided to take her? You left us to die on the Finn. I'm quite surprised that you survived. Barely. Fortunately for us, Babali is one hell of an engineer, and we were able to salvage an escape pod. How dare you grab Drema and run? Would you have had me stay? I could have left her there to crisp up like one of those lizards on sticks she enjoys. Jaya slammed their metal fist, the one I had made, on the table, and I flinched for once. The reactionary nature of my current existence irked me. They demanded, explain yourself. Eclipse would have replaced me. My research Drema would have been subjected to much crueler methods. I could not allow my work to be contaminated. And her suffering would have been inefficient. They'd torture her. The words felt too cold given the subject. Incongruence made my voice shake. You tortured her. I understand that now. Things have changed. She and I escaped Gasperi together. We survived as equals. I have not extorted her, and she brought me along, hoping I would cooperate. Cooperate? Chehaya's eyebrows bunched in the center of their forehead. Ask her yourself. Chehaya said nothing, and leaned back in their chair, thoughts dancing across their eyes as they looked at me. What happened to your limbs? Amma on Gasperi auctioned them off, and then myself. I'm assuming they're irretrievable. I don't know where they are. You don't have, like, tracking in them? Does it look like I would want my limbs to function off wireless communication? How impractical. No need to get snippy, General. Chehaya started. General no longer. Regardless, I should shoot you out into the void of space and watch you freeze. I raised an eyebrow. But their lips twitched. There was a catch. White Rabbit wants you alive. White Rabbit. A Terran literary reference, almost certainly. Was it a deliberate choice to signal intellect, whimsy, deception? And who is this Rabbit? The leader of Animus. The fabled leader of the Rebel Alliance. I wanted to ask questions, but knew I would not get answers here. I could seek clarification on other things. Why talk to me, then? What do you need from me? First, we need to make sure you're compliant. To be of any use to us, you'll need to be repaired. Good. I'll need access to basic building tools and an assistant. Then I can create an Arca out of scrap. Whoa, 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 cowboy. Chehaya laughed. You're not building anything yet. You're a danger to everyone on this ship. Then, I inhaled sharply, using every modicum of restraint I had to keep from yelling. How am I supposed to repair myself? White Rabbit is in charge of that. Then take me to them. How irritating. Not so fast. You're going where we can keep an eye on you, and then we can talk. We'll come and get you when we need you. Two large Terrans grabbed me by the sockets and hauled me down the hall past cells of intoxicated or sleeping prisoners. They tossed me onto a mat and slammed the door. Nanoglass let them see in, but kept me trapped. Not that I could go anywhere without legs. I was left in silence. I hoped Drema had water and warmth. I alone knew her needs, and improper care would infuriate me. She deserved comfort. My face twinged as the feeling passed through me. What a bizarre thought. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to rewrite this sentence for better logic. There we go. What was I going to tell Animus? That I'd reformed, abandoned Eclipse. Drema's words played in my mind. I had my own reasons to destroy Eclipse from within. The Chancellor's desperation and selfishness skewed our course. In silence, things began to fall into place. A memory surfaced, unbidden. My final campaign against the U-Bulk. The weight of my rifle, the 99% success rate of my maneuvers, my accolades. I had been a formidable force on the ground. Eclipse moved me to labs after that, to dissect the survivors. My research earned awards. A promotion. They sent me to handle the OSC next. And then the Zult, Ilvara's people, honored me with a peace prize for paralyzing their enemies. They promoted me to general. I thought it was for my intelligence and efficiency. I had my ideas, grand ones, about repopulating worlds that Eclipse had stripped. Then they put me on the Finn. It wasn't a coincidence. My ambition was a threat to the Chancellor. She didn't want a creator. She wanted a scalpel to find her cure. I had been her sharpest tool, and I had been too stupid to feel the hand that wielded me. The ship entered its night cycle. Lights dimmed, letting the other Terran prisoners sleep. A now sober Terran was escorted away. I needed rest. With the chemicals in my brain running amok, my thoughts shot through the darkness like flares. Damn that Amma's unsteady hand. And damn me too. You know that moment when you're crispy and you have anxiety and you have no arms and no legs? Kind of a bummer. I'm going to actually clean up this dialogue just a touch before I continue. I'm going to clean this. That's better. All right, cleaner. All right, I'm going to take a small brief breaks in between each chapter to make sure my voice doesn't get too hoarse. No more tea. Bye, tea. It was nice while it lasted. I am sad. I have donuts that are a day old, and they are stale as fuck. I thought I was gonna eat these, but I'm not so sure now. These are pretty rough. Yikes. Okay. On the second day, a tremor started in my core. Hunger. It had been a long time since I'd experienced the gnawing physical ache that made the corners of my mouth go numb. I catalogued the sensations, the shaking, the uncontrolled moisture welling in my eyes, and the fog that clouded my logic. These were chemical emotions, a biological storm I had no tools to navigate. I pressed my face to the cold floor, fighting an enemy that was, for the first time, entirely within myself. Eventually, the door opened and two unfamiliar Terrans pulled me from my cell. They led me in silence to another elevator. As the elevator shot upward, a glass wall revealed the void. My breath caught. This was not a single ship, but a fleet. A ghost armada, cruisers, frigates, and smaller strike craft moved in a disciplined formation around a central vessel large enough to be a small moon. My military mind reeled. My thoughts cartwheeled around the logistics, the power requirements, and the sheer audacity. How had Eclipse intelligence, my intelligence, missed this? On the next floor, they moved me into a lab that felt unnervingly like my own on the Finn. This part of the ship had clean, smooth white walls, like the technology that I called my own, and well-lit walkways. Once a door opened to let us pass, they lay me down on an operating table. My skin prickled at the thought. Was I afraid? Weeks ago I'd have laughed at the idea, but now I understood. Drema had likely felt the same. Fear was foreign to me, long forgotten. The Terrans left, and I lay there, defenseless and unable to move. The room turned frigid, my body adjusting. Gasperi's sweltering heat had been torture, yet Terrans preferred warmth. Now the temperature dropped to my level of comfort, but why? A few more minutes passed and someone entered. I could not see them from where I rested, but metal clicking on metal echoed around the table. Hello, General Sakita. I hope the room temperature is comfortable enough for you. It's fine, thank you. Temperature and comfort do not matter to me greatly, but I appreciate the effort. Whoever it was did not move to where I could see them and instead booted a computer. I'm here to check up on you, see what damage was done. I've heard from Drema that you were experimented on. You spoke with Drema. Is she all right? That concern surprises me. Their voice carried a sing-song quality pleasing to the ear. The vocal style mimicked the customer service androids on Terran colonies, thick with a carefully cultivated bedside manner. Do you normally feel concern? Their question made me pause. I had not cared about another being's life so intensely. No. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and take a break for just a moment while we get through ads. Everybody get up, stretch, drink some water. Don't be crispy. Nobody needs to be crispy crunch, you know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm gonna, I guess, try and finish this, very stale, very, very, very stale donut. Sad days. I don't think I can do the other one. I ate about half of one. My husband got us 2 donuts from his work. And that's all well and good. But my God, is this stale. He's coming back with, Starbucks, thankfully, so I don't have to worry too bad. But I needed some calories in me, at least. I might go get a cheese stick after this. I want to see what the Ama did. Can you explain to me what you know? He was mostly interested in my neural network. He wanted to plug me into another processor and upload new custom code that he had made. In short, it did not work. So you suffered no other damage to your body elsewhere? Other than my missing limbs, no. Good. Someone stepped into view. Sweat beaded on my forehead. I knew them. They had once been my prisoner years ago. An android moved about, preparing equipment. I kept my eyes on him and his familiar features, wide hips, long legs built for jumping, and antenna flicking as he reviewed data. His humanoid frame was a work of art, deceptively simple to cater to Terran aesthetics, yet his movements possessed a fluid precision that was anything but. The electroactive polymers under his skin were just like mine, but better and newer. His skeleton, no doubt, the same graphene-laced carbon fiber I had designed for my own limbs, moved without hesitation. He was everything my people had modeled our own augmentation after. He was the ideal made real. Then he turned, and the projected face resolved into lifeline-like Terran features. The subtle shifts of expression and the light in his holographic eyes was a level of artistry Zomeranians with all of our focus on function had never achieved. And as he smiled, a cold dread solidified in me. I knew that smile. He shot me a wink. Remember me? Of course I remembered. The memory was sharp and fresh in my mind. He had attempted to assassinate the Chancellor. The bullet had missed her glass dome by millimeters and spared her life by luck alone. We'd captured him near the scene and reeled at the reality of what had happened. An ambassador of Aurora, a priceless, intelligent asset, had just tried to kill the leader of Eclipse. I had personally overseen his interrogation. A hot, unfamiliar shame washed through me. He was not just a former prisoner. He had successfully escaped the Fin. Now, it seemed, Animus had picked him up, or perhaps he had decided to join Animus of his own accord. But why? Good to see you again, General, he said. What do you call yourself these days? I asked. Ilya, same as always, he replied, sliding up next to me in a chair. I've been sent by White Rabbit to work on you. Please don't break me any more than I already am. The words sounded desperate, and I regretted them. I'm not even going to touch on the irony here, he joked. I flinched as his hand neared my face. They were like mine, elegant and delicate, perfect for intricate work. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spook you, he said. I apologize, that was involuntary. Weird how organic systems function like that, huh? He jested. I'm going to set you up so I can see what this lame brain did to your systems. Something hummed to life, and my mostly metal form hovered off the table. What is this? I asked. This is how I repair myself, a little bit easier than relying on Terran hands. I'd never experienced this. Most magnetic fields ruined my systems, but this apparatus left me unharmed. Ilya spun me around to examine my spine and sighed. Geez, this guy went in with fat fingers. You have no idea. Are you feeling all right? He didn't break any systems leading to your core, did he? I assumed Ilya and I had the same power system. A miniature deuterium-tritium fusion reactor at our core. Encased in a magnetic field, it provided near limitless energy, with cooling systems to ensure stability. Thankfully, that damned Ama hadn't touched it. No, I replied. He only broke everything connected to my neural network. That's rough, buddy. Any noticeable differences? Oh, plenty, I scoffed. My emotions are wildly out of control. The chemical responses my brain gives off send my mechanical parts into a tizzy. My system regulation is far from normal, and... Ilya laughed, bright and loud. What? I spat. You're feeling stressed. That sounds like anxiety to me. Well, I hate it. Can you fix it? The projection of Ilya's face pursed his lips, and he rolled back into my line of sight. He prodded a damaged connection near my spine, and suddenly I found myself back in that damned frame, the Ama's face leering over me. My entire chassis tensed, a surge of raw, murderous aggression flooding my circuits. Ilya pulled his hand back. Ah, there it is. Your neural inhibitor is busted. You're going to be prone to that. Hypervigilance, aggression. It's emotional memory, you know? It's going to be a rough ride. I tensed as I floated there. This was a disaster. You may feel more hungry, more loving. Here's a weird question for you. Do you experience sexual desire? I paused, something washing over me that I had never experienced. No, how utterly distracting. Well, you might now. You'll feel it in your head anyway, not sure if you have the parts for that. I need repairs. This is unacceptable. Unfortunately for you, my only order was to make sure you were functional, not comfortable. Theoretically, you do not need that inhibitor. You operate fine without it. What do you mean I operate fine without it? I'm a mess. I can't think clearly, let alone it's not my call. What does White Rabbit want from me? Your information. Obviously, as a high-ranking Eclipsean official, your knowledge is invaluable. Our aim is simple. Dismantle Eclipse. It's wormed its way into many governments. The scientific principles were good in the beginning, but its new fascist approach doesn't sit well with people. I've noticed. It's sad that even your people are getting duped. Zomaranians are terribly flawed and misguided creatures. My face twitched. Offense. That was what I felt. Fuck you. Ilya's eyebrows raised on his screen. Did you just swear? My lips pursed into a thin line. Wow, he really did poke around in your brain. I meant that in the gentlest way possible. Aurora would be displeased if she saw what her technology has done to your people. She wanted to spread light and knowledge, not create beings who do harm to others. We don't. You have your ethics boards and committees, sure, but they're useless if they just watch atrocities happen, Ilya said, rolling closer and leaning on the operating table. Maybe your people don't even realize the damage Eclipse is causing. They stick to their own agendas. You won't change my entire species. That's not my goal. I've made it my personal mission to right the wrongs caused by Eclipse, partially because in Aurora's absence we let it happen. We, the other ambassadors, and I. May I ask what your plan is, then? Here's the deal, he said, his automated voice as smooth as fresh snow. No one on this ship trusts you. If I told them you're a loose cannon because of your broken inhibitor, they'll throw you into space. I nodded solemnly. He was right, of course. What he told them would shape the way they decided my fate. You're instrumental in White Rabbit's plan. The Zomaranians drive Eclipse. As a respected Zomaranian yourself, your shift might inspire others. The sensible ones, at least. I laughed. I think you overestimate their ability to care. They will not see me as a symbol of change. They'll think I'm broken and therefore cannot be trusted. We will have to gather evidence and present it to the ethics board, as is the process for every other ethics issue. Then that's the plan. Gather evidence on the Chancellor and make an undeniable case. I suppose then I must cooperate if I want to live. Ilya spun me around as tools descended from the ceiling. He repaired the damage on my spine, restoring wires and paneling. Finished, he shut off the machine and laid me on the table. There. Now you don't have wires in revealing places. Thank you. I'm going to put you back in holding, and then I'll send your blueprints through to the engineers. We should hopefully have some replacement parts for you soon. At some unseen signal, Terrans returned me to my cell. A week droned by, filled with only nutritional supplements and silence. Immobilized but for my head, I became a prisoner of my own flesh. The boredom was not a mere absence of simulation, but a pressure building behind my eyes, a restlessness that made me twitch against the restraints, even when I willed myself still. I had never known stillness as suffering. Terrans spat at my cell's glass as they passed. A few Shirok muttered in the hallway, staring. I did not mind, it was deserved, but their hatred triggered something hot and twisting in my chest. I catalogued what came along with it: elevated heart rate, adrenal response, and muscle tension. These were physiological facts. Shame pooled in my throat like I had swallowed glass. Each morning brought new betrayals. I woke once with moisture on my face and traced it to my eyes. Tears. Another day, a memory surfaced of my crush, not as data, but as longing. The hollow ache made me curl against my restraints until my shoulders burned. The worst was the fear. It came without warning, a cascade of cortisol and noradrenaline that left me shaking. I knew these chemicals. I had administered them to subjects 1,000 times. Feeling them from the inside was another species of knowledge entirely. I was a scientist drowning in his own experiment, and the data was destroying me. An image surfaced when I slept. A woman's hands, gentle and warm, touched my face. My mother. But I had no mother. I was decanted in a machine and raised by educators. The longing that accompanied the false memory was so profound it felt like a system failure, and grief for something that never was. This was what the inhibitor had protected me from. The engineers finally returned with my legs, but no arms. Made from scrap metal, they were crude and ugly, far from the elegance of my own machines. I stumbled around my cell, adjusting to their stiff, clicking joints and limited motion. They looked like garbage, and I hated them. My own limbs had been extensions of my will. I could feel the texture of a data pad through my fingertips, the slight shift in pressure. Haptic sensors and synthetic muscle fibers translated every nuance into seamless data. I was a masterpiece. These heaps of junk were numb, dead things. They moved with a clumsy delay, sending back no data and only the jarring shock of each misstep. I was a pilot in a broken machine, stumbling like an uncoordinated child. After practice, my sorry excuses for legs allowed me to pace. When the chemicals surged, causing the corners of my mouth to go numb, I could stand and walk, forcing my systems into overdrive, neutralize them faster. I recognized this fight or flight response in other organic life, and I had to learn to live with it. Somehow, I would have to learn to live with myself. Welcome in, everyone. Hi, Lear. Hi, Melpomenea. How are you all? I'm here dying in a corner. Oh, God. That's me in the corner. Oh, God, you both are in the corner. I would feel so bad to swear and have the other person be like, wow, must be the brain surgery. Yeah, so for context, I'll do a really quick recap for those of you who missed last stream or did not get the full context of this. Sakita did not have brain surgery. He's an alien that has a lot of mechanical upgrades. His people effectively slowly replace all of their body parts from the neck down, so everything on his body except for his head is inorganic at this point. And they also do a lot of different brain alterations in order to make them the most efficient as possible and in order to reduce the amount of organic bioload on their machines. What that has resulted in, unfortunately, is a bunch of people who function like, I guess the best analogy would be to function like Terran psychopaths, right? Human psychopaths. They're not all evil necessarily, right? But they don't have the ability to feel the broad expanse of a lot of emotions. It's difficult for them to look at like other living beings, for example, and go, oh, that's a thing that has feelings and trauma and emotion, and instead they look at it like, oh, that could be a rock, right? They have the same kind of emotional reaction to everything around them. And Sakita was abducted onto a trash planet where he was auctioned off in parts like somebody auctioning off their Nintendo 64, and then an amateur computer engineer tore open his entire neural network and fucked with it. So now, for the first time since his childhood, Sakita is experiencing the full gambit of emotions, and it's really pissing him off. He's not super happy. But he's a war criminal. He's currently in captivity with a rebel alliance called Animus, and he was brought there by one of his experiments that he was working on the Finn. Drema, they are now working together in order to take down the fascist organization that Sakita used to work for called Eclipse. There was a lot of information that was being kept from him that violates his and his own people's ethics board, and he's also very pissed about that. So he's now grappling with the understanding that he has committed war crimes, and he was effectively committing war crimes unbeknownst to him. He had assumed that everything that he was doing was ethical and above board, and clearly that is not the case. So the first half of the book was from Drema's perspective and her experience being on a prison ship called the Finn, and the second second part of the book, is now from Sakita's perspective. So I'll be reading this until we finish the book. I'll be going for probably about 6 hours. So if you have any questions about the world, the lore, like if anything comes up that was mentioned earlier on in the book, I can gladly stop and explain and recap everybody. But since there are more people in here, again, I'm going to drop the content warning for this book. Please read it over. Note that most of the really bad stuff was in the first half of the book when dealing with the prison system. The second half of the book deals mostly with genocide, colonialism, and war. Lots of war. So there's not really going to be, and a little bit of body horror coming from Sakita's perspective mostly. But all of the other content warnings were in the first half of the book. So let me know if you have any questions. Sit back, enjoy, and just as a reminder, a soft reminder, there's only 11 days left on my backer kit, so if you want to back my other book, please share it with friends. We need to reach beyond the core Tycho fandom and get people in there who have not read my work, and if we can get 150-ish more dollars, then we reach my very first stretch goal, and that would be insane. So thank you to everyone who's backed, and feel free to share that link with all of your friends. So anyway, I'll just go ahead and keep on going. No one said a word when they moved me to a new room. Engineers installed crude arms and then left. I flexed my fingers, frowning as they hesitated with each bend, the joints poorly lubricated. They felt like phantom limbs. Eventually, Ilya entered, in his hand a mallet and pieces of paper. He placed his hands on his hips, his antenna twitching as he looked at me. How are you doing? Hopefully those will do for now. They're... I held my tongue. They're fine. Ilya laughed. You can't hide your displeasure so easily anymore. They're terrible. I get it. We have limited resources on the ship, so the engineers did what they could. Why am I here? To prove you can follow orders, no matter how ridiculous. Animus is your commander now. My eyebrows flicked in interest. There are building materials. Ilya gestured to several prefabricated pieces of wood. And here's a mallet. Everything you need is in those bags. Today you're building new storage containers for our dormitories. Ilya handed me the papers, which I nearly dropped due to my numb fingers, and I scowled. Instead of directions, they bore crude Terran drawings of a smiling man gesturing to assembly steps for prefabricated furniture. The simple Terran designs relied only on pegs. You want me to spend my day making remarkably unremarkable furniture? Better than sitting in a cell alone. I sighed and took the mallet from him. I'll get to it. He locked me in. I got to work. My grip, lacking any tactile feedback, was a clumsy guess. The mallet clattered to the floor for the 5th time. A wooden peg splintered under a poorly judged blow. I set everything down, my breath hissing through my teeth. Frustration was a physical pressure clenching in my chest. My hands had performed microsurgery. They had calibrated weapon systems to the micron. Now I couldn't even fit a peg into a hole. This was the real test. They wanted to see if I was competent, and I was failing. They would interrogate me and then end me. The thought triggered a cascade failure. The pressure in my chest tightened, and a hot, humiliating wetness streamed down my face. I was worthless. The word had never once been a concept I applied to myself. I had always been the best. Now I was nothing. Damn my flaws. I grabbed at the mallet, forcing my hand to cooperate, and slammed the pegs into the holes. By the 12th peg, I had finally gotten a grasp of the sensitivity settings. The door opened again, though I was not finished building even one cabinet. You doing okay in here? Ilya asked. Progress is slow. I huffed, aligning rails for drawers. You're getting used to new parts. It's understandable. Ilya crouched beside me, thumb grazing my tear-streaked cheek with gentleness. A humiliating heat rose to my face. Are you feeling all right? I hate these chemicals. I spat as I worked. They make everything more frustrating than it is. I can't think. I can't work. I unfortunately have no experience with anything you're feeling. I wish I could help. You can help. You can hook up my inhibitor. Can't do that. Then leave me be. We have a bet going. I looked at him, eyebrows furrowed, and righted the first cabinet. What do you mean? A few others and I bet on how long it would take you to give up. Fantastic. I'm sure you're having a ball. Drema bet that you wouldn't give up. My arm froze mid-swing. The peg trembled and then dropped from my numb fingers. What? She's the only one who thinks you'll finish. Put her credits on it. Her faith was undeserved. I had been her torturer and the architect of her suffering. Why would she believe in me? The question looped in my brain, but for the first time the lack of a logical answer didn't matter. A new, unfamiliar imperative took its place. I could not let her be wrong. You'll have to ask her yourself. Ilya returned to the door. Better not let her down. I spent the day hammering at cabinets, building all 9 in however many hours I was trapped there. No Terran would be the one to define my capabilities. As I slid the final drawers in, distant shouting echoed through the metal wall. It was done. I sat on the surface staring at my work. I hated Terran furniture. Let's see. The door opened again, and Chehaya stood on the other side, to my surprise. They marched up to me and grabbed me by the arm. If you try and run, I'll shock the shit out of you. Where would I go? I asked. We're having a meeting, and I've been told that you're invited. They marched me into the elevator, and we shot to the top, back to Ilya's floor. We ascended until we reached a lone meeting room with vast glass windows overlooking the galaxy. At the table sat Babali Ilya, Drema, now in a temperature-regulating suit, and an unfamiliar Terran. A screen lit up, revealing a shadow figure, backlit and obscured. Welcome. Is everyone here? The voice asked in a gravelly tone masked by distortion. Yes, Chehaya confirmed. We're all present now. Thank you. all for gathering here and choosing to be a part of something bigger than yourselves. For those of you who have not spoken with me before, I am White Rabbit, the leader of Animus. Ah, so they were real. I have outlined a multi-step plan to destroy Eclipse, White Rabbit said, projecting a holographic star chart above the table. Its fascist principles no longer serve the galaxy, and in the general interest of all organic life, they must be stopped. Who are you to know what the best interests of species are? I asked. I had not meant the question to be derogatory, only honest. The Zomarinians are quite happy working with Eclipse. They will not bend so easily. The Terran, whose name I did not know, turned to me with cold eyes. I don't think Hitler should get to talk, they spat. I didn't get the reference. A valid question, White Rabbit blinked before continuing. I analyzed the data on the happiness of sentient and sapient beings, including you, Bulk and Osk. What's your plan when the Zomaranians don't stand down? The Terran sneered. You're talking about convincing an entire species to abandon their economic lifeline. Eclipse pays them in weapons and tech. Ilvara cut in, her fingers drumming on the table. Zomaranians aren't happy. They're addicted to the praise. There's a difference. Then we exploit the withdrawal, White Rabbit said. Measuring life quality, under and without Eclipsean rule, I can confirm most in the star system would be happier and freer without them. Happy and free doesn't feed families, the Terran muttered. Plenty of Terrans work for Eclipse, and without those credits, they'll starve. We'll pay them, White Rabbit countered. Animus has secured. In what time frame do you expect to do this? I interrupted. Eclipse has contingency fleets. I've seen the protocols. You disable one facility and they'll build 3 more in its place. The room went quiet. White Rabbit's face flickered on the screen. Our goal will be to liberate races whose leaders have voiced their distaste of Eclipse. They will destroy Eclipse's footholds on several planets across the star system. Next, we will convince the Zomaranians to stand down. Then we will see if Eclipse still stands. And if they don't stand down, the Terran demanded, we adapt. You must be an android, then. I shifted in my chair. My joints creaked. No, they replied. Just good at math. Who cares who White Rabbit is? The Terran spat. Eclipse destroyed millions. Shut up and listen. Irritation twitched on my brow. Clarification meant efficiency, but they did not care. Okay, actually, I'm going to modify this dialogue here. Since you come from diverse backgrounds, I want to ensure you can work together. I'll divide you into 2 task forces, each targeting a problem within Eclipse. The old screen flickered to a map of IVOS 381. The first will dismantle mining operations there. The Ubulk are gone. Other organic species have been exterminated or confined to prisons like the Finn, and the Zolt no longer resist. IVOS 381 is now a mining bay. General Sakita, you've led ground missions there, correct? Yes. Good. Our goal is to disrupt their resource mining facilities. Weakening them enough to restore Zolt control will force Eclipse to flee. There are 2 key facilities. Once cleared, Animus operatives will secure the planet and restore the ecosystem. Major Chehaya, coordinate with Animus and form task forces for both sites. First Sergeant Amen, you will assist Major Chehaya. I looked First Sergeant Amen over, the Terran that was glaring daggers at me from across the table. I wondered what skills they possessed that would allow them to be useful for this mission. Promotions among Terrans were not freely given. The 2 of you, along with General Sakita, will execute this operation with any additional ground forces you may require. Oh, no! Hell no! Amen retorted. I'm not going on a mission with Hitler! I understand your displeasure, White Rabbit assured. However, the General has informed that there will be has information that will be critical to your success. Of course, if he proves difficult or sabotages the mission in any way, he will be executed. Is that understood? Yes, I replied. Amen sank in their chair, arms crossed, and grumbling. Drema, Babali, Ilya, lift mission logs from Comia. The map shifted. Government files detailing Eclipse's operations. Secure them covertly. Understood? On it, Ilya replied. We'll get it done. Task Force IVOS, you will deploy in 3 days. Major Chehaya, organize your forces. First Sergeant Amen, work with Chehaya. Or let's see. Actually, I don't need this information. Just kidding. Yes, White Rabbit, Amen grumbled. General Sakita, you are to work with Major Chehaya to map out the facilities on IVOS. We have blueprints of the facilities, but knowing what we're up against will guarantee our success. I nodded in reply, but said nothing. You 3 are dismissed. Drema, Captain Babali, Ilya, if you could stay, I'd like to go over your mission. Chehaya, Amin, and I all stood, returning to the elevator. Chehaya grabbed me roughly by the arm as we descended. Here's the deal, they spat. You are to stay locked in your cell until you can prove yourself. If you do anything questionable, I will shoot you on sight. We could scrap his parts for cash, Amin muttered. Hush, Amin. Sakita, you are to respect Amin at all times. She is a master assassin and could snuff you out in your sleep. Don't fuck with her. Understood, I said. I'll call you tomorrow to get our plans together. Don't screw this up for us. The Terrans hate the alien. Hi, Blades. How you doing? Welcome in. We're live reading my book today. I'm going to go ahead and post the content warning again. So just be aware that this book does cover these themes. The worst parts of the book are behind us. So it was in part 1. So just keep that in mind, though. We got a lot of content based on colonialism. I'm going to be reading straight through this thing for like 6 hours. So if you have any questions about the world or you want to stop and chat, please feel free to do so, but I will only respond in between chapters. So keep that in mind. This is kind of a specialized stream and not like my normal streams. So I'm going to go ahead and just keep on going. The first planning session was held in my cell. Chehaya stood arms crossed while Amin paced. The blueprints are outdated, Amin scoffed, tossing a data pad onto my bunk. They don't show recent fortifications. The fortifications are irrelevant if the software controlling them is disabled first, I countered, pointing a damaged finger at the schematic. The central control is here, lightly guarded. A skeleton crew runs the machinery. They aren't soldiers. You call them lightly guarded? Chehaya jabbed, voice flat. Your definition and ours are very different. How many guards? No more than a dozen per site, mostly Amma contractors. Amin stopped pacing and put her hands on her hips. An Amma is worth 10 Terrans in a straight fight. This is a suicide mission. Not if you let me draw their fire. I raised my chin, my voice taking on the tone of command I once wielded so easily. My body can withstand their standard-issue rounds. Your flesh cannot. Great, Amin sneered. We'll use you as a shield. Chehaya split our force in two. Amin led Team Alpha, while Chehaya took Beta, the larger site. I joined Beta, probably for the best, as Amin looked ready to skin me alive. On deployment day, I received Terran clothes to cover my mechanical parts, granting me some dignity. In the docking bay, Animus operatives kept their distance. Our group, mostly Terrans with Tusharak, avoided me. My icy complexion made me look ghostly in comparison. We boarded the ship after Chehaya's speech and departed for Ivos. Let's see. Though small, it orbited my home star, closest to the sun in the habitable zone. Its climate was pleasant, aside from its methane-rich atmosphere. The Zolt evolved an organ to breathe both oxygen and methane, making them versatile and hardy. In contrast, the Balk and Osk required masks or implants for anything but methane, something I had researched extensively. It was thanks to my research they could survive anywhere else. Everyone on our ship suited up with streamlined helmets and oxygen tanks that would allow them to breathe in the planet's orange air. Do you need a helmet? A Terran tentatively asked. I don't breathe, I replied. Not like that anymore, anyway. That seemed to unsettle them. We launched the first strike team over Site Alpha. They deployed out of our ship via jump packs and plummeted toward the ground. That left the other half of the operatives, Chehaya, and me. They flew us over Site Beta and parked the ship behind an outcropping of rocks to camouflage it. I'm going to go ahead and take a break while there are ads. Everybody make sure you sit up, stretch. I'm just going to kind of vibe. If anybody has any questions, let me know. You know, sometimes I wonder about the British. Are they okay? Because I just saw that a Mr. Blobby costume is being sold in a once-in-a-lifetime auction, and I have never seen Mr. Blobby in my life. And Mr. Blobby is fucking terrifying. Apparently, he was on the show Noel's House Party in the 90s, and he's horrifying. Horrifying. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna look away from Mr. Blobby. Remember, they address the entirety of the ship. Let's see. We are going in, and we're taking prisoners. I don't want any reckless firing of rifles, you understand? If you can subdue them without killing them, do so. We stepped off the ship into methane-rich air that swirled across the surface of the planet. The massive factory loomed in the orange fog, a monument to Eclipse's extractive industry. We crept toward the back, where AI-operated trucks rumbled out of a massive bay door. It cycled open and closed with predictable rhythm. We wait for an empty truck and slip inside, Chaheo whispered into their radio unit. As the next truck departed, a scanner beam swept across the threshold, bathing the exit in red light. An empty precaution, perhaps, but one I hadn't anticipated. Wait, I said. Infrared scanner will be spotted. Caution, Alpha, Chaheo barked into their comm. They got scanners. Can the chiphead disable them? Amon's voice crackled back through the speaker. Chiphead wasn't a slur I was expecting. Get me in a truck, and I've got you. I don't put off a large heat signature, and they won't even know I'm there. I nodded with confidence at Chaheo. Their lips pressed into a thin line. You're going to go in there and expose us. No, I'm going to go inside and open the doors. Trust me. Let's see. If I see any hesitation, I'm shooting you. When the next truck passed, I jumped into the bed underneath the tarp. Exactly as I expected, the beam of light passed over my body, and I rolled out of the truck as soon as I was through the door. After glancing over my shoulder to find the command room empty, I merely flicked the power switch to the scanner off. Eventually, the rest of my unit slipped through. Eclipse's hubris, I thought, left the facility vulnerable, but as the doors hissed shut, a soft chime echoed through the bay, and panels of light activated along the walls. What's that? Chahea held up a sturdy fist to stop the unit. Shit, I muttered. Motion-activated lights, which means... A lone Ama rounded a stack of crates, a massive rifle slung over their shoulder. Hey! They yelled. You don't have the clearance to be in here. In the bay. Wow, let's see. That was an editing error, my bad. We do now, Chahea called back as we approached as a group. Stand down. The Ama rose and picked up their massive gun loaded with several canisters. Who are you? State your identification number. You have one more chance to stand down. Our group came closer and closer to the Ama's post, and their fingers twitched on the trigger. Careful, Chahea, I said. That's an Eclipsean tempest. It'll kill you. Or it'll kill all of us, I should say. The Ama thought better as they assessed our numbers and lowered their rifle. Are you Eclipse? They're not going down easy, I muttered. This may seem like a low-security outfit, but not only are they armed with a Tempest, but also a plasma blade. It seems they have bulletproof armor as well. And, Chahea grated, let me approach them alone. Their sidearm rounds will bounce off my chassis. It will give you a clear shot. This was the optimal tactical solution, but it was also a performance. They needed to see my utility outweigh their suspicion. My survival probability was over 93%. The value of their trust was incalculable. I needed them to see me not as a monster, but as a shield. Chahea looked me over, their gaze a weapon in itself, searching for the deception they were certain was there. Finally, they gave a sharp nod. Go, they said. Chahea's squad stood down at the signal from their fist. I'm only going to ask you one more time, the Ama demanded. Are you Eclipse? My name is General Sakita Gatafi, I said as I approached. Oh, they've been looking for you? Oh, what sort of dreadful Terran clothes are you wearing? They asked. I've been adrift. I was picked up by an Eclipsean trade envoy, the outfit behind me, and they took me here. I'm hoping to get a relay to get back to Komia. The Ama nodded, abandoning their weapon on the floor to move toward their command console. God, I heard about the Finn. I'm glad you made it off safely. The Chancellor will be more than pleased. Somehow, I don't think she will. I stabbed a tranquilizer dart into their neck, too small a dose for an Ama's bulk. They screeched as the fluid entered, refusing to drop. My squad surged forward. An Animus scout was swatted away like an insect. Chehaya tried to find an opening, but the Amma was a whirlwind of limbs. Amid the chaos, they wrenched the Tempest free and fired it at the ceiling. The canister exploded and a wave of absolute cold washed over the room. The air crystallized. Frost spiderwebbed across the metal walls. Massive icicles formed and then shattered under their own weight, raining down like daggers. I watched, unfazed by the cold, as the Terran soldiers cried out. Two collapsed, their armor not thick enough to ward off the thermal shock and the physical impact of the falling ice. The temperature was now a liability for them, but an irrelevance to me. I rushed to the Amma and slugged them hard across the face with my metal fist, which knocked them out. Child's play. After shooting down the canister from the ceiling, the extreme cold began to dissipate. Certain our foe was out, I helped stabilize Chehaya's scouts, while Chehaya moved between them, administering first aid. "Holy shit!" Chehaya muttered as they navigated the ice. "Judah, take this Amma back to the ship and put them in a holding unit. The rest of you, turn on your cloaking." The entire squad hit switches on their units, or on their suits. Perhaps they had been given tools that even the Zomaranians did not know about, and I wondered what other tricks White Rabbit had hidden up their sleeve. "Markeith, grab that gun," Chehaya instructed. One of the Terrans took hold of the Tempest, and Chehaya looked deeper into the facility. "What are we looking at, Sakita?" "We need to move further in. If we really want to do some damage, we head to the mining control rooms and shut those down," I replied. "Lead the way." In the next room, engineers patrolled. I nodded to the Animus operative who tossed the Tempest canister. Frigid chunks rained down into the room which held an entrance to a maintenance shaft. The workers never saw it coming. Bullets tore through metal as I aimed for the engine. My shot hit, igniting a fire and sending the Shirok into a panic. See some of the editing here. Got a little tight. It's all right. "The Shirok's mech is down," I called. By the time they realized they were being attacked, massive amounts of damage had already been done. A Terran worker turned to us, now aware of our presence, and their bullet hit the scout next to me. Chehaya jerked to the side as a bullet skimmed their armor, sending smoke into the air. I aimed again. A bang shot across the room, and the bullet pierced both of the Shirok's hands, ensuring that they could no longer pilot the mech. "The Shirok is done. Focus other targets," I yelled. A scout near Chehaya took a bullet straight to the forehead. "I thought you said that these facilities weren't armed," they screamed. "You misinterpreted what I said. This is considered light security," I hollered back. A bullet ricocheted off my torso with a sharp ping. The impact was negligible. I watched a Terran operative fall, his armor punctured. A flawed design failed to protect the fragile biology within. Perhaps Terrans should build themselves better. The thought was automatic, a reflection of a lifetime of Zomaranian engineering philosophy. Then an intrusive, unpleasant thought surfaced. The cost of their biological frailty was now my problem to solve, and I should feel bad for being so callous. Thank you. Appreciate it. Then a bullet grazed my face, tearing open a spot in my forehead. I winced in pain as they hit something that mattered. Their numbers began to dwindle. I shot the last one standing through the kneecaps, ensuring they wouldn't be walking anytime soon, and lowered my rifle, its barrel smoking. "There," I said. "That wasn't so bad." Chehaya shot me a look of pure venom before kneeling beside their fallen soldiers. They gently closed one of the men's eyes, their movement tight with grief. The two Shirok operatives bowed their heads, a low rumble of mourning in their chests. The silence in the room was heavy, thick with a communal sorrow I did not understand. "2 men," Chehaya finally whispered. "2 men, for a damn control panel." They looked up at me. "Was it worth it, General?" The Shirok Animus operatives in their mechs, picked up 2 Terrans apiece and relayed them to the front of the facility. Let's see. Actually, "Are you doing okay?" I asked. Golden blood that had been replaced long ago by nanofluid, dripped down my face. Gosh, this editing was rough through this passage. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to use the word viscera there. That's fine. Let me make sure that my Hey, so I'm doing a live reading in here. I don't think it's a good idea for you to make a lot of noise and.
Okay, I was gonna try and be quiet.
Yeah, sorry, it's probably not going to happen. Bye, guy. Actually, sorry, let me grab the right word here. There we go, better. All right. Are you doing okay? I asked. A golden glimmering trail, blood that had been replaced long ago by nanofluid, dripped down my face. I'm fine, Chehaya muttered. They used a first aid kit on themselves. I think you vastly overestimated our abilities. I'm sorry, I'm accustomed to dealing with trained professionals and Zomaranians. That should be the worst of it. Don't make that overestimation next time. The two Shirok returned and informed Chehaya that a pickup was on the way. Let's finish what we need to do and get out of here, they said. We moved deeper into the complex, through an empty locker room and past a locked door I pried open. As expected, we remained undetected. No organic employees were beyond the loading zone. Reaching an operations room, I held out my hand for the Tempest. May I? Chea hesitated, but then thought better of it. Give it to him. I took the Tempest and lobbed a canister into the room. The icy hailstorm generated by the gun rendered the console's controls useless, and the mining rig began to malfunction. I tossed the empty gun into the room, its canisters depleted. That's one, I said. Now on to the other. Our Shiraki allies made short work of the second control room. As we retreated to the loading bay, the first Animus relief ship was already touching down. Its ramp lowered, and a grizzled Terran officer jogged out, her team fanning out behind her. She nodded to Shehaya, then her eyes fell on me. They narrowed. This is him? The chiphead? Yeah, he's with us, Chehaya replied, enforcing my role here. The facility is yours. Prisoner secured. The officer held my gaze for a moment longer before turning back to her troops. Start sweeps! I want this place locked down yesterday! The fallen Terrans' bodies were sent home for proper rites. Chehaya radioed White Rabbit, informing Animus that the Zolt were reachable, an advantage as more operatives arrived to push Eclipse out. Standing beside me, Chehaya watched the successful operation wrap up. Amen had secured her facility with less trouble than we faced. Overall, a small but easy success. Eclipse would notice, but would they care? Casualties were regrettable, but within acceptable parameters for mission success, I observed. It was a statement of fact, an attempt to bring focus back to our victory. Chehaya's head snapped toward me. Acceptable. Tell that to their families. There is no acceptable number of dead. Next time it's 0. Understand? Sorry, my reading is not as good as it normally is. My eyeballs are just not working. I'm like ultra exhausted, so if I stumble over words, I do apologize. Normally, I'm a little bit more crispy than this. All right. Don't forget to share this stream with your friends if you want other people to pop into the reading as well. That way we can get as many eyes on this as possible. The council met in the ship's repurposed cargo bay. Crates stacked into makeshift seating. I wasn't invited, but I heard the shouting through the ventilation system. He's given us nothing we couldn't have gotten from a data chip, Amon barked, her voice carrying through the grate. Unlocking his cell is inviting the fox into the henhouse. I jammed my face against the grate on our transport ship to hear better. And it improved my comprehension, though not by much. Data chips can't adapt, Chehaya replied. Eclipse changes protocols weekly. He knows the current systems, the guard rotations, and the blind spots in their surveillance. He knows how to manipulate us better. Another voice cut in. He's playing the long game. Earn trust, then detonate. Ilya's voice came next, calmer than the others. He's not playing anything. I've watched him. He flinches at loud noises. The inhibitor damage is pretty extreme. Oh, or it's the best cover story Eclipse ever wrote, Amon snarled. Then assign someone to him, Ilya suggested. Every hour of every day. If he's a threat, we'll know. If he's not, we'll gain an asset who understands Eclipsean infrastructure better than any of us. Silence passed between them. Then, fine. A chair grated across the floor as Amon stood. But this is on you, Ilya. He so much as looks at anyone wrong, it's your head too. My cell door unlocked the next morning. Ilya stood in the corner holding a ration bar and a data pad. Welcome to supervised freedom, he said. Where you go, I go. I followed him as he coded software and kept the ship running, and in turn I expunged as much information as I was able about Eclipse. I didn't understand his work, but I watched him cloak the Animus colony, welding ships into a patchwork monstrosity while he maintained the software that held it all together. He never turned his back on me, not completely, but he also never flinched when I stepped closer to see the screens. After all check-ins for his typical day were through, Ilya went to the kitchen. There, as I could not leave, I watched him bake. Baking, of all things. He had no mouth, not like me, just a light panel that constructed a face, smooth and blue and ever smiling. His mechanically perfect hands folded dough into octagons. I didn't see the point. If he couldn't eat, why bother? You look like you're dying, Ilya joked as he spooned an uncomfortably jiggly concoction into the center of his octagons. I would much rather be working on building a new set of arms for myself than wasting away watching life pass me by. You're probably super antsy now that all your emotional dials are turned to 11. Do you need me to give you something to do with your hands? It might help. No. What's with that face? He asked as he slid the food into an oven. You confuse me. What about me? He laughed. You just sound like a Terran. I had originally been designed to explore Pludai Ariades, the dwarf planet. Aurora thought for a moment that there may be life, but it turns out we were wrong. Because it's a rocky planet, she made me with the intent of climbing craggy surfaces and hopping ravines. What happened? I got picked up by a Terran mining crew after the folks from the United Commonwealth targeted the planet. We hung out, I stuck around, and then I joined Animus when things got bad. I nodded and understood. If he was truly was a fully aware, self-learning AI as the ambassadors of Aurora were intended to be, then the life forms he spent the most time around would be reflected in his speech. If you want your old arms back, you're gonna have to earn it. We don't really have the technology to build that level of bioprosthetic equipment on this ship, he said as he sat across from me at the table. But I assumed there was something more to his statement. I may have sent some of our scouts to Gaspiri, and they may or may not have recovered certain parts that belonged to you. My eyes shifted from side to side. Did he truly have my limbs, or was this an intimidation tactic? Ilya's face twisted into a smile. I have a mission from White Rabbit for you. If you can cooperate and complete the mission with no hiccups, I'll return the parts to you. That's quite generous of them. They want to trust you. Make this work. You're more efficient with functioning limbs with precision, less of a liability. Ah, so now you admit it. We knew it all along. We just didn't want you to be a threat. We needed to make sure you'll work smoothly with us. I nodded and leaned back in my chair. I don't really have any choice. You could be like Babali and choose to be an obstinate ass, even though we're treating him nice. I laughed. Of course he was being difficult. He hated doing any and all kinds of work. I like it when you laugh, he said. You should do that more often. The sound of my own laughter caught in my throat. I became acutely aware of his gaze. It wasn't hostile or analytical. An unfamiliar warning signal flared in my body. My internal temperature spiked, concentrating in my face. What was this, a threat response? Social anxiety? The word nervous flashed across my mind, then embarrassed, but neither captured the instability I was experiencing. I pursed my lips. I'm not accustomed to it. Something in the room dinged and he stood, his hips swaying as he moved to the oven. He bent to look inside and I looked away. I had never seen an android built like him and I wanted to understand how he worked, all his little parts and pieces, but it seemed rude to stare. I wanted to understand Aurora. By understanding Ilya, I could understand her. He pulled the tray from the oven and flat pieces of dough had puffed up, creating a cradle for the golden center. They smelled sweet. He set the tray on the counter and began to remove pastries from the sheet. White Rabbit wants to send Amon to the satellite that orbits your home planet. You've already been replaced in Eclipse's ranks, and another Zomaranian, Tavorsha, has risen to the occasion. We need to kill her. Why? I asked. Tavorsha isn't a scientist. She's a killer with one of the highest Eclipsean kill records that's dangerous for everyone. The pastries steamed in the dim light of the kitchen. I see. Why me? Why not just send Amon alone? You know best how to kill a Zomaranian, and we need proof of your loyalty. No Zomaranian kills their own, but you will. Elias slid a file to me, the tablet's surface catching in the light. Here's her information. I reached for the dossier, but a hand covered mine, stopping me. Elias' touch was light, not restrictive. It wasn't a grip or a shove. For months, touch had been synonymous with control or violence. While I felt nothing more than a tug at my shoulder, a joint thanks to the rudimentary limb, I jerked my head in response. He removed his hand. I'm sorry, he said. The information in there may make you distressed. Take caution. I'll be fine. He observed my face for a moment in silence, then held up a pastry. Want a bite? I don't really eat, was all I said. Are you sure? He cooed, waving the pastry back and forth. He was testing me. I need someone to tell me how they taste. Can't you give one to Chehaya? He stood and took the pastries, loading them onto a plate. It's fine. I get it if you're scared. I snatched the pastry from his fingers. I jammed it in my mouth, and an explosion of flavor flooded my brain. Sweetness, warmth, the flakiness of the dough, the molten center. My tongue suddenly reported a cascade of information it hadn't reported since before my mechanization. It was overwhelming, and I remembered why Zomaranians didn't eat. It was a petty distraction, nothing more, but something in the back of my skull wanted to reach for another. My widened eyes must have betrayed the shock, because Ilya's smile broadened. Try new things, General. You may be surprised how large the world is when you broaden your horizons. I found Amon in the hangar, running a diagnostic on her ship. She didn't look up as I approached. I can't believe Chehaya signed off on this, she grumbled more to the ship than to me, sending me into a Zomaranian stronghold with a fucking chiphead. She finally met my gaze, and I physically recoiled from the force of it. Do you know the lowdown, or am I expected to brief you like you're a toddler? Her fingers trembled slightly as she tightened a power coupling. She was stressed, but why? Her hatred was not as controlled as she projected. What? I asked. Do you have mission directives? Like, did White Rabbit tell you what's going on? Yes. On my home planet, children were raised to master a craft, whether academic or otherwise. I chose biomechanical engineering, while my peers became surgeons and mathematicians. Others pursued military strength instead, like Tavorsha. Her record spoke for itself. Where she walked, blood flowed. I wouldn't have justified it if it were only if she were only an assassin, but Eclipse needed information, and Tavorsha the torturer never disappointed. Her victims were often found in alleys missing parts. Eclipse's favorite venomous beast had to be eliminated for White Rabbit's safety. Good, Amon huffed, opening the back hatch on her cruiser. Fuck. Just climb in behind me. She crawled into the prone cockpit. The ship was clearly designed for one. I followed, the hatch hissing shut behind me, sealing us in. The only way to fit was to lie with my chest resting on her back and my hands planted on the floor on either side of her. I could feel the tension in her muscles and the heat radiating from her body. Her breathing came in tight, controlled bursts. The air, already thin, felt charged with her silent, suffocating fury. If you say anything, she spat, anything at all, I will kill you. Silence was no problem. The cruiser shot through the void, back toward my star system. Familiar constellations slid across the viewport. Then there it was. Comia turned in the light of its twin suns. The husk of the fin floated just beyond. An unexpected train of thought flooded my mind. I wanted to stop. I felt a desire to touch down on the planet and visit. Why? I had no family there, no connections I valued. We jetted past Comia and the Fin, and before I could parse the longing, Amin killed the thrusters. My planet hung before us, a blue and silver marble. Home. Not my home any longer. I had to remind myself. Not after what I was about to do. Remember to drink lots of water. Don't die. Yeah, my brain is absolutely mush city, which is a shame, because I really love this portion of the book, and I wish that I was, like, more awake. Holy shit. Feel free to leave your thoughts somewhere, because I recognize Sakita's section is really vastly different from Dremma's, so if you guys have any thoughts, let me know. That does definitely help me out. Amin activated her cruiser's cloaking and her engines silenced to a near quiet. She floated us up to the landing bay on the facility where our waiting game began. Once a transport ship from my home planet started to dock, we slipped in. Easy. She parked her cruiser behind loading crates and waited for the Zomoranians on the transport ship to clear. Once we were alone, we crawled out the back of the vehicle. It shimmered, nearly invisible from the light it fragmented around itself in a space where no one would see it. Okay, Amin whispered. You know this satellite, right? Get out of here, bot. Be gone, demon. I've been here, but it was decades ago. I did my best to visualize the schematics. The layout will have changes, but Eclipse's command structures are predictable. So, you don't know where she is. We don't need her exact location. What we'll need is her schedule. It likely will be stored on a command-level terminal. The primary offices were in the central building. My eyes scanned the facility in front of me. It looks like they've added a new wing. Security protocols would likely place the active command hub there instead. It would have the newest equipment. Amin stared blankly at my face. Great! We'll just guess our way through this then. I pointed forward toward a hallway. We take that and hopefully we get an idea of where to go from there. Hopefully, she scoffed under her breath. Let's see. I wasn't sure why she assumed the Zomoranians were all-knowing. Let's see. There was plenty the Chancellor had kept from me. At least I knew my blind spots. We crept like spiders through the bay to the front of the facility where I put up my arm. Turret, I whispered. It's programmed to shoot anyone who isn't registered to this ship. If it detects us, it'll fire. Then we disable it. Amin pulled a small disc from her pack and tossed it into the air. It unfolded into a drone, humming as it hovered. She guided it with her gauntlet toward the turret. As it neared, a shimmer of a plasma shield flickered to life around the gun. Oh, what a pain in the ass, she muttered. Crazy security for a satellite. She guided the drone into a holding pattern, and her eyes narrowed as she punched a sequence into her gauntlet. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a brief break while ads are going. Thank you for sitting through ads if you're over on Twitch. The Jeff Bezos money does indeed help me out. Oh, we got the 1 o'clock bot. Yeah, right. Our regular old bot. It heard it was we were reading a story about AI. The bot heard that we were doing a science fiction reading and was like, "My people." All right. Now that the bots are gone and that we are out of ad town. She guided the drone into a holding pattern and her eyes narrowed as she punched a sequence into her gauntlet. The drone shot out a pulse and disabled the shield for only a moment. With a deft hand, she rocketed the drone forward, planting it on the turret before the shield regenerated. The drone laid a charge on the gun, and with a spark, the turret slumped, smoking and broken. Without saying anything, we followed the hallway to our first storage unit. Amon started to freeze. Her breath formed clouds in the air. Before we entered the next room, I stopped at the sound of someone working from behind the door. Amon signaled to me. A Zomaranian intern and 4 automaton helpers organized samples, scanning vials. Amon crept forward, plasma dagger drawn, ready to dispatch a nearby ALO. The android jerked away, following an unseen command. Her dagger missed. I slunk toward another ALO as it whirred past. I grabbed it, my fingers searching for the power coupling. My timing was off by just a hair. A high-pitched whine emanated from its speaker. Before it could escalate into a full alarm, I ripped the cord free. The bot went limp, and I caught it before it clattered to the floor. "ALO 2, the intern called out, not turning around. "Report on the iridium scan." Silence. My blood ran cold. Amon and I froze. The intern sighed, annoyed, but another bot, one closest to Amon, zoomed across the room when it realized its partner bot was disabled. We held our breath as she intercepted it, her plasma dagger sliding through its chassis in a hot line. 1 to go. The Zomaranian remained nose-deep in their work. Amon dispatched the last ALO, and now we had a decision to make. We could slink by, never seen, never heard. I looked to Amon. She nodded sharply in the direction of the other Zomaranian. Her eyes narrowed in challenge. I drew my dagger silently. I would have preferred a gun, but it would be too loud. I only needed to drive my plasma blade through their head. But what if they were innocent? Not all Zomaranians knew the Chancellor's plans. That was my point of contention about Drema. The Chancellor had given her to me innocent and undeserving. I weighed my options. Cutting the cables at the back of their neck would immobilize them. I needed something to gag them. With one cut, I destroyed their neural framework. They cried out from surprise, and I shoved my hand over their mouth. Amon rushed to my side with a roll of tape she had grabbed off a shelf. Within moments, we had tied them up. I pushed them into a closet with the destroyed ALOs and closed the door. "Good work," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the unconscious intern. "I'm surprised you didn't kill him." "They were a non-combatant. Killing them was unnecessary," I whispered. "They're Eclipse," she countered automatically. She glanced from the intern to me, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. The certainty wavered for an instant before hardening again. I followed Amon through the facility, grateful for my quiet shoes. We passed storage rooms, occupied labs behind glass, and empty workspaces. At last we reached the records room. Several computers with interplanet storage sat inside, but the one I needed was behind a locked door accessible only to officers. We had to get in. Using my plasma blade, I pried the panel off the door lock. The internal wiring was standard Shiraki engineering, but a thin pulsing cable led to the chip that controlled the alarm. I carefully used the tip of my dagger to sever the lock wire without tripping the alarm. The door hissed open. "Nice," she whispered. At the end of the hall, we found a small server room. As expected, a lone console stood in the center. Amon raised her gauntlet. 2 active cameras and a biometric scanner on the console. She tapped the screen of her device, frowning. "I can loop the camera feed so they won't see us, but the scanner's on a closed circuit. It'll ping security the moment a non-registered user touches it." "It won't," I replied, stepping past her with confidence. Satellites often receive security updates later than main facilities. I placed my hand on the console, then spoke. "Sakita Gatafi, badge 3457534. The biometric scanner processed the sound of my voice and replied, "Welcome, General Sakita. How may I be of assistance today?" "They didn't revoke your access?" Amin's jaw tightened. Let's see. Hydrate, everybody hydrate. I'm adding one more clarifying line here. And snack time. I have a Danish. I'll go ahead and take a brief break after this chapter to eat. "It's likely they will in a few weeks when the protocols are updated," I muttered, then directed my speech to the console. "Fetch me mission logs, all future dates, with assignments and the current duty roster for Dvorsha Iran." "How would you like that data, sir?" the console asked. "Portable chip. Estimated print time, 3 minutes, 42 seconds. I nodded to Amin. "Keep your eye on the door. If someone notices that the door plate has been broken, we're in for trouble." "What the hell are you doing? You are supposed to be looking at a schedule," she barked. Babali and Drema had been in charge with lifting missions operation data, but I could do them one better. I could give them the date, time, and coordinates for every operative on those missions. The data was too good to pass up. "I'm grabbing extra data. Trust me, you'll thank me later." Footsteps sounded outside. Whoever it was walked past the hallway. The computer counted down. Only a few minutes more. I watched the machine print my data onto a drive that I could take back to Animus. They would have to trust me then. The schedule listed Dvorsha as off duty that day, which meant that she most likely lurked in her private chambers. While the data printed, I searched for her cabin information. "Hey," someone said down the hallway. "Has this door panel always been broken?" Caught. Amin gestured for me to hide. The room had only lockers and a desk. One more minute. I needed the data chip before they entered. I crouched by a locker, hoping they'd report the panel broken and move on. A foolish hope. The satellite's crew were Zomaranians. They wouldn't miss a detail. Amin drew her dagger, hoping for a silent takedown. Footsteps sounded in the hall. Whoever they were, they moved slowly and precisely. Wary. My ears picked up on the sound of Alos hovering about. The printer finished. I snatched the data chip and slid under the desk. The door opened. Heavy, precise footsteps entered. A Zomaranian officer. Amin moved from the shadows, her blade arcing toward their neck. The officer sidestepped, their augmented reflexes a blur, and blocked the strike with a reinforced arm. They slammed an elbow into Amin's side, driving her back a step. "Alos, defensive protocol," the Zomaranian demanded. The android's lights blinked red in response. As one Alo leveled its stunner at Amin, I lunged from under the desk, thrusting my dagger forward. It sank into the android's primary camera, disabling it. The officer turned their attention to me, surprise flickering across their face for a bare instant before their training took over. The shock likely didn't come from true surprise or fear, but the mental gymnastics it took to figure out why I was hostile. "Intruder alert! Subdue them!" They drew a plasma stick and struck, first the blunt end to Amin's gut, then the sparking tip to her face. A searing burn spread across her jaw as the force sent her crashing into the wall. Before the Alo could react, I dashed across the room, yanked my dagger from the wall, and with a trembling fist slammed the lock button, trapping us all inside. The Alo zapped me with its electric arm. A mere sting. I had to act. I destroyed the Alo and faced the only other person who looked like me. They met my gaze, confused but otherwise unaffected. No pain. No surprise. They only calculated what led me to treason, as if I were a puzzle. Amin stood over the Zomaranian, her face her blistered face stern. Or let's see. I see editing removed a little bit of let's see. There we go. Better. In their moment of distraction, Amin sliced the neural network, sending the officer to their knees. Amin stood over the Zomaranian, her blistered face stern. "Well, Sakita," she asked, "what now?" Or let's see. Oh, nope, my editing got all fucked up. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm full of lies. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. There we go. Better. Amon scrambled to my side, her blistered face stern. Well, Sakita, she asked, what now? General Sakita, we were told you're dead. The Zomaranians swiped at me, and I stepped gracefully aside. I dodged behind them, struck, and cut the neural network at the back of their neck. They fell limp to the floor, but before they hit the metal, I caught them. Why? They cried out. I tore the belt from their waist, shoved it into their mouth, and fastened it behind their head. Amon returned with tape, and soon they were just a useless pile of machinery. Amon pulled a canister from her harness, pressing the injector to her neck. A soft hiss released a nanobot suspension unseen but repairing her cells, sealing vessels, and stimulating collagen beneath her skin. We need to move quickly, I said. I know where she is. We rushed down the hall, closing the door behind us. At long last, we arrived at Dvorsha's chambers. We opened the door and entered with caution, her study empty. Loud speech and disagreement bled through the archway to the bedroom she called her own, and Amon put her finger up. After a moment of waiting, curious at the ruckus, the situation became apparent. They were playing a card game. Your people still play games? Amon muttered. Listen, use your ears, I said. There are Shirok in that room. The only reason Dvorsha is involved is to teach them a lesson, hurt their ego. The Shirok beyond the door yelled about losing money. Can we be flashy now? I asked. They're the final targets, and then we only have to make it back to the landing bay. If shit hits the fan, yes, she replied. She seemed surprised that I would ask. Be stealthy. I had a question to ask myself. Could I, if necessary, kill one of my own kind? She was a monster, a murderer, and a torturer. According to Animus, though, so was I. I, at least, still had moral principles. Not her, based on her record. Broken. Violent. But I supposed, weren't we all? Amon crept into the room undetected, behind two Shirok who lingered near the archway, talking rather than playing the game. I waited outside, hoping she would take my lead and bait the others into the smaller room where I could dispose of them. With one swift motion, she stabbed the one on the right, then the one to her left. They both fell, pools of blood forming on the ground at her feet. Holy shit! One of the Shirok at the table shouted. Intruders! Amon backed into the study, slipping behind a wardrobe as her suit's camouflage activated. Her form shimmered and vanished, nanoscale photonic crystals bending light to mimic the wall. Only a faint distortion hinted at her presence. With precision, I aimed for the tendons on the back of the upper leg of the Shirok closest to me. In one swipe, I severed them. The Shirok toppled to the ground, and their friend turned. One of the Shirok still in the bedroom tossed a detection device into the study. The bot fluttered into the air, attaching itself to the ceiling. Myself, the downed Shirok, and his companion were outlined in a glowing blue light by the detector, but Amon's cloaking seemed immune to it. Clever. A bullet hit me from beyond the archway. It pinged off my body, and I spun to see who had shot it. Another Shirok. Dvorsha made eye contact with me and extended her hands to her sides, long metal claws growing from the tips of the fingers of her armor. A small mounted gun emerged from her shoulder, and she charged me. I had never seen such technology. My people favored clean weapons like laser rifles, but Dvorsha's artillery was built for intimidation. Her claws shredded my clothes and arms, ripping my dominant one from its socket and slashing my face. Her mech made her far stronger than a typical Zomaranian. The minigun on her shoulder fired, searing a red-hot hole through my other arm. Amon emerged from her camouflage, gun drawn. She fired, hitting Dvorsha's torso, but the bullet barely affected her. I slashed at Dvorsha with my dagger, striking through the minigun. Sparks flew as it shorted. Bullets erupted from her bedroom. A siren blared, red lights flashing. Our cover was blown. The noise distracted Dvorsha for a moment as she attempted to wrench my other arm from its socket. I slashed at her again, cutting through her clothing just too low to hit the organic parts of her head. At that moment, Dvorsha recognized who I was. She grappled me down, pulling my other arm from its socket fully, and knelt on me. General Sakita! I kicked Dvorsha from me and attempted to scramble across the room on my knees to my dominant arm, hoping to somehow pop it back into its socket. Dvorsha clawed at my legs, digging the sharp claws of her armor into the metal as if it were putty. I threw my body onto the arm holding the dagger, forcing the joint into its socket with a jarring click. I had control of my weapon again. Dvorsha jumped back and held the communicator built into her armor to her mouth. This is Dvorsha on the exterior satellite. General Sakita is here with a Terran assassin and we're being attacked. Tavorsha ducked under Amon's shot. I seized the opening, slicing her neural framework with trained precision. She crumpled, half paralyzed, and managing one last defiant slash before the hilt of Amon's dagger struck her temple and she went limp. My arm, please, I huffed. Amon grimaced, aligning my severed arm. Disgusting. Pain lanced through my reconnecting nerves. I shook it off. What an annoyance. She held the blade out to me, nodding at Tavorsha. Do it. I looked from Tavorsha's unconscious body to Amon's unwavering gaze. A cold equation formed in my mind. I had to barter her trust for a Zomeranian life. I remembered the last time I had testified in front of the Zomeranian Ethics Board and the weight of their judgment. The criminal in question had broken the ethics code in the lab I worked in, and it resulted in a disastrous loss of money and life. They had killed another Zomeranian. To kill one of our own was not a crime in itself if there was good reason. Crimes of passion were not possible for us, so to kill one of our own kind was only possible through an act of logic, a calculated act of treason. In that instance, the Zomeranians sought career advancement by stealing research. They were executed for it. For a moment, I felt outside my own body, and beads of sweat formed on my brow. We could take her for questioning, I stammered, hating how the nerves caused a tremor in my voice. Unprofessional. Weak. Not the mission, Amon stated, waiting for me to disobey so she could kill me too. We got what we came for. Finish it. Do not harm a Zomeranian life, my training commanded. A knot formed in my throat. My eyes burned, blurring Amon's face. I squeezed them shut, but the image of Tavorsha, a mirror of myself, remained. This was wrong. My orders were simple, and I knew ultimately it was for the greater good. The conflict in my brain was merely a malfunction. I'm sorry, I whispered, though I didn't know to whom. I lunged, driving the blade into Tavorsha's eye before the shaking in my arm could stop me. Golden nanofluid, hot and viscous, spilled over my blade. The smell of burning synthetics filled the air. I stared at the swirling pool of gold and blue on the floor, and a wave of nausea rose in my throat. Get yourself together, Amon commanded. Quietly. We need to move. We ghosted back to the bay, the chaos of our escape a distant hum beneath the screaming in my own mind. Amon moved with purpose, her hand occasionally gripping my arm to steer me through corridors. I was beside myself. The weight of what I had done crushed my chest. Murderer. Traitor. I was no longer Zomeranian. I couldn't be. I didn't function or think like one. Eclipse had blinded me, used me for irreprehensible acts, and I had foolishly believed their promise of perfection and unity. Followed Aurora's dream like a child. And now another Zomeranian lay dead. By my hand. Back on the ship, Animus operatives swarmed us, their voices a meaningless torrent of questions and calculations. I saw Babali's hard stare and Shahea's suspicion, but I was light years away in a sea of my own guilt. Amon reported our success, her voice crisp and professional, never mentioning my hesitation. She handed over the data chip. Someone clapped me on the shoulder, and I was jolted back into reality. I detached myself from the group and walked, one foot in front of the other, back to the only place I could be relatively alone. The cell to my door slid shut, sealing me in. I stood in the center of the room for a long moment. Then my knees gave way. The metal floor took the impact with a resounding thrum, as a dry, racking sob tore through me. That's rough, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna eat some of this Danish. Now that I don't have to eat the disappointing, super, super dry, and stale donut. Terrible King Soopers donut. Num, 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 num. Danish, y'all. Ilya loves baking. He'll make all those fucking Danishes, man. He just likes making other people happy. Okay, I gotta go fix one thing. There we go. Better. In my quest to cut down as much content as possible for agents, I think that some stuff got cut, and this is why I do not like the assumption or like the parameters that these agents are setting for debut authors. They're like, yeah, you need to have a book that's 98K. And it's like, well, what happens if that removes information? Like, yes, I can get it down to 98K, but it's going to result in a weaker book. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Thanks, I hate it. Okay. I have a caramel macchiato and a dream. Cillians. Dremma's eyes flicked across the monitor, tracking General Sakita for signs of stress. The others thought he was faking. He had returned from his mission silent and obedient. Even Babali couldn't provoke him. He went to his cell, laid down, and cried. Dremma had never seen grief so raw. He spoke to no one, leaving her to wish she could read his mind. The others criticized her sympathy, but she couldn't help it. She just wanted to understand. While Sakita lay awake, Dremma found a strange solace in the Animus research lab. The nights were hers. Surrounded by glowing monitors, she devoured data on dozens of species, their histories, and their biology. Chehaya would often sit with her, patiently sounding out the unfamiliar phonemes of trade common as Dremma matched them to glowing script. It was through this lens of galactic diversity that she watched Sakita. Everything about him was broken. He was sleepless and sick in his grief. Grief. If she had been asked to envision General Sakita grieving on the Finn, she could not have done it. She believed at the time that he didn't feel anything. But things had changed. And if he could change, Dremma saw an opportunity to fix things. She brought her observations to Ilya, who always seemed to be tinkering with equipment around the ship. With him, she wasn't a living weapon or a victim, but a student and a friend. After a simple blood test confirmed she had no allergies to Terran foods, he introduced her to a universe of flavor. While she ate, he would answer questions about history and people, his explanations clear and patient. He even fashioned for her a protective suit, allowing her safety and freedom she hadn't known since her capture. It was during one of these quiet lessons that she decided to voice her theory. Ilya, Dremma asked as he scooped batter into cups. I'm worried about Sakita. Ilya placed the tray in the oven. He is in good health. What's up? He's suffering. I've heard the bits of conversations you've had with others. They seem surprised you don't want him executed. That wouldn't do a thing, she said. Ending his life does not end Eclipse. It is not as if he has committed all of Eclipse's atrocities on his own. I'm grappling with it myself, but no matter what, I won't stand to watch someone else suffer. Even if they've done something incredibly stupid, and besides, now he's different. Different. Fucking with your brain to that extent deeply changes you as a person. Ilya leaned on the counter, his arms clacking as metal touched metal. What do you think we should do about it? On my planet, we don't execute people. We send them into the jungle to find a new path. Most don't return. Shame changes them, and the jungle devours what's left. Right. I want him to get better so that he can do better in the future. It will be up to Sakita to communicate with the Zomaranian Council to see how deep the indoctrination runs. We can hope that they are ignorant of Eclipse's treachery, but if they are just as complicit, not much can be done. Maybe I can help. Are you sure you want to take on this monumental task? As the person who has been wronged, it is not your responsibility. The others will certainly tell you he cannot be saved. I know, and I don't plan on putting my life on the line for him. Dremma fell silent, her gaze distant. He wanted to understand my biology. Cut me open. Took samples, recorded my pain response. He said he needed to break me down to my most fundamental parts. She paused, a strange resolve lighting up her eyes. A small, humorless smile touched her lips. Perhaps that's what he needs, too. To be broken down. An experiment of a different kind. One designed not to understand biology, but to build a conscience where there is none. He needs a deconstruction of his apathy. Her smile faded. And when we perfect this method on him, we can use it on the other Zomoranians, those that are willing. Those who are not, they will perish. My eyes scanned the mission data for the 14th time. Chehaya, a silent, watchful presence beside me. My damaged arm twitched, a phantom echo of Tavorsh's attack. My other hand scribbled across the page as the pieces fell into place. There's a subroutine hiding files, I murmured, pulling up a command line. An encryption key. I've never seen this before. It looked like corrupted data, just system noise that any other officer would have ignored. I knew better. I began to work, my fingers flying across the console and tracing the data. The whole mess was a digital maze, clearly designed to deter anyone looking too closely. After several minutes, a file directory unlocked. Project Obsidian. Crimson Warden. Anchor. A list of black site operations I had never been briefed on, stretching back years. What are you doing? Chehaya demanded, leaning closer, their usual suspicion warring with a new curiosity. There are loads of missions here that I was not aware of. It was mandatory that I attend top meetings with the Chancellor for expeditions such as these, so it is bizarre that these missions happen without my knowledge. Maybe your Chancellor is not a shining example of infallible truth, Chehaya scoffed, sarcasm thick on their tongue. It's almost like she's trying to kill everyone in a genocidal rampage across the galaxy. Exactly, I said, jamming my finger into the table to punctuate my words. A Zomoranian does not disobey a direct order from the Chancellor. We don't have gut feelings. That function was removed. We assume our leaders are operating from a position of logic. We have moral codes created by councils to keep us consistent. That's how we are designed. A convenient design, Chehaya mused. Was there some kind of protocol in there for ripping a prisoner's eyeballs out? I flinched. Your case was logged as the removal of non-vital organs to prevent intelligent leaks and quell rebellion, I stated, though I didn't feel confident in it. At the time, I believed what I did was right. It was the most efficient method to ensure containment with minimal permanent damage. Minimal damage, Chehaya barked under their breath. That's not ethical at all, asshole. I didn't design the code. I follow it, and that's the problem. I admitted my own logic failing me. Our definition of acceptable harm is different from yours. It isn't a moral judgment. It is based on data and peer consensus. Chehaya! We were interrupted by the doors sliding open, the mechanical sound followed by a panting Terran. Ilya and White Rabbit need to speak with you immediately. It is an emergency. Go back to your room, Chehaya ordered, tapping me on the shoulder. Get off these computers. I don't trust you. I booted the device down, grabbed my notes, and leaned out the door as Chehaya stomped down the hallway. What should I be doing? No response. I lingered in the hallway before returning to my room. Lying on my new bed, one they had so graciously provided. Let's see. Instead of a mat, I stared at the ceiling, running mission names and dates through my mind. The patterns remained elusive. I lay there for hours, something in me aching. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a break while we're in the middle of ads. Gotta love a good Danish, man. I am very tired. How do I live? Dude, oh my god, I opened my phone again and got jump scared by Mr. Blobby. What the fuck is that? I'm so upset. You guys should Google pictures of Mr. Blobby. Mr. Blobby from Noel's house party. Holy shit. If I had to see it, you have to see it. Mr. Blobby, you heard me, man. I'm scared. I'm scared. This, you're looking at him, he really only could be a fever dream from the 90s. I'm scared. Mr. Blobby was the centerpiece of the Blobbyland theme park at Cricket St. Thomas in Somerset, apparently. The pink yellow thing, yeah, with the bow tie. He's horrifying. Oh my god, in 1993, he beat the song Take That on the UK Christmas #1 spot with his own single, appropriately titled Mr. Blobby. What the fuck? Okay, I'm putting Mr. Blobby down. I'm scared. Alright. After hours of overthinking, a knock pulled me from my thoughts. Drema stood beyond the glass, waving. I beckoned her in. She entered, sat at the foot of my bed, hands folded and eyes searching my face for truth. What is it? I asked, feeling questions on the tip of her tongue. I think the first question people usually ask after they have not seen each other in a long time is, how are you? She laughed. Oh, I faltered. I'm fine. How are you? Busy, she said. I've been doing a lot of research, trying to expand my knowledge about the universe, get up to speed, as Ilya calls it. There's a lot to take in. I've been hearing a lot of things from the other Animus members about you. I'm sure you have. She nodded and turned her head to look out the glass of my room. You don't get a lot of privacy here. I pointed up to the camera mounted in the corner of the ceiling. Even if the walls were opaque, I would still have eyes on me. I wanted to tell you something, she said, her voice steady. White Rabbit has been pushing you hard. Let's see. They're testing you to see if you can handle what they have planned. You struggled, but you kept going. She took a breath. I don't forgive you. I doubt I ever will, but I see you're trying. And I respect that. The words felt heavy, more than a compliment, but less than an absolution. I set my jaw, unsure how to respond. But before I could say anything, she continued. I wanted to ask you something. Actually, I have a question. Her tone sharpened slightly, not unkind, but deliberate. Do you think the Zomeranians are strong enough to change like you have? To accept other creatures as flawed? Let me finish. I folded my hands, realizing that I had nearly become defensive for no reason. Proceed. Here's the scenario, she began. Say we succeed. With hope, the Zomeranians will see what you've done and restructure how they approach Eclipse. But they must do it and accept that others aren't like them. Others they view as lesser. I would be lying if I said we were without prejudice, I said, sitting up, suddenly aware of my nerves. Are you looking for guilt? Shame? The closest I feel is disgust. I believe that the other Zomeranians will feel the same to some degree. They will see the error in Eclipse's ways and change course. She said nothing for a long while, and then... I see. I just wonder about all of this. To what end? Even if I make a difference, even if I learn something, uncover some great truth, then what? What do you mean? Drema asked. I'm on the verge of uncovering a truth that could dismantle Eclipse. The damage remains. The past doesn't change. It's not the job of the oppressed to forgive, Drema replied. That is a hard truth to swallow. What do you want your future to look like? How do you intend to act, knowing the harm you have caused? I looked at my hands, unfamiliar metal. I don't know. The damage must be undone, systematically. That is a problem I can understand. I can restore what was taken, eyes, hands, entire ecosystems, if necessary. I hesitated. The next thought a foreign, unquantifiable one. I can provide the tools for recovery, but after that my function is complete. Animus, or my own people, will kill me. That would be the just thing to do. Drema rested her hand on my leg, though I could not feel it. I missed the haptic feedback from my original limbs. Is that something you're worried about? I cannot go home to my people. I'm damaged now, and they most likely will view me no better than they do Terrans. And actually, I'm worse. I don't think you act like a Terran, but they will. They most likely will claim that my intellectual ability is damaged. I could be barred from jobs, even, just based on that alone. Not to mention that they may try to convict me of war crimes. The outcome does not look bright. I'm sorry you can't go, or that you feel like you can't go home. Or let's see, this is a strange response. Hold on. It's cruel that they judge others based on the technology they have access to. It's not just that. I don't belong anywhere else. People know me, and I won't be able to go anywhere without being recognized, if Animus lets me go. I don't mean to lecture, Drema said. You discarded an identity that meant everything to you for a moral good. You put others' needs above your own. That can't be easy. Rebuilding yourself is hard. I've regrown body parts, and it hurts every time. A chill ran up the back of my neck and across my face as I remembered cutting off the tip of her finger. I was a monster. I did so many things to you, Drema, that I shouldn't have. And now it is done. We locked eyes in silence. I repeated, and now it is done. The loneliness returned. When she left. I missed her, and that upset me. I didn't want to feel or hate myself anymore. I couldn't frame myself as the victim. I was the abuser. I could not deceive myself about my shame. My hand shook. Or let's see. Actually, sorry. I am a fool. I had missed her. That's what I'm looking for. Sometimes the Microsoft Word grammar checker is not always right. This is a lesson we must learn. My hand shook and I was sure she noticed. White Rabbit has a mission for you. I don't know the details. Will you walk with me? She asked. Certainly. We walked side by side, ignoring the stairs. We walked as equals, and that terrified Animus, I was sure. Drema spoke of ship news and Ilya's baked goods, our conversation strangely natural. Let's see. I had never had a relationship like this. It terrified me. Not the music literally saying I am a monster at the same time that I read the line. Crazy. Spotify is like, I'm locked in. Mr. Blobby looks like a bad horror mascot video game character. Yeah, he looks like somebody made a knockoff Five Nights at Freddy's game and then was like, this is our villain. It's like something you find in the bargain bin at the back of a GameStop and you're pretty sure it's not real. And then you can't tell anybody that you found the game because it feels like a fucking fever dream. And you're like, what am I looking at? We have received a distress signal. From whom? I asked. White Rabbit's obscured face flickered on the screen before Ilya and me. Another ambassador of Aurora. Ilya stiffened. Impossible! I'm in contact with all surviving ambassadors. That's what I thought too. The screen shifted to a map of the Terran star system. A faint distress signal radiated not from Mars or the asteroid belt, but Earth. I need you two to investigate. Why me? I asked. If Eclipse hijacked an ambassador's corpse, we need to be sure. Terrans would be too emotionally compromised by Earth's state. You won't be. I'm not much of a cybersecurity person, I said. I understand. I want you to build something for me after you investigate. Let's see. I need to clarify this. Here comes the sun. Yeah, here he comes. Oh, Lord, here he comes. I understand. If the Ambassador's data chip is still intact, we need it. Salvage it from the chassis and be done with it. Then I want you to build something for me, with the help of Shiraki engineers, of course. My face scrunched in curiosity. Something like what? Ilya slid a datapad toward me, smirking. Ilya has just handed you blueprints for what we call a Frogger engine. A what? I frowned. What the hell is that? Aurora's invention. It compresses space ahead of the ship while expanding it behind, cutting time travel to minutes without breaking light speed. No one besides ambassadors have seen this tech until now. It gives us a crucial edge against Eclipse. Let's see. White Rabbit's face gazed blankly at me. I want to reach locations before they even know we're coming. Let's see. One second, I'm cleaning up a massive plot hole. I realize there's a real big one right here, y'all. I've got it. There we go. Plot hole fixed. We're fine. And the ambassador's corpse on Earth. It may not be an ambassador at all. It could be a Terran using salvaged tech. I'm worried there may be remnants of Aurora's blueprints and data in its head if that's the case, Ilya admitted. The sooner we clean up and take care of this, the sooner we can make the engine. My mind flicked to a prisoner I had housed on the Finn. Ditto, Chehea's friend. He had been an Eclipsean engineer who had spoken of near-light travel. Had he known about these engine schematics? Had the Chancellor sent him there to get him out of the way and keep the blueprints for herself? I've never built something like that before, and with these, I held up my sad metal arms. I'm not going to be able to make any quick progress. How about these? Ilya lifted my old limbs from under the table. They were scratched, but intact. My breath hitched. It was like looking at a ghost of myself. The perfect calibrated machinery I had spent a lifetime refining were right there. You handled the Dvorsha situation expertly, Ilya simply said. A promise is a promise. I reached out, my clumsy replacement fingers tracing the familiar contours. Relief rattled through me. This was me. I never thought I would miss my own parts so much. I was growing sentimental. I took them from him, the weight of the parts in my lap grounding me. The temptation to reconnect them immediately and feel whole again was overwhelming. I can begin at once, I said, my voice steadier than it had been in weeks. Then we can deal with the signal from Earth. Let's see. I need to make sure that this all comes in sequentially. To keep me busy while I prepared to launch to Earth, White Rabbit showed me their vision for the Frogger engine. The blueprints were stunning, the finest designs I'd seen. I estimated a Terran month or two to build the engine. Ilya ordered rare materials from his emergency stockpile, revealing Aurora's vast reach. He assembled a team of Shiraki engineers and... let's see. We would build something that would rival Eclipse's best tech, even surpass it. We had something they did not. An ambassador. Ilya retrieved me one night. Then we boarded a new-looking cruiser, a 3-seater built for speed. The design was Terran-based, though certainly improved upon, and I liked it. It'll be about an hour. Ilya engaged the engine. As the ship cleared the bay, the starfield stretched before us. I fastened my safety belt, the familiar click resonating through the haptic sensors in my newly reinstalled arm. A sigh of relief escaped my lips. The anxiety of being out of control dissolved. I flexed my fingers and asked, "How did you recover these parts?" "I sent a Terran operative who tracked them down and stole them all." Ilya grinned. "No biggie." I let out a short, sharp laugh. The thought of the Ama who purchased my limbs, waking to find them gone, sparked a flicker of malicious satisfaction. It was pretty. It was a petty, useless emotion, but it was undeniably pleasant. "Someone was using your leg as a lamp," Ilya added. "Fuck them," I blurted, and this time the laugh was real, surprising me with its force. An odd, stinging sensation pricked my eyes. I hope they regret ever bartering for it. Ilya switched to autopilot and leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. He watched me for a moment before rummaging in his bag. "Well," he said, his tone light, "since your leg is no longer illuminating someone's game room, how about some snacks?" "No, thank you." "Are you sure?" he asked, holding up a package. "I brought rations and Muddy Buddies." "I'm fine." He nodded and watched as the glass of the cockpit shifted to show us our destination map. "Good news or bad news first?" "Bad." "Bandage Ripper." He grinned. "Okay, here's the deal. I have a lot of sway in Animus, and White Rabbit tends to be a very forgiving person. However, he is still as democratic and values the voice of the people. He doesn't want to be a dictator, you know?" I nodded, but said nothing. He asked Animus's upper-ups what to do with you after this. Your Tavorsha mission data kept us ahead of Eclipse, so thank you. Combined with Babali and Drema's Comia data, we can start cutting off their supply chains and missions. Good. Unfortunately, a lot of the Terrans on board think you should be executed or imprisoned for life. They believe that the crimes you've committed are too severe for you to simply be released or exiled. And what crimes are those? I cleared my throat. Not like I'm denying anything, just asking for clarification. Torture, willful killing, compelling a prisoner of war to serve in the forces of a hostile power, taking hostages, and affiliation with a terrorist organization, to name a few. I nodded. The list was a clinical summary of my career. Life in prison is only fair, I added. Is it? Ilya pressed, his gaze analytical. He was searching for something. Remorse, a common Terran prerequisite for a lighter sentence. It was something I could not provide. An action has a consequence, I simply said. I am at the whim of Animus now. What else am I supposed to say? Tell me why you did it. Because there was a problem to be solved. I was given a complex equation and told to find a solution. My work was elegant, moral complications were covered by the ethics board's code, so it wasn't something I thought about. The inhibitor kept me focused on the task at hand. It was only when the Chancellor's logic became flawed and she started compromising the integrity of that system that I was compelled to act. I stared out at the star field, a familiar view. If Animus had their way, this would be my last view of it. I would be locked away. Crimes deserved fitting punishment. The thought should have been terrifying. Instead, I felt hollow. I was guilty. I knew that as a fact. But feeling guilt made me physically ill, and I found it difficult to think. Even if I had not committed the crimes with my own hands, I was guilty by association. I was an enabler, and that was arguably worse. Alright, time to switch playlists, because it's fucking time. Guys, it's time to enter Atari Town. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. I'm ready to go. Lear, I'm sorry your head hurts. I hope it feels better soon. Maybe Atari will help. From orbit, Earth was a case study in systemic biological failure. A dry, brown sphere swirled beneath clouds of dust and ash. The famed Great Republic colony orbited the singular moon, a hollow monument to Terran ambition, no more impressive than the Xperi Aerospace. As we descended, I analyzed the devastation. Eclipse operations were invasive, certainly, but calculated to allow for eventual resource regeneration. This was different. This was a complete collapse of homeostatic regulation. The oceans were eutrophic, choked with cyanobacterial blooms. The dominant flora appeared to be xerophytes clinging to the ruins of urban centers. These cities were like malignant growths, their steel skeletons fused into fungal clumps by solar radiation and corrosive weather patterns. It was a fascinatingly complete failure, and it filled me with what I can only describe as pity. To render one's own habitat permanently inhospitable was a sign of self-destructive behavior at best and reckless abandon at its worst. Before leaving our cruiser, I donned an exosuit Ilya had brought, and he took another for our stranded Terran ally. Unlike White Rabbit, Ilya did not believe that an ambassador had been left behind. He had a catalog of all ambassadors, even those that were offline. If a Terran had been stranded there, it was critical to get them to safety. The atmosphere of the planet would kill most organic life. Though I did not breathe, the toxic air would harm my face. Stepping onto the blasted planet, Ilya projected a holographic display onto a panel on his arm. The compass pointed to us toward the distress signal, and we walked through the ghost of a once great species. "Have you been here before?" I asked. "No, have you?" Ilya could not tear his eyes away from the sky. The reddish-orange overcast created an eerie tint on his white body. "No. This place is sad. Let's get this refugee and go." We passed deserted restaurants, high-rises, and entertainment centers, the streets strewn with skeletons of cars. Though Terrans hadn't lived here for centuries, their indestructible fast food wrappers still drifted about. "It seems that the signal is coming from that building." Ilya looked to the sky and pointed up. "Do you see that?" I shielded my eyes, the exosuit's visor polarizing against the glare of the red sun. Atop the ruin, a massive satellite dish pointed toward the polluted sky. It was a crude assembly of salvaged girders, panels cannibalized from derelict vehicles, and rusted electronics, but the technical execution was precise. Someone had painstakingly built a high-gain antenna and wired it into a functional piece of technology. That does not make any fucking sense. And bolted it to the roof. It was a work of desperate genius. The metal framework showed minimal environmental wear, suggesting it was newly constructed. This is a good sign. We entered through a large garage filled with dusty, abandoned vehicles. The planet was eerily silent, except for the wind and distant rumbles of collapsing structures. What a nightmare this place had become. We stepped over shattered glass into a temple to capitalism. A shopping mall, as Terrence called it. Stores lined the 4 floors, their displays shattered and metal gates twisted and broken. The shops were gutted, dust coating the remains of everything in a final layer of abandonment. A humanoid shape entered my peripheral vision, and I froze. My skin prickled, but when I turned, only 4 cracked, limbless mannequins stood there. A faded sign inside a store read, "Library," in Old Terran Common. And bookshelves lined the walls, an extinct language I had briefly studied in school. That can go. That's a clause that's now out of place. The shelves held ruined books, plastic cases, and knickknacks. Rows of desks sat empty, each with an unplugged, frayed corded computer. One mannequin sat in a corner, a magazine in her hand, and 2 others stood by a bar at the back. One plastic model stood behind the desk, holding what appeared to be a barcode scanner. Another sign near the door read, "Hey Bookworm, get your library card today." My eyes fell to the ground. The dust that had settled everywhere else was disturbed here, and great tracks had been made in the floor indicating that the furniture that occupied the space had been placed there recently. "Ilya," I whispered. "Hold up." "What?" Ilya asked as he turned, lowering his voice. "Look at this." I entered the room slowly, my shoes crunching on broken glass as I went. I crept forward to inspect a mannequin. They had been clothed, and the clothes looked untouched, or as untouched as they could be. All the clothes were clean, free of grime, and the plastic Terrans themselves were also surprisingly spotless. "What the fuck?" Ilya asked as he inspected a computer. "This is creepy." Something slammed elsewhere in the mall. Metal crashed to the ground, and the sound echoed through the place like a bomb blast. I slowly drew my gun, and Ilya crouched in preparation to bolt. "What now?" I whispered. "We move forward. Someone is in here. We just need to find them and let them know we're here to help." We continued forward, leaving behind the library and moving further into the belly of the mall. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take a brief break here. Oh, Atari. He's about to be so sad. I'm so excited. Finally. This stupid son of a bitch. We passed a cafe, a grocery store, and a school, all filled with plastic Terran models posed to imitate life. Every doll had new clothes, and the floor showed signs of recent activity. Ilia's antennae twitched as we followed a sound I could not hear, and my hand gripped my weapon. Something did not feel right. We passed a faded poster of smiling Terrans, their joy stark, a stark contrast to the decay. Then, in the window as we rounded a corner, a mannequin with an ancient Terran television for a head posed as if watching us. My skin prickled. It almost made me jump, and my pulse pounded under my eyes as my brow began to sweat. A Terran would call this the creeps. My inhibitor would have told me it was just someone's trash, nothing to be worried about. Logically, knowing it wouldn't hurt me didn't help. Oh my god, did my pen run out of... No, it didn't. Hold on. Taking notes for myself. As we neared the wing, loud music blasted from a store at the back. Okay, hold on. I need the right track. Hold on, we got to get the right vibe. If you're watching the VOD, I'm so sorry because you do not get the full cinematic experience here. Hold on, let me go get the right track. Actually, there's a very specific song. There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry for not getting the 4D experience in the VOD. Ilia flinched. A working inhibitor would have been great. The store, labeled bar, had mannequins seated at a former checkout counter. Shelves behind them held dusty, or mostly empty liquor bottles, and tables were scattered around. Some mannequins clutched drinks, and one even cradled a stuffed dog. A rainbow-lit machine at the back blared music, a spinning disc visible in its glass case. A repetitive beat played as Ilia and I cautiously entered. The floor creaked beneath us. Glancing at the machine, I saw it was plugged into a generator, its screen reading, "Stupid Love." A sharp clang echoed through the room. I spun to see the mannequin with a television head swinging a rusted spike-covered mannequin arm at Ilia. Its screen blared white noise glowing red. Ilia dove behind the bar to take cover. I raised my gun, unsure if the monstrosity was a robot or a costumed Terran. Either way, we were in danger. I fired and missed as the mannequin's TV head blared a deafening screech. Pain shot through my ears and I staggered, my next shot only grazing its jacket. It locked onto me and charged with its makeshift flail. "Hey!" Ilia shouted. "Stop fighting! We're here to help you!" The creature paused, its makeshift weapon held high. For a moment, I thought Ilia's plea had worked. Then the television screen flickered, the red error display switching to a calm, pulsing blue. A voice boomed from the box. The screeching was gone, replaced by clear, articulate words. It spoke in a dialect of Old Terran Common, one I had only heard a few times in an advanced linguistic studies class. The syntax was antiquated and the vocabulary dated, but I could still understand it. Barely. "Who," the voice enunciated with a gravelly tone, "are you?" "We followed your signal." Ilia raised his hands, replying in the same dialect. It was... "Are you the one who built the satellite at the top of the building?" The Terran lowered their weapon. "I did. You're telling me you got the signal?" Ilia nodded and came out from behind the bar. "It was faint, but I picked it up recently. We wanted to make sure you weren't Eclipse, which is why it took us so long to come for you." "What?" The Terran seemed confused. "It's okay. You're safe now," Ilia continued. "We have food and an exosuit, though it seems you've made your own. Are you human?" "No," Ilia laughed. "No, I'm an android. And this is my partner, Sakita. He's Zomaranian." The television tilted in my direction. "You're really here to get me off this godforsaken planet?" "If you'll come with us, our ship is not too far from here. We can take you to Animus. It's a resistance movement with a base of operations on a satellite. From there, you can go back home to whichever colony you came from." "I'm not from a colony," the Terran replied, his voice cut as though he had been hurt. He looked Ilia over through his television. I was not sure how he saw through the clunky thing. "You're an android." "I'm an ambassador of Aurora." The Terran leapt at Ilya, the makeshift flail flying. He hit Ilya once, twice, and then I stepped in. I threw myself in between the two of them, taking the final blow. "Whoa!" I shouted. "Stop! Fuck you!" The television screen flickered to show a wavering, glitching image of a yellow square character with a rainbow above its head. The text on the screen in this Terran common read the same. "How fucking dare you come after all this time, you piece of metallic space shit!" I tried to piece together their words. I understood the Terran, but not the meaning. They raised their arm to strike again. I hooked my arm around their weapon and flung it away. They lunged at me, shoving me aside into the bar before stomping across the room. With unexpected strength, they lifted Ilya off the ground with one arm. "Explain yourself!" they screamed. I saw flashes coming from the television, but could not see what displayed there from behind. Actually, this is... "Who are you?" Ilya asked, his eyebrows scrunched in confusion, and he dangled there, not putting up a fight. "My name's Atari," they spat, their voice cracking with grief that was undeniably organic. "But you fucking forgot about me, I bet." The name hung in the air, along with the motes of dust that drifted in front of the screen of Atari's face. Ilya froze, his calm demeanor fracturing as his face twisted into pain. "Atari," he whispered, his eyes wide with painful disbelief. "Oh God, you're still alive?" His response was a roar of pure rage. Atari flung Ilya against the wall as if he weighed nothing. He stormed to the bar, hurling a glass that shattered against a mannequin. His screen flickered violently, the ancient television flashing images in rapid succession. 459 frickin' years, and you didn't bother to check on me? "I'm so sorry," was all Ilya mumbled out. "We had no idea you were still down here. Your signal went dead, and you just assumed I croaked?" Atari grated. They raised a glass as if to throw it at Ilya, but hesitated. Shuddering and sobbing, they collapsed. The TV screen flickered, flashing, crying Terran faces and glitching 8-bit emoticons. Ilya approached cautiously, crouching beside them. Whoever they weren't Terran. "We're here now," Ilya said softly, raising a hand to put on Atari's shoulder. He hesitated, and then returned his hand to his lap. "Do you want to come back with us to the ship? You don't have to be alone here anymore." The television screen went black, an eerie and sudden silence. Then, a winking emoticon burst onto the display, glitching violently. "Taking me home without a first date?" Atari's voice burst from the speaker, light and flirtatious. "Ooh, naughty robot!" He sprang up, his grief replaced by manic energy, and began wrecking what was left on the bar. A catastrophic emotional overflow overtook his systems, his core programming in ruins as it cycled through corrupted personality files. Like me, he was broken. He finished his tantrum, dusted off his hands, and turned to me. "Hi, I'm Atari. He, him." He extended a crude, metallic hand. "Always wanted to meet a member of Daft Punk. Favorite sex position? Magic Mountain." I stared, unmoving. The programming that ran him was likely corrupted beyond repair. I looked to Ilya for a diagnostic, but he offered nothing. The android's hand hung in the air before a sad trumpet noise played from his speaker, and he withdrew it. "Whatever, let's go, losers. I have some stuff to grab from my apartment, and then we can get the fuck off this rock." He marched out of the entrance of the makeshift bar, and I turned slowly to Ilya. Who is that?" "As far as I'm aware," Ilya said, keeping as many paces behind Atari as possible, "I think he's the first ambassador of Aurora." Atari kicked rubble down the hallway as his television blared ancient music. "The first?" I asked, watching his erratic, distinctly Terran behavior. Nothing like Ilya. "He used to be called Atlas, I think. He was built to curb climate change. Things got bad on the planet, but Aurora and I had already traveled far, far away to a different star system in search of intelligent life. His signal went dead, and not only did we assume he was destroyed, but we were also too far away at the time to come and retrieve him. I never imagined." Atari had failed. The evidence was all around us, in every particle of dust and every corroded structure. He was designed to save this world, and instead he became its last, forgotten inhabitant. The Terrans had not only destroyed their home, but they had abandoned the very tool built to fix it. He was a failed instrument, discarded. The feeling resonated in me with a disquieting familiarity. We entered a small store that had been gutted and outfitted with a bed, several dead lamps with floating goo inside, and dozens of televisions, all of which were either broken or not plugged in. Atari grabbed a small pink stuffed cat, a full backpack, a blanket, and a piece of wood with wheels on it. "All right," he announced. "I have one more stop before we need to head out." "You live here?" I asked. "No, this is my girlfriend's place." Atari paused, and I did not understand. Then he laughed. "Yes, of course I live here. Who the fuck else is going to sleep here?" He had such vibrancy for a robot. Ilya sounded Terran, yes, but he was nothing like this defunct monstrosity. Music continued to play ceaselessly from his head. I assumed it was his head. We began to walk to the furthest part of the mall, and Atari continued. "After you lame brains forgot I was here, I made myself a nice little house. There are just some people I have to say goodbye to." "There are other survivors here?" Ilya asked. His voice betrayed his desperation. Atari said nothing and moved a couple of doors down. After approaching what looked to be a janitor's closet, he banged on the door loudly with his fist. "Hey!" he yelled inside. "You no good lying piece of shit, open up!" Ilya and I could only awkwardly wait, wondering who or what was going to come out of the closet. Atari kicked the door down, shattering the wooden frame to bits with his powerful legs, and stomped inside. "McGregor, get your sorry ass out here!" Atari's voice, thick with a performative Terran accent, echoed down the hall. We followed him into a break room where two mannequins were posed crudely on a couch. The female lay on her back, arms stiffly raised, legs apart, while the male, wearing only a necktie, lay on top in the same rigid pose, simulating sex. Atari dropped his bag. His screen flashed an image of a cartoon rodent with red circles on its cheeks, its mouth agape. "McGregor! How have you no shame?" The mannequins lay there, not giving any visible response. This android had positively lost its mind. My eyes darted around the scene as he screamed at the silent figures. He projected a complex emotional narrative onto inert plastic, but the pain in his voice didn't sound simulated. "Matilda, we're done! I always knew you were sleeping with McGregor behind my back, and now this is the final straw." Atari swiped his bag from the floor and clutched it to his chest. "I'm leaving this trash heap. I'm moving back to New York, and I'm going to be on Broadway. You hear that, Matilda? Broadway. I'm going to win a Tony, and you'll be stuck in here with him." I struggled to understand if he actually believed he was talking to someone, or if this was some kind of performance, a ritual of betrayal for two strangers and two dolls. Was he attempting to process his abandonment? I didn't know. The scientific itch in me that was eager to pick apart his code was quickly stomped out with each of Atari's footsteps as he pushed past us to leave. Ilya just looked at me, his holographic eyebrows raised. He stammered. "Let's just go." "All right, fellas," Atari announced, his voice chipper and the false accent gone. The music resumed, upbeat and electronic in nature. He spun to walk backward, facing me instead. "Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say fellas. What are your pronouns?" "He, him is fine," Ilya replied. "Why does it matter?" I asked. "Gender is a construct tied to biological reproduction. My people engineered away such functions long ago. I have no sex-assigned parts." I had adopted male pronouns on the Finn as a concession to Shiraki social structures, a simple change to improve workplace harmony. We were all synthetic here, so the designation seemed arbitrary. "Because I don't want to be a dick and misgender you?" Atari's screen showed a cartoon face with a raised eyebrow. "I'm male, I suppose," I replied. "Peachy! As I was saying," a scratching, screeching sound of audio reversing played through the television speakers, and he continued, "All right, fellas, how do we get back to the ship? Are we going to get beamed in or what?" We just get to walk," Ilya said. "It's not that far." "Wah, wah," went the television, and Atari hung back to let Ilya take the lead. "Lead the way, I guess. Then I guess fucking future doesn't have teleporters." The flight back to Animus was tense, to put it lightly. I was tasked with briefing Atari, describing decades of galactic conflict in the close confines of the cockpit. He listened, his TV head angled toward me, screen displaying an ocean of static. "And for the last several decades, expansion has been primarily driven by eclipse," I concluded. The static exploded into flashing images of Terran scenery and conflict, all cloaked in red. You just let fascists do whatever the fuck they wanted, and Terrans joined? Have they learned nothing? I'm sorry we had to break it to you like this. Ilya shot me a warning look, but it was too late. And you? Atari turned the television to face me. What was your part in all of this? He was a general with Eclipse, Ilya hastily interjected. He defected. He's with us now. Atari's screen shut off, black, and he was swallowed in silence. He turned his back to me, physically angling himself into the corner of the cockpit. He didn't say another word for the rest of the journey. Another enemy made. It seemed to be my only skill. Hi, Lava! Thanks for that 3-stream streak. Welcome in. Also, this book has content warnings. I dropped those into the chat, just so that you're aware. The worst is behind us, but, like, just in case you don't want to read, like, a book about heavy colonization and war. I feel so bad for Atari. Bro, me too, man. Me fucking too. He's my favorite, and he needs to be protected at all costs. God, this is the best mashup of this fucking song I've ever heard in my life. Well, welcome in, though, Lavo. Today we're doing a specialized long live stream of my book that's coming out next year. I'm doing some, like, final checks over it to make sure it's good before I release it to the Waddies. There's a couple of minor changes I think I need to make to this particular section, but otherwise it's not really that crazy. I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to be probably going for about 6 hours. We're about 2, almost 3 hours in. And, yeah, otherwise, sit back, relax. If you have questions about the world or the content, let me know. And otherwise, the only major announcement is that my Backer Kit campaign has about 10 days left on it. So if you know anybody who's looking to get a good book, we're $200-ish, or $150-ish dollars, really, away from the final stretch goal, or the next stretch goal. First stretch goal? Stretch goal, I will say. So if you know anybody who wants to pick up a book from a trans author during Pride Month, this would be a great way to do so. That would be good. But otherwise, yeah. I'm just going to go ahead and kind of keep reading and then get back to the chat in between chapters. So, cool. I'll totally check out your sketch after I get done streaming. Fata Organa. Drema faced White Rabbit on a screen in the observation deck, the star-strewn void reflected in the viewport. He watched a schematic of the Ecclutania system. His posture... She watched a schematic of the Ecclutania system, her posture as still as the vacuum outside. The Terrans are demanding a full-scale assault, Drema informed them, voice low. They want to burn every Eclipse camp to the ground. They don't understand. It won't save my people, it'll only get more of them killed in the crossfire. Their hate is a powerful tool, but it of course causes suffering, White Rabbit replied, a blinking face on a screen. Which is why we need a better tool. You're certain Sakita is the key? I am. The words were heavy but absolute. She had recounted every moment of her captivity, every sterile instrument, and every cold assessment Sakita had made. She had detailed the change after his inhibitor broke, the flicker of emotion that became a flood. He is their most effective weapon. And he doesn't even know it. He'll follow orders and data, and that data will lead him straight to the Chancellor's weakness. And you believe he can be redeemed? My people believe that a seed can grow even in poisoned soil, Drema explained, watching an image of her planet turn slowly in the projection. He's broken, I know. But his breaking might be what saves them. Then we'll leave him like that, White Rabbit sighed. We'll leave him a little trail of breadcrumbs to follow, something he can't resist. Drema nodded. Sakita stood at the edge of a great precipice. All she could do was hope he found the will to leap. Ilya stood over me, a circular saw in his hands, and the Terran assistant who left the closed door behind him. Are you ready? Ilya asked. As ready as I'll ever be. Are you sure you want to do this? They'll grow back, I said. My hair will grow back. It's not like these things are irreversible. We could keep you on the ship. I'll die of boredom. Ilya laughed, the sparkling sound echoing through the sterile room. "You're right. Okay, hold still so I don't nick your skin." Ilya turned on the saw. The high-frequency whine filled the sterile room as he brought the spinning blade toward my forehead. The horns had to go. It was the only way. White Rabbit had assigned me to the Eklutania ground mission, but the Terrans and their Shiraki allies refused to serve with a Zomaranian war criminal. To that end, I had to don a disguise. Ilya procured a nanosuit meant to disguise the wearer with complex projections. To fit inside, I was to be shaved and shorn, remade in the image of my enemies, all for a chance to not be alone. Let's see. To be as useful as possible. The need for proximity to others was a flaw in my brain, a persistent error I couldn't debug. It was a humiliating vulnerability, and yet the thought of isolation was worse. Perhaps if I looked like them, hid amongst them, this gnawing emptiness would subside. Let's see. My usefulness would be most effective on the ground. Perhaps I could finally pass, not just as an ally, but as something resembling a person. The saw touched my horn, and the vibration traveled down to my skull, a deep, resonant hum. There were no nerve endings, no physical pain, but as the first sections fell away, a profound sense of loss washed over me. It wasn't just removing a part of my body. I was amputating my past. A tear dripped over my eyelid, but I could not stop it lest I disrupt Ilya's careful carving. As soon as he saw the tear, he turned the saw off and crouched to be at my eye level. My hands gripped the rest of the chair, and I relaxed them, not realizing I held onto them so tightly. Ilya gently ran his metallic fingers over my mechanical ones. Or rather, I can just say... Zomaranian ones, that's fine. My haptic sensors sending gentle pressure notes to my brain, and asked, "Should I stop?" "No," I said, tears flowing freely. "Keep going, I don't know what's wrong." Ilya did as I asked, continuing to carve away the horns until there was nearly nothing left. Finally, with gentle precision, he sanded the rest down until the horns lay flush to my head. Then the clippers came out. He buzzed my hair, taking care to avoid any mechanical parts of my ears. My head felt cold, and I did not like it. Once it was done, he lifted the helmet and placed it over my head. The helmet pressurized, nanomaterial molding to my skin. Nearly invisible holes allowed me to breathe and speak. When everything was said and done, the thin layer of material covered everything it needed to. Perfect fit. Ilya smiled sadly and nodded. "There. It's done. Do you want to get the rest of the suit on so we can give it a test?" I suited up, the unfamiliar second skin settling on my shoulders. I chose this, yet the loss was a palpable ache. Ilya lifted my arm. "The controls are straightforward. Your identity is preloaded, Maverick Moray from the United Commonwealth. Your backstory is that you escaped a restrictive religious cult. That should explain any social awkwardness." He paused and let out a deep sigh, his tone becoming serious. "We'll immerse you. You'll eat with them, sleep in their barracks, and breathe their air. One slip, one Zomaranian turn of phrase, one moment where you forget to act Terran, and you're a target for every single Terran on this ship who wants Sakita Gaddafi's head." "White Rabbit stresses that if that happens, you'll be confined to your cell. Understood?" He activated the suit. The world shifted in the mirror. Brown skin rippled over my pale face, and my eyes shifted to a dark brown, nearly black. A stranger stared back from my reflection. "This is the best in nanotech. We use it to plant spies all over the place, inside Eclipse included. Here's hoping this doesn't blow up in our faces." My face moved the same way, the bone structure similar to my own. "I love my team," Ilya admitted, gazing at my reflection. "But because Terrans are so damn stubborn, they won't do what's good for them. If White Rabbit needs you on this mission, we have to do what's necessary to keep you useful. Don't blow it." "This is surprisingly lifelike." I flexed my hands. The nanosuit gave the illusion of strong, muscular forearms and shoulders. The second skin will be warm to the touch, and you can turn it off at any time. I advise against that, though. From this moment on, Sakita is gone. There is only Maverick. Are you ready? I nodded and turned back around. The Terran clothes that I had been given now suited me, and I shuddered. Everything was different. What was my first objective? Or what is my first objective? Well, White Rabbit is going to announce that General Sakita will no longer be on the mission and that he has been reassigned to my team elsewhere. That means we're going to be shipping out very soon. No one else is aware of this deception other than I, so choose your allies wisely. I grabbed my bag and after a few pleasantries and a thank you, pocketed the broken pieces of my horns. I wasn't sure why I kept them. Ilya gave me directions to my new quarters and I took the elevator to the barracks. No one noticed me as I moved through the ship. Just another face in the crowd. My room had a single bunk, likely arranged by Ilya for privacy. At 2700 hours, the mess hall doors slid open. A wall of noise and smells hit me. Terrans ate 3 times a day, a ridiculously inefficient biological demand. To appear normal, I had to participate. I felt guilty, certainly, for lying to everyone, but I had no other option. Either I continued to be useful by whatever means necessary, or I ceased to be useful and then became dead weight. I took a tray, my movements stiff. I thought too hard about how I moved and tried to be more natural. The food was a baffling assortment of colors and textures. I selected items at random, finding an empty corner. Wow, awkward. And finding an empty table in the corner was a tactical victory. I sat and observed. I had been around Terrans before, of course, but never engaged in their social rituals. A group of soldiers laughed loudly nearby, Autumn among them. She glanced in my direction, her eyes sweeping over me with casual disinterest before returning to her friends. I let out a shaky breath. I had passed as the perfect stranger. The food was awful. One substance was mushy and bland, another was sharply acidic. I suffered through each bite, the experience overall unpleasant. I forced myself to finish half of it, acutely aware that I was an imposter. I could supplement with ration bars later. I slept alone, ate alone. If I was honest with myself, I was glad. Or the isolation gave me time to think about how I could go about this safely. Once Maverick's job was done and Eclipse was dismantled, Sakita could return and no one would be the wiser. I'd be punished as a war criminal and that would be that. Maverick, you ready to go? Ilya knocked on the door to my bunk a few days later. I did not respond for a moment and then realized my mistake. Yes, I have everything packed. You're going to have to get used to that, he joked. You're on Team Charlie with Drema, Atari, and Almond. I just thought you should know. Perhaps White Rabbit wanted to test my cooperativeness. All of this had been one great... let's see. Just kidding. I'm going to get rid of that sentence. I don't need it. Amon was a soldier I could stand to work with. With my disguise, she'd likely be more amicable. Atari was an unstable asset, and if we weren't careful, he could ruin the entire mission. He was durable, though, and like me, could take bullets. I wonder what had inspired him to take up the cause. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a break. We got to get through ads. There are so many words. My brain is pudding. My brain is Swiss cheese. It ain't good. Swiss cheese brain, bad. I am not ready. Are you ready? Are you ready, Mr. Krebs? Thanks for the heads up. Wait, I faltered. Drema's going? She insisted on joining the ground team for Eclutania. It's her homeworld. She's going to get herself killed. Out of impulsive protectiveness, I worried Animus had underestimated her importance. I was sure she could defend herself with her high tolerance for pain and her regenerative abilities, but if the Chancellor got her hands on Drema again, the fight would be over. She shouldn't be anywhere near a combat zone. She's not a soldier. We're sending out 3 teams to neutralize primary Eclipse camps, Ilya explained. I'll be getting a head start with White Rabbit using the Frogger engine. Let's see. Oop, there's another small plot hole. Because of editing. Okay, that's fine. I can fix that in a second. Using the Frogger engine prototype. It works perfectly, by the way. You're jumping in blind? I questioned. Just the 2 of you, hours ahead of support? Eclipse is on high alert, and they'll detect the spatial distortion from that kind of jump. You'll be ambushed before you even get your bearings. It's a calculated risk. I'm stealthy. I almost assassinated her once, remember? He said, with a wink. We need eyes on the ground before the main assault. Your team will hit the central lab complex once the other 2 outposts are down. The lab will have the heaviest security. The Chancellor is paranoid, and that will be the first place she reinforces. Hitting it last gives them the most time to prepare. My experience with the facility suggests light security, but that intel could be outdated, just like with Ivos. If it's heavily guarded, we'll adapt. What they forget is that we have one of the best strike teams in the star system, and most importantly, we have you. He clapped me on the back. We're going to give them hell. This can't possibly go wrong, right? It can't possibly be bad. I'm going to really quickly go ahead and get up and take a brief break. I will be right back. Are you ready, Mr. Krabs? All right, let's get this fucking assault on the road. Our boots sank into the mud as we ran through the jungle, dirt streaking our faces and clothes. Drema led the way, silent as a secret, her steps sure on the marshy ground, her home. Eclutania did not disappoint. The towering foliage made me feel like an insect, and the heat was suffocating. My disguise's nanomaterial trapped moisture, but at least I was rust-proof. My instincts had been right. Even though my previous experience had indicated light resistance and automated patrols, the entrance to the facility was crawling with Eclipse guards. My information was dangerously outdated, and to counteract my movements across the star system, Rel had increased security. So much for the General's intel, Amin grumbled beside me. She locked her focus on the patrol patterns ahead. If he can't even count, it's a miracle Eclipse managed to hold a planet for more than a week. Bunch of incompetent fascists. I adjusted the grip on my rifle, focusing on the mission. My ego bruised a little from the insult, but the reality was that I had been cut off from all up-to-date information. Our adaptiveness, as Ilya had called it, would have to win out over their brute force. The bases had once been pop-up tents and transfer trucks. Now 5 full-scale labs stood in their place. Security was thick. Whatever lay inside the Chancellor wanted protecting. After my betrayal, she reinforced what she had left. I had made her paranoid. Hunkered down behind a fungal growth, I had pulled out my datapad and tapped into the camp's local network. It was an older system, one I had used before while doing ground missions. On a desperate impulse, I entered my old command credentials, just like on my mission to track down Tavorsha. By now, they should have disabled my access codes. Access granted. General Sakita Gatafi. I shook my head in disbelief. Rel should have purged my access the moment I vanished. My first thought was that she was arrogant and sloppy, but that wasn't her typical methodology. She was meticulous, and this likely wasn't an oversight. It was an invitation to tempt me. She hadn't just left the door unlocked. She was holding it open, expecting me to walk through. She wanted me to see her plans, to know she was one step ahead. It was a trap, not for Animus, but for me. 4 guards, their black and red armor stark against the jungle's green, patrolled the single entrance. And actually, it's gold and blue. I'm full of lies. 2 carried flamethrowers. I registered the threat, but I also understood the cruelty of the choice of weapon. They were perfectly effective against Striolin, a great tool to incinerate, desiccate, and neutralize them. Amon motioned us deeper into the foliage, the scent of damp earth thick in the air. "Maverick," she whispered, "you're with me. We take the officer and the one on his 6. Drema, Dane, Atari, Temetri. You lay down suppression fire on my signal. I want them down before they can press a single alarm." I nodded in response. My background dossier had told her I was an assassin. While I had never been a trained killer, my work had always been clean and sterile. I knew the anatomy of every creature before us down to their most fragile parts and could exploit that for a quiet takedown. Amon's command sent Atari into the undergrowth, his new flail slung over his shoulder. He had refused a gun in favor of something more violent, and he claimed it made him feel like a Dungeons and Dragons character. The reference was lost on me, but the manic energy it gave him would likely intimidate the Terrans among the Eclipsean patrol. Ilya had patched him up, but he remained as unpredictable as ever. He insisted on coming because he, quote, needed some skulls to crush. I warned Ilya about his instability, but he assured me we needed him. Strong, volatile, and angry. Atari vanished into a cluster of broad-leafed ferns. The screen on his television had a black void in the dappled light. I moved wide to the right, the damp ground soft under my boots. My hand went to the dagger at my hip. I would prefer to use it for its stealthiness, but I drew my gun instead. Our orders were to shoot first. I found my sightline and watched Amon, a flicker of red locks moving through the undergrowth. She froze, a hand raised. A guard rounded the corner, their bored pace an indication that they felt untouchable here. Amon waited for them to take 2 more steps. Then she leapt like a bolt of lightning into the open. I watched Amon's red hair just kidding. There's another error. My bad. I fired. The shot was perfect, aimed for the gap between the armor beneath the guard's arm. The bullet punched through the cloth and snagged on a bulletproof undersuit. As Amon's blade cut open the squad leader's throat, the jungle exploded into a firefight. Atari charged, cussing up a storm and music blaring from his head. I recalibrated, aimed for a knee joint of a second guard, and fired. The man crumpled as his leg was rendered useless. We need good battle music. Hold on. That works. A flamethrower hit our Terran, sending them diving into the swamp to douse the fire. Atari's television... wow. What the... Why? My editing apparently was not as clean as I thought. This is why we have to read through our shit, guys. Always read your shit out loud is the lesson here. Another one of my bullets tore through the soldier's hand. They turned and unleashed their flamethrower one-handed at me. Fire erupted, igniting the fern I used as cover. The world narrowed as something blue caught my eye. Across the clearing, through the smoke and muzzle flashes, Drema dashed through the fray. She was barely recognizable, slick with mud and someone else's blood. The expression on her face made her a stranger. Amon fought with righteous fury. Atari battled our enemies with manic glee. Drema, though, looked devastated. Sorrow contorted her face as she landed each blow. I knocked the squad leader's helmet off and revealed the Terran beneath. The soldier panicked, igniting the ground. Amon leaped like a Terran cat, fury driving her dagger as she sliced away at the enemy's chest plate, which hit the ground with a thunk. Atari took the weakness as an immediate opportunity and stepped through the flames, clothes scorched, flail above his head. He slammed the sharp metal into the Eclipsean's chest. I could not get a good enough shot through the fire and ran to the side to aim better, only to see Drema struggling with a guard. "Drema!" I shouted. "Go for the helmet!" Drema fired, but the shot was intentionally low, striking the guard's chest plate. It punched through the armor and knocked the wind out of his lungs, but didn't kill him. If she wouldn't eliminate the threat, I would. I raised my pistol, centering the target in my sights, but before I could fire, she broke cover and threw herself directly into my line of fire. "Please! Wait, Maverick, wait! Don't shoot!" I raised my eyebrow and lowered my gun. Drema, with expertise, rushed the Terran and pulled their flamethrower from their hands, tossing it aside. She tried to restrain them, but they dodged out of the way. Outside of my periphery, our Terran dashed to help Drema tackle the Eclipsean soldier to the ground. "Surrender!" Drema demanded, holding her gun to the side of the Eclipsean's head. I noticed she had switched the safety on. I wondered who had taught her how to use a gun. "Surrender and we'll let you live." The Eclipsean nodded and put their hands behind their head. "Not a word," Amon growled, shoving the captured officer toward us. "We've got this one, too." Her efficiency was admirable, and her bluntness exhilarating. A flicker of admiration cut through my focus. She moved with the decisive grace of a Zomoranian tactician, and it impressed me. "Take them to the extraction point," she ordered our Shirok. "Both of them?" Dane asked, gesturing to Drema's prisoner. "Are you sure you have enough firepower for the facility?" "We'll manage. Go." She gave a curt nod and watched them drag the prisoners into the jungle. Her posture electric and eager. Let me see, what was that guy's name? Because it was not Dane. That's another plot hole, too. It's Temetri is that guy's name. Just kidding. That is not the guy. I wiped my forehead, but my nanosuit trapped the moisture. No matter what I did, the heat clung to me. Amon took a keycard from a fallen guard and opened the facility's door. "Stealth is key. Move quietly. Take down Eclipsean forces and rescue prisoners." "Understood," I replied. "Good shooting, Maverick," Atari said, clapping me on the shoulder. "You can be my wingman anytime." Drema gave me a thumbs up, her knuckles scraped and bloody. "Thank you. You could have just killed them. I appreciate that you didn't." A smile spread across my Terran face. The expression was clumsy, but I did my best. I basked in the feeling of being liked, if only for a moment. It was nice to be admired for a successful experiment or a sound strategy, not for a successful experiment or a sound strategy, but for a moment of restraint. I said nothing, though, fearing Amon might recognize my voice. "Let's go," Amon commanded. "We don't have all day." Alright, I'm assuming Atari's battle music is over. That's fine. It was good while it lasted. We crept inside, fingers on triggers. Atari whispered to Drema, but I was too far away to catch it. Amon and I took the right hallway. I held up a hand. "That door's got an alarm," I whispered. "We need to disable it." "Atari," Amon ordered, scanning for threats. "You're an android. Can you hack it?" Silence. We both turned. The hallway behind us was empty. No Atari. No Drema. I licked my lips as they became dry. I calculated the odds that Amon and I would be able to clear this facility by ourselves. They were poor. "Atari!" Amon hissed, her voice cutting the silence of the hallway. Nothing. She spun back to me, her face clouded in fury. "I knew it! I should have never trusted a fucking chiphead on a mission this important." Chiphead. She had called me that, too. It was a common Terran slur for androids, and apparently that resentment had extended to Zomoranians. "Not a fan?" I asked. "They're better off just being customer service robots, in my opinion. Without strict programming, they never listen." What about Ilya? Ilya's different. He's smart. This robot is defective and annoying. He wouldn't shut up the entire flight. Terran prejudice knew no bounds. It was as deeply ingrained as logic was in Zomaranians. They distrusted synthetics and thereby hated Zomaranians too. A different set of cultural axioms led to the same tribal conclusions. My former role required me to understand and exploit that division. Now, was I supposed to mend it? I pushed the thought aside to focus on the immediate problem. The key card. She handed me the card and I swiped it, but the door did not open. Worth a shot, I gave it back, and after a moment of fiddling, I popped the front panel off with my dagger. Just like on the Zomaranian satellite, I quickly and efficiently disabled the alarm. Thankfully, they were all built the same, and I had repaired many. The lab was empty. A long table sat at the center, surgical tools lining the wall. The equipment was clearly built for mechs, not hands. Loud banging echoed from somewhere in the facility, but Amon pushed us forward. What about Drema? The question caught in my throat, betraying my anxiety. If that android got her killed, I'd yank every bit of wiring from his body. They made their choice. Amon spat back, her eyes fixed forward. The mission always comes first. Always. The next room held 10 Striolan caged specimens. The air was thick with their fear and the reek of chemical sterilizers. My eyes catalogued the injuries they had sustained. Their limbs had been crudely amputated and tissue samples had been extracted with brutal imprecision. It could only be a crude replica of my work on the Finn. The sight of them horrified me. This was my legacy, simplified and mass-produced. I had created the blueprint for butchery. This is terrible, Amon spat. We need to move forward and find the scientists. Then we can let these ones free. One moment, I whispered as more banging and yelling echoed throughout the lab. Fortunately, if Drema and Atori kept up whatever they were doing elsewhere, they could keep Eclipsean eyes off Amon and me. Australian flinched as I approached the bars. I kept my voice low. Bukwal, Gusko Maverick, Eno, Nagamiki. When I turned back to Amon, her jaw hung open. Where did you learn to speak that? When I turned back, my mind raced through the fabrications Ilya had constructed for my cover. None of them explained this. Before I could formulate a plausible lie, a deafening crash from the room next room saved me. I avoided her question and used the interruption to my advantage, pushing past her to the door. Behind it, a Zomaranian scientist threw Atari across the room like a piece of scrap metal. The scientists moved with augmented speed and mechanical precision. They prepared to land a finishing blow on Atari, and I reacted. My shot blasted through the cluster of neural cabling at the back of their neck, severing the connection to their lower body. They crumpled, but did not give up so easily. Roaring in frustration, they lunged from their knees, thrusting an electrified probe at Atari's torso. It hit its mark, and the electrical jolt set a rainbow of flashing light and color across his television screen. Amon slid on her knees, slicing through the remaining cranial cables with surgical precision. The Zomaranian went limp, a puppet with its strings cut. Drema caught the body as it fell. What the hell were you thinking? Amon spat, her voice barely above a whisper. Running off like that. Distraction was all Atari could choke out, though he sounded like a communication device that had been dropped into a bathtub. Atari, you are in no shape to continue. Guard this prisoner and signal for Dane for extraction. Amon thrived in leadership, and I had to admit I didn't mind taking orders from her. Drema, Maverick, take the left lab. I'll take the right. Are you sure you want to go alone? I asked. I'll be fine. Stay quiet. Atari lifted the Zomaranian with ease after taking a moment to regain his senses, while Amon slunk off to another part of the facility. In the meantime, Drema and I moved to the south side of the building. Drema's steps were louder than I would have liked, but we moved forward nonetheless. Good fighting, Drema whispered. Did you find the other Striolan? Yes, I replied. There are just a little under a dozen in this facility, but they're all alive. Drema let out a shaky sigh of relief. Good, I'm so happy. Your relief is premature. We still need to finish off the remaining threats. To my surprise, the door to the operating room on the south side opened before we could get to it. Standing in front of us were a Zomaranian scientist and a Striolan companion, outfitted in Eclipsean armor. That was a first. Who are you? The Zomaranian demanded and drew their gun. They looked between Drema and me and then barked an order to their companion. Zalka, put the prisoner back in their cell and get rid of this Terran for me. Of course, sir, the Striolan replied. Drema's disappointment was indescribable. Eclipse's reach seemed endless. The Striolan wielding an electrified prod struck Drema across the face before she could defend herself. She fired wildly, clipping the Striolan's shoulder. While I valued preserving her species, this one was betraying its own. Drema just would not hit her opponent. She gave smart blows on the side of their body, but refused to commit to anything that would do true damage. I sparred with the Zomeranian, so I could not help her defend herself. Drema continued to get battered by her more violent and less caring opponent, her skin breaking in some places, blood seeping through her suit. Gufka! Drema shouted. Koemnes fegsegwu! She demanded that they stop, and they paused, their weapon over their head, deliberating their next move. Something slid around me, skidding behind my Zomerani opponent, and Amon's blades tore through their suit, exposing machine underneath. Sumi said, the enemy Striolan asked. What are you doing? Their Zomeranian handler demanded. Zalka, kill them! Bindik Drema, Drema replied. Ferse suferu. Whether they would listen and drop their weapon, only time would tell. The Zomeranian hit me across the face. I hoped that my disguise had not been broken. The Striolan hesitated, then obeyed their commanding officer. Gufka! Drema shouted again, her voice trembling. I will not kill you! With a precise swipe, I severed my Zomeranian target's neural framework. As they collapsed, I turned to the Striolan. Weapon raised, eyes wild, they prepared to strike. Amon lunged between Drema and the attacker, plasma daggers slicing their sides. Blood pooled on their Eclipsean uniform as they turned to Drema, confusion on their face. They dropped their weapon, falling into a crumpled heap. Drema sobbed, kneeling beside them. She reached out, voice trembling. Rebbe Pahem, she asked, what have they done to you? Fucking sucks, bro. Awful. That moment when you betray your own people and put everybody in fucking cages because they give you a paycheck. Fun. The hiss of the door startled me. I wasn't expecting anyone in my private quarters. I hadn't donned my disguise. Animus soldiers rarely visited unless delivering orders or supplies, and they always dropped things off outside the door. But when Drema opened the door without permission, rigid and uncertain, I froze. Drema, I said as placidly as I could. I needed to come up with an excuse for why I was in Maverick's room. Fast. You're back from Eclutania. How did it go? She didn't answer immediately, scanning the room with anxiety, not curiosity. She took it all in as if grounding herself before stepping inside. The door sealed behind her. I need to talk to you. Her voice broke the silence, brittle. Speak. The words slipped out before I could think better of it, and the tone harsher than I intended. I gestured to the cot. She hesitated, then sat, her exhaustion evident in slumped shoulders and a loosely coiled tail. The Drema I had left on the fin had been vibrant, unbroken. Now she carried a weight I could not ignore. I heard about your mission, I added. I'm glad it was a success. She let out a shivery laugh. Success, she repeated, the word bitter on her tongue. If you call killing my own kind and watching them betray everything we've ever stood for a success, then sure. It was a roaring victory. My throat tightened, the unfamiliar ache gnawing at me. I'm sorry. Her eyes met mine, and for a moment I thought she would lash out, accuse me of insincerity, of hypocrisy. But she didn't. I didn't come here for an apology, I don't know where else to go. I heard from White Rabbit that I could find you in here doing inventory. I'm glad they're keeping you busy. I rocked back slightly on the bed, my back resting against the wall. You could have gone to Chahea, I'm sure they'd understand. She shook her head. They wouldn't. Not really. They don't know what it's like to be fractured. To have to fight against something you used to believe was sacred. You do. You're right, I said finally. I'm sure you did what you had to do. Her fists clenched in her lap, fabric scraping against itself. I didn't want to kill them, Sakita. I didn't want to watch the life leave their eyes, but I did. Because if I hadn't, they would have killed me. They would have killed more of us. Her voice cracked on the last word. She shrugged as she pulled the jacket Animus had given her back up over her shoulder, cotton catching on her nanosuit. You survived, was all I said. Sometimes that's all we can do. You taught me that. Her eyes narrowed and braced for an angry accusation. Instead, she leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. I know who you are. Well, of course you do, Drema. This isn't a surprise. I know you were on Equitania, Maverick. I stiffened in shock. My disguise had similar features to me, but our faces weren't exactly the same. You're mistaken. Ilya wouldn't let me go on that mission, and I was reassigned— Stop. She didn't raise her voice, but the command was absolute. I saw you fight. You fight like a Zomaranian. My first instinct was to maintain the lie and gaslight her, to retreat behind the meticulously crafted persona, but my cover was already blown. What gave me away? Your facial structure is almost exactly the same. She laughed weakly. Unfortunately, I've spent the last several months staring at your face and hating it. The others might not recognize you, but I do. The way you move, the way you carry yourself. It's you. I suspected you might pick up on it, but no one else is supposed to know. Why? She pressed. Why hide who you are? The Animus operatives are going to find out and resent you for it. Because no one trusts me, I admitted. Not fully. I've done too much, been a part of too much. To them, I'm a liability, so if I'm going to be useful, I have to do it in a way that doesn't make things worse. Going undercover as a Terran let me help without drawing attention. She smiled. She studied me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. And White Rabbit knows? Yes, I said, and Ilya. He's the one who gave me the disguise. No one else is aware. The silence stretched between us, heavy and charged. Finally, she spoke. Your secret is safe with me. Why? I asked. I searched for any sign of doubt or hesitation, but there was none. Why would you do that for me? Because you put your life at risk for my planet. You could have let Amon kill that soldier. You could have stood back and let us fail. You could have betrayed us to get your old life back. But you didn't. I opened my mouth to argue, to remind her of everything I had done to her people, to everyone. She cut me off and stood before I could respond. Don't mistake this for forgiveness, she said. The silence stretched, the tension between us softening. Not peace, but a start. I know this room is monitored. She looked around, her eyes meeting with the solitary blinking camera. Ilya and White Rabbit, they're the only ones who can access this footage, right? As far as I'm aware, yes. Good, she said. She marched toward the door, but just as she reached it, she paused, glancing back at me, because if anyone else finds out, they won't be so understanding. Drema's like, bro, I looked deep into your booty hole. I knew exactly who you were, my man. This is not a surprise. All right, I'm going to hydrate, and then we should also take a break for ads. Everybody stretch. We got about 100 pages left to go. We're about 75% of the way through the book. Give or take. Oh, God. I opened that article of Mr. Blobby again. I'm gonna back out of this article on my phone. This is actually horrifying. Scary. Awful. That's a little gay man. I can't. I think if Sakita had to identify anything as anything, Sakita is very demisexual and probably omni-romantic. I don't think that he really cares. Because he also, like, in terms of gender, is, I would argue as well, apagender. Like, his culture just doesn't do gender, so he does not give a singular shit. I think if someone were to ask him, he'd be like, humans think way too fucking hard about this shit, guys. Like, it's not that serious. You guys are little freaks. You and the Shirok are both little freaks. All right. The mess hall was loud with celebration. News of success on Eklutania had spread, and Maverick was the hero of the hour. A Terran I didn't know slapped me on the back, congratulating me on my kill count. I forced a smile and nodded, the praise choking up my throat. They were celebrating a man who didn't exist for actions taken by a man that they would execute on sight. Each cheer, each friendly gesture was a hammer tap against the thin ice I stood upon. They asked about Zomoranian disabling techniques and my supposed past in a reclusive cult, a backstory of Ilya's invention. My natural unfamiliarity with Terran food and slang told the lie perfectly. I acted the same, but with brown skin instead of blue and my horns filed down, I was somehow a hero. Hey, Maverick! Atari slid into the seat beside me, his voice modulator unsteady. The Zomoranian attack had shredded his 400-year-old body, modern weapons tearing through his carapace like wet cardboard. Yet he remained chipper. His screen played a video of a Terran in a white shirt on a fishing boat, waving vigorously. What's shaking? Nothing much, I replied with a smile. Terrans avoided Atari like the plague. Androids on Terran colonies handled menial tasks, so Atari, as much Terran as he was metal, was a concept that unsettled them. You kicked ass on Eklutania. Thanks for saving my skin. Atari slammed his hand against the side of his head, causing a spray of static across the television screen. At that, his voice steadied. It's nothing, really. I'll remember that if you tickle a Zomoranian just right, they lose feeling in their legs. He laughed, music emanating from his head. He played music at all hours, songs I had never heard, and neither, it seemed, had any other Terran on the ship. Want to spar sometime? You lifted a Zomoranian like a lost child, I joked. Be relatable. No thanks. Someone nearby got up and left, finding Atari too loud. Atari turned to look at them, a frowning emoticon on his television. You okay? I asked. It was customary for Terrans to check in on others' emotions, I had learned. People are just dicks. He poked a fork at some food that he could not eat and did not need to eat. Still, he had gotten a tray for himself. No biggie. Your head unit, I said, attempting what I understood to be helpful advice. It's jarring. Most Terrans prefer to interact with faces that mirror their own biological structures. Perhaps a more humanoid interface would make them more comfortable. I'm sure Ilya could engineer something. Atari stopped poking his food. His screen went blank for a few painful seconds, then displayed a series of loading dots. He turned his head slowly, the motion deliberate and unnerving. He said nothing. He simply stood, pushed his tray away, and walked out of the mess hall. I replayed what I had said in my head. All I had stated was fact. Regardless, he was upset, and I didn't know why. After my meal, I was heading to my room to prepare for a meeting with White Rabbit when I spotted Amen. I waved and smiled, as expected in Terran culture, and she smiled back. Her eyes flicked across my face, hinting at a serious conversation. Hey, Maverick. She grinned, unusually happy. I was hoping I'd run into you. Can you talk? I'm getting ready for a meeting soon, but I have a few minutes, yeah? Here, we can walk and talk, she said as she followed me to my room. You doing okay after that last mission? I'm fine. You? Fine. Drema got her ass handed to her and has been healing. She bled all over the place. I hope she's okay. My voice betrayed desperate worry. And I hated it. I missed the coolness of my voice before the damage. Suddenly, secrets were much harder to keep. She's fine. Her people are strong. It would be inspiring to see them fight under other circumstances, I think. Amen followed me into my room without asking, and I did my best to act casual. She sat on my bed and looked around. Nice digs. You bunk by yourself? For now, I said. If more come, I'm sure the space will be filled. You took some hits, but I didn't see you bleed. She said, her tone casual, but her eyes raking over every single one of my features. Protective nano armor, I replied smoothly. I'd rather not get nicked by a bullet. Good choice. She tilted her head. Funny. I didn't know Animus had the money for that kind of asset. Her hand drifted toward her blade. I turned away, feigning indifference as I opened a dresser drawer. They don't. It's a relic from my honest assassin days. Can never be too careful. The air crackled behind me just before she struck. She seized my arm, twisted it behind my back, and slammed my face into the metal wall. The impact sent a jolt through my skull. How did you learn Striolan? She demanded. I'm a specialist, I grunted. All the cyber fluid in my body rushed to my face, and I attempted to turn my head. I trained to be a master infiltrator. There are no Striolan on the Commonwealth. You're right, I'm a polyglot. I spent a few sessions with Drema before our mission to be able to say a few things like my name and to stay put. Drema taught me. Or let's see, just kidding. She held the pressure of her blade for a long moment, evaluating the lie. Then she spun it around, the flat of the blade resting against my skin. You were impressive out there. My synthetic lungs, which had no need to breathe, hitched in a pathetic gasp as a fear response. Thank you. I'm watching you, Maverick. She growled in my ear. White Rabbit may trust you, but I don't. One more thing that doesn't add up and I'll get the truth my way. And then she left. The door closed behind her. I let out a sigh of relief. I'm actually just kidding. Let me add in a few sentences here. Okay, there we go. I quickly removed my disguise as the world around me blurred and tunneled. I glanced at the mirror, seeing my own face for the first time all day. Blue blood, the little that remained in my face under the golden nanofluid, pooled into a bruise on my cheek. My legs trembled as fear rushed through my body, and I gripped the dresser in a bout of nerves. She nearly brought me to my knees. I walked on thin ice, and it was only a matter of time before someone found out that I was a snake in the grass. Almond's like, I'm gonna kick the shit out of you. White Rabbit's assessment of the Ecclutania mission was blunt. You succeeded. Their synthesized voice scratched through the speakers as their digital eyes watched us. But your success was inefficient and came at too high a cost. Animus can't afford that kind of loss of personnel. I stood beside Ilya in the comms room and folded my hands in front of me. Drema's suit is inadequate for frontline combat. She requires reinforced armor. If she continues to run in front of bullets to save the enemy, she'll get herself killed. Agreed, White Rabbit nodded. See to it. Your second project is Atari. Actually, let me clarify here. His performance was erratic at best. Based on my research, he likely has very valuable ambassador information stored in his databanks. His chassis is compromised beyond repair. He requires a full construction if he wants to continue to fight. And if we want that data, he will be your responsibility, Sakita. He was built to withstand even the harshest conditions on Earth. So take that foundation and make him durable enough to fight. In the privacy of my quarters, the daily ritual of sanding down my horns was an easy way for me to meditate on all that had happened. After the confrontation with Drema, the charade felt pointless. She saw Sakita behind my Terran mask, and eventually the others would too. Amen would likely be the next to know. Then, the Terran penchant for gossip worked in my favor. They spread rumors about Sakita's missing horns like wildfire, the most popular being that Babali had cut them off as revenge for his own horns. He even began to take good credit for it. Good. Let them add to the facade so I could work and just get all of this over with. Upon Atari's initial examination... Actually, I'm going to move this whole paragraph, these 2 paragraphs. Just kidding. There we go. Better. Upon Atari's initial examination, my hypothesis was confirmed. The television atop his shoulders was not a helmet, but his head. I donned gloves and readied examination tools in a monitored lab, and Amin lingered not too far beyond the doorway. She wanted to make sure I would not extract information from Atari or kill him. Is it all right if I touch you? I asked. Why, Doc? Atari cocked his head at me, a winking face flashing on his screen. Worried I have a bag of apples somewhere? I processed his words, searching for the answer to the joke. Humor was never my strong suit. Not worried one bit. My objective is to assess the structural integrity of your chassis to determine which of your components are salvageable. You're not tossing anything. He barked, his good-natured humor gone. Parts are parts, I countered, my Zomaranian upbringing rearing its head. Functionality is the most important if you want to continue to be on the front lines. To enhance your durability and make sure you can stay in the fight, compromised parts must be replaced. These compromised sections are me, he shot back. They're what's left of me and the engineer that put me together. You don't get to just throw them away. They're broken, Atari. I've replaced things that were broken. On his screen, images and video flashed as if repeating something that had happened long ago. Ancient Terran structures that looked like stores or warehouses blinked in succession. I was able to find everything I needed. Even in a resourceless wasteland, I don't need you. Your head is a replacement, correct? Yeah, the other one... But the television quivered again, shorting. His screen flashed white, buffered, and continued. I thought that the other one that Aurora made me was ugly. I like this one more. I slid my stool closer to him and he flinched. I promised to only look. Aren't you like Dr. Mengele? You rip things apart and dissect them like frogs? The tone of his voice reflected malice, and it surprised me that he had such an expert grasp on communicating emotions he could not feel. I don't trust you. White Rabbit does. Ilya does. Ilya and the Terrans left me on a planet to die. Atari spat, bitter and full of digital static. They wrote me off as a loss, so pardon me if I don't give a shit about what they think is best for me now. Through the observation window, Amin flinched. Did she feel bad for his circumstances, even though she was not responsible? How about this? I tapped my fingers on the console. Would you be willing to stand? I can give you verbal commands and look from a distance. This was a luxury I would have never given on the Finn, but I had to get him to trust me. I had to get all of Animus to understand that my methodology had changed. I had to show that I understood now the error in what I had done. Atari did as he was told, and stood, allowing me to get a look at him after stripping off a dirty green jumpsuit that he had refused to part with since we picked him up on Earth. The damage to his body was catastrophic. He had not been designed to be waterproof or survive as long as he did, but somehow he had persevered. Everything was covered in rust, even the inside. I'm trying to ask this in a way that isn't offensive. Stop me if I say something hurtful. I grabbed a tablet and began to jot down notes. That is a terrifying way to start a conversation, he scoffed. Do you feel haptic feedback? Temperature? Pain? I used to. No, and no. So his systems were old for temperature readouts, and even his haptic sensors had failed. I didn't feel pain in my mechanical parts, but that was because Zomaranians had chosen that as a feature. Pain was distracting. I can assume then that all of this rusting does not cause you any discomfort? No, other than mobility issues. How did this happen, may I ask? I'm mostly made of titanium and stainless steel, but as I've had to replace parts, things got icky. I rusted fast. Did you find yourself out in the elements often? I mean, sometimes, but other things made it worse. Can you explain? Tequila. Rip. Okay, I want this to go right there, actually. The work became my anchor. After finishing Drema's suit, I returned my full attention to Atari. For weeks, the workshop was my sanctuary. Ilya would bring me schematics from the Ambassador archives, and we'd spend hours adapting the designs to our scavenged materials. I designed a frame I would have chosen for myself, light, strong, and powered by a compact fusion core. It was a work of art, given the circumstances. When the day came to integrate his head unit, Atari refused a modern interface. The television stays, he insisted. It's an antique. I was forced to weld old wires and leave the corroded chips in his head where they were. Ilya's software threw a fit, but after some tweaking, we got the technology to integrate. He hated the body. I could tell. The first test was a disaster. He moved with a new fluid grace thanks to the modern parts. But his rage was a constant danger to both himself and others. I watched from the observation deck as he navigated the training course. He jumped to grab a ledge and pull up, looking at his hands as he righted himself. Then, in an explosion of emotion, he drove his fist into the wall, buckling the metal plate. Then came the incident in the mess hall. A Terran called him a toaster, and Atari threw his longboard with enough force to dent the partition next to the man's head. Later, watching the disciplinary hearing on a monitor, I leaned forward as Atari's screen flickered and popped. He tried to cry, his shoulders and torso shaking in mechanical imitation of sobs. A sound of garbled agony came from his voice modulator. It was a convincing replica of Terran pain and fury, a feature that one could argue assisted in being more relatable, but at this point was detrimental. The Ambassador's code was flawless, and Ilya never fluctuated with such extremes. He seemed to believe that Atari was an ambassador of Aurora first, and that this was all an act because he had been forgotten for so long. But I wasn't sure. The interview was sterile. The room was sterile and familiar. Gray walls, a single light panel overhead. Atari sat rigid in the metal chair, his ratty jumpsuit a stark contrast to his new body beneath it. He should have been excited about the upgrades, but he was the opposite. Atari's fists clenched and unclenched mechanically, his movements jerky and aggressive. Across the table, Drema sat calm but intent, her soft voice filtering through the speakers as Ilya took notes. We had asked her to speak with him, hoping her placidity would get him to open up. I'm trying to understand, Atari. She began again. What is it about this body that makes you so upset? Atari didn't answer immediately. The television screen flashed through emoticons, photos, and videos of a variety of emotions and settings too fast to appear natural. Anger, frustration, a flicker of a Terran crying out in despair, though no audio played through his speakers. It's wrong, he said at last, his voice a low growl. Everything about it feels wrong. Gosh, he's erratic, Ilya muttered as his fingers flew across his tablet. His AI shouldn't behave like this. We start with a clean slate from Aurora to adapt to our environment, but this is normal. His systems must be misfiring. His old processor might not be integrating properly with the new body. No, I said, leaning closer to the glass. Look at his movements. This isn't a malfunction. It's intentional. He's fully aware of what he's doing, though I'm not sure why. Do you feel, Ilya? Emotion, I mean. Not in the traditional sense, no. We're coded to mimic emotions precisely for communication. Emotions are just chemical responses to stimuli, aren't they? He mused, touching his chin. So we can feel, in theory, but without a physical response. I imagine you feel something similar now. Your mind wants more than your body can provide. Why would he want to imitate something that brings him so much pain? Awareness doesn't mean rationality, Ilya countered. His AI is antiquated, cobbled together over centuries without proper updates, tuning, or oversight. He's bound to experience glitches. I don't think this is a glitch, I said, watching Atari as he slammed his fists onto the table. Drema didn't flinch at Atari's outburst. Can you explain that? I know it's hard, but I really do genuinely want to understand. It doesn't fit, he snapped. It's too much, too new, too... He stopped, his words catching in his throat. It's not me. That's an emotional response, I murmured, more to myself than to Ilya. I had observed several thousand creatures during my tenure on the Finn, and knew an out-of-control chemical response when I saw one. He's expressing frustration, not malfunctioning. I believe you. Ilya paused, thinking about his next words carefully. Now we have to figure out what to do about it. If his emotional responses are that reactionary because of his AI training or otherwise, we need to fix it if he wants to be on the battlefield with us. Otherwise, he's a danger to himself and others. That could compromise the data in his head. Drumma's voice remained calm. When you say it doesn't fit, do you mean physically or something else? He stared at her, his screen blank for a long while. It's, I don't know, he said finally, his voice cracking. I felt like this for a long time, ever since... Broken videos flashed across his face, rockets departing a blue sky, fields of withering plants, mannequins, dust, emptiness, darkness, a Terran wasteland. He slammed the television box, turning the screen black. After a pause, he muttered, "Maybe if I were human, I could have gone with them." With who, Atari? His body convulsed with another surge of electricity, and I winced, watching it. I can't feel it. Not the way I'm supposed to, he said. The hurt, the emptiness, it's like they didn't matter. Because I can't feel that they're gone, it's like they didn't exist at all. Ilya frowned beside me. I don't know how we're supposed to help him. What he's asking for is organic sensation. It's not my area of expertise, I admitted. My people have spent hundreds of years trying to take away that sensation, not give it. This, if true, changed everything. It meant that Aurora had truly created something intelligent. If, theoretically, we were to give this android the ability to feel in the way that he said he missed, then what differentiated him from me, or any other Terran, for that matter? Atari's anger faltered, collapsing into a frustration so profound both Ilya and I stepped back. In that collapse, I saw a reflection of myself. The fight wasn't about superior technology or strategic advantage or knowledge. Rel had those in abundance. It was about this raw, illogical, and painful wrongness Atari felt. It was the same current of feeling that ran through me, whether it could be explained by code or not, an organic chaos I had spent my life suppressing. The Chancellor hadn't lost sight of the spark of life. In her grief and rage, she had removed the ability to see it at all from her code, and she would scrub clean the rest of the galaxy if we failed. Poor Atari. I tried drinking myself to death. You're a robot. Yes. Yep. Atari's doing his best, man. This would be easier if you cooperated, I muttered, pulling a glove over my metal hand. You are incomprehensible, General Batondo spat, shaking her head. Look at what they've done to you. You have two choices. You can provide Animus with actionable intelligence, or you can face execution. You would betray Eclipse after everything it gave you. You were the most respected scientist in the known universe. She shifted, calculating. Was she playing to my ego, or did she suspect I was broken? I shrugged and sat across from her, aware of the blinking red camera eye recording us. It's not the point of the conversation. I have a series of questions to ask you, and I need you to answer honestly and with no hesitation. If you do so, we'll treat you kindly and keep you alive as long as you prove your worth. What a selfish, pretentious brat you are. Eclipse is selfish. I won't deny it. Now tell me about its directives. Oh, so you're with Animus now. Her face shifted into a mask of disgust, a calculated performance. You really are a filthy traitor. My blood pressure rose. Animus had picked her up from Eklutania, one of the last surviving officers, and White Rabbit saw it as a perfect chance to interrogate her. Chehea got nothing. As a Zomaranian, Batondo had no respect for Terran, so White Rabbit sent me in. Given my sorry state, I must have looked ridiculous to her. Our first question pertains to some interesting files I found. There are operations hidden within operations, secret little missions the Chancellor has either conducted herself or hired others to complete only to kill them. Does any of that sound familiar? I don't answer to Cro-Magnon lobotomites. My hand clenched against my thigh, twisting the fabric of my pants tightly into my fist. You know what? I spat. You will answer my questions. Your chancellor is pulling the wool over your eyes. I have evidence, and you're self-sabotaging everything the Zomaranians stand for. Says the bald, hornless traitor. Her insults hit me like a spark in a tinderbox. I flipped the table, the metal slamming into her with a crash that echoed in the sudden silence. I stood, panting, shocked by the rage burning through my veins. Batondo tilted her head, her expression of cold, clinical pity. In Aurora's name, you're broken, she said with disgust. We must fix you as soon as possible. I am not broken. I decide my fate, not you, not Animus, no one. Now answer my fucking questions. She blinked slowly, seeming to decide that enduring my tantrum no longer suited her. I know nothing of the missions you speak of. Nothing. Nothing about Crystal Robin, Project Obsidian, Crimson Warden, any of those ring a bell? A Terran phrase slipped out, and I scowled. No, I recall nothing about them. Then tell me this. I know you know the answer to this one, as all generals are privy to this information. I need you to tell us the Chancellor's current location. Never. She did not relent. My first cold instinct was to do what Nocti had done to me, pull her inhibitor and let chaos do the work. White Rabbit proposed another kind of chaos. He sent in Atari. I watched from the monitor for the first hour. Batondo sat rigid as Atari circled her, his screen a flashing nightmare of Terran pop culture, static, and the gore of Terran wars. He didn't speak in sentences, but in fragments of old broadcasts layered with sound effects and snippets of music. It was meaningless noise, but it was relentless. After 3 days, the camera feed showed her huddled in the chair, her head turned away from the sound as Atari calmly recited an ingredient list for some kind of Terran snack cake, then blared a commercial for it at full volume. Her scream finally ripped from her throat. Surrender. We agreed to his removal for a price. Soon enough, I was back in the interrogation room. I leaned forward, planting my boot on the chair to loom over her. Are you ready to speak now? If it will get me peace, she moaned, weary. None of this matters anymore, anyway. No, I pressed. No, she scoffed. The dark bags under her eyes stained her blue skin. The Chancellor is about to succeed in her grand plan. She told us so. And where exactly does she plan on carrying out this grand plan? Mouse 9. Of course. It would all come back to the place where it began. The planet Rel kept me from would be the place of her demise. White Rabbit imprisoned Batondo. Her fate was his to decide. My gut churned. We had to find Rel and strike before she could act. Batondo gave us the location, and Animus celebrated. The name triggered a cold familiarity in me. Mouse 9 triggered a cold familiarity in me. It was a research hub, yes, but it also crawled with layers of security I had implemented myself. Batondo knew I was familiar with the base. To give up the Chancellor's location so easily, even under duress, wasn't typical for a Zomaranian officer. It was an intentional slip. It was a trap. I sent my analysis to White Rabbit, hoping you would see the logic behind my paranoia. Sakita vanished, and Maverick returned. The nanosuit felt like a cage, the brown skin a lie I expected to be called out at any moment. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a brief break here for ads. What snack cake was the snack cake in question? I imagine it was probably a cosmic brownie. It seems like Little Debbie's. I think that was the thing. I imagine he was just sitting there yelling, enriched wheat flour, sugar, corn syrup, water, thiamine, monotitrate, vitamin B1, riboflavin, just like at full volume. And then just the Little Debbie snack commercial just like blasts. And then there's just screaming. There's also a lot of screaming. I'm sure it was fucking awful. I know Gabriel joked about that in a previous stream as well. He was like, wouldn't it be funny if, like, Atari was just a torture device? And I was like, literally, actually, that's 100% canon. I'm not gonna lie. He's incredibly effective at his job. I imagine in the middle of this interrogation was just that, like, spinning cat meme. It's the OEI fucking meme or whatever the fuck that is. And just full blast. Awful. I found myself mimicking the postures of my Terran crew members, pitching my voice lower, and trying to master a casual slouch that felt utterly alien. In the mess hall, someone clapped me on the back, and I flinched so intensely that they recoiled. "Rough day?" they asked. I only nodded, my throat too tight from hypervigilance to reply. It was only in the workroom with Atari, surrounded by diagnostics and familiar machinery, that I could drop the performance. But even there, nothing was ever simple. Whenever I would tweak his hardware, it ended up broken days later. Each session wore my nerves thin. "Atari, I need you to stop picking away at yourself," I told him one evening. He had pulled the paneling on his chest, seemingly eager to look at his engine and other parts. Surprisingly, Atari said nothing as he lay on the table. This was the first time that I had ever seen him be completely silent. "Are the parts not to your satisfaction?" His television screen flickered, flashing images of people and places I had never seen, too quickly for me to process. Suddenly, he started as if ashamed of something and manually turned off the television with his hand. "I promise there's no judgment here," I assured. "You wouldn't understand." I exhaled deeply, trying to resist becoming agitated. "Look, the only way I can help you is if you tell me what's wrong. If these are not to your liking, we can do something else. What I want you can't give me. If you don't tell me, I won't know how to help you. Then I want my old parts back. We can't do that. You're a great fighter. If you're out on the battlefield with those rusty pieces, you'll be entirely debilitated." Atari shoved me away from him. "It's not about parts, dude. That's what you Eclipsean fucks don't get. No matter how much you replace, certain things you just can't fix. From what I hear, your Chancellor has taken so much she's practically carved a hole in the side of the whole damn galaxy." He was right. We replaced, augmented, and fixed. My own neural inhibitor was a testament to that philosophy. As he sat up, I looked him over, a patchwork of flawed code and grief and steel. He was flawed, yes. But ultimately, it wasn't my choice to fix him in that way. "I understand." I held up a hand, hoping to forestall an outburst. "I really do. But I'm going in blind here, Atari. I just want to help." "Well, you don't need to help me." He stood aggressively, and I knew there was no way I'd be able to hold him down. "I don't need to be like the other ambassadors, and I certainly don't need to be like you." "Hey!" someone called as I entered my room, exhausted from Atari's babbling and repairs. I had replaced my nanosuit disguise in the workroom before returning to Maverick's quarters, but still jumped, fearing something had gone wrong. Amon approached with purpose, but I checked my hands. "Brown." "Hey, Amon, what's up? Does White Rabbit need us?" "Oh, no," she interjected. "Not today." "Oh," I stated, my hand hovering at the doorknob. I had hoped to get the suit off my face and wipe the sweat from my skin, which had become irritated from wearing the nanosuit too much, but I couldn't escape prying eyes no matter how hard I tried. Amon leaned on the wall and nodded her head in the direction of my room. "You don't have to stop because of me." "Do you need me for something?" "Nothing but company, I suppose," she replied. "White Rabbit has indicated that he won't be ready to boogie until he's ironed out all the kinks, so we're stuck at a standstill until he does, and I'm bored as hell." "Plus, I wanted to apologize for threatening you when we last spoke." "Me? Why me?" In accordance with Terran courtesy, I opened the door and gestured inside. "Do you need to talk about something?" "Maybe. Depends on if you want to listen." We entered the room, and she sat on my bed, pulling off her boots. I did the same, tucking mine under the bed. The room was perfectly ordered, devoid of personality. In moments, she disrupted that, reclining and wrinkling the sheets. Hands behind her head, she remarked, "It's very clean in here." "Thank you. You're not like the other Animus members, you know. I mean, I feel like all Terran men are the same, especially the ones from the Great Republic. You can see it in their rooms. The way they store their shoes, even the way they dress themselves. I hate it." I couldn't speak on it. In truth, I hated the way most Terrans dressed and acted, so the sentiment was relatable. You get it, though. I haven't ever really cared to know religious types, but you're the most relatable person I've ever met. She used her pillow my pillow to prop herself up, and she sighed. Things have been so weird on the ship, too, with that asshole of a Zomaranian around. You couldn't have come at a better time. Is that so? God, he's the worst! She spat. Struts around like he's not just a leashed pet. So entitled. I can't believe White Rabbit lets him roam unsupervised. The Eclipsean Chancellor could already be en route to blow us up, and we wouldn't catch it in time. It pisses me off. You don't think he's genuinely turned over a new leaf? That he wants to help? Hell no! She cackled. Are you serious? He's doing it out of self-preservation, that's all. Zomaranians are so self-righteous that they don't give a shit about anyone else but themselves. A cold dread washed through me. My own logic rose to argue. We simply choose not to associate with lesser intellects. But it sounded horribly mean. A pathetic excuse to me now. She was talking about me. The man she was confiding in was the very monster she despised. I forced a nod, the motion stiff. The weight of the disguise locked all the muscles in my neck. I was betraying everyone around me for the sake of a smooth mission and a decisive victory. Have you been doing okay, Maverick? I know adjusting to life on the ship can be hard. It's been jarring, I admit. I don't fit in. I recognize that. The only person who seems to want to be around me is Atari, and I'm not sure what that says about me. The other Terrans are blind. Everything about you is such a fresh change from everything in this place. If you wanted, we could spar sometime. My eyes widened. We don't have to if you don't want to. No big deal. She scoffed, quickly covering up her request. What was she doing? Nanofluid pulsed against my throat, a warm pressure rising into my face. Her words carried an undertone I could not place. Sparring would be fine. I need to stay in the best shape I can. Perhaps soon. I met her tone with flatness. You free tomorrow? Her gaze lingered, her ears flushing as little time as... I'm fine. Her ears flushing the shade of russet. No. I tried to look anywhere but her face. While I had spent as little time as possible with Terrans on the fin, I knew bashfulness when I saw it. A chemical response had brought all the blood to her face and ears. Absolutely not. I should be. Great. See you then. She stood abruptly, breaking the tension in the room. She was gone before I could spit out a response, the door hissing shut behind her. I was left to drown in the silence. If I could have been sick, I would have. Her sudden retreat could only mean one thing. She had sensed my hesitation and hoped to dig the truth out of me, or worse, she hadn't, and I had just accidentally encouraged something that I was entirely unequipped to handle. Poor Amun. She's like, you're not like the other guys, and he's like, I want to die. Help me! Amun's fist grazed past me as I ducked, dodging her dummy blade. We circled, grinning. These sessions cleared my head, and for once I was enjoying myself. She was a rare match. 6 rounds in without a hit. First strike bought the other a drink. Maverick, can I borrow you for a moment? Someone called from the doorway. She flowed around me, all instinct and explosive force, tapping my shoulder with her blade before I had even processed her lunge. She was faster than most Terrans, her movements a blur of instinct and force. I hadn't been challenged like this in a long time. You think too much, she teased, a ghost of a smile on her face. I focused on the shift of her weight. Something sparked to life in me, raw, competitive fire. When my blade finally slipped past her block and rested on her ribs, a joyous grin spread across her face. We both panted, out of breath and sweating from the dance, and she tucked a red lock behind her ear. We gazed into each other's eyes, tracing the contours of the other's face. Maverick, the person at the door called. She swiped at my foot and tried to pull me down. I barely budged. Surprised, she pressed on, playful and relentless. Yo, Maverick! Ilya's voice snapped me from the fight. I turned toward the sound, and in that split second of distraction, Amun swept my legs out from under me. I landed hard, my skull rattling against the mat. She leaped forward and straddled my chest, locking me in place with her dummy blade at my throat. She grinned down at me, playfulness tucked into the dimples at the corner of her mouth, victorious. Gotcha, she chuckled as she caught her breath. I yield, I managed, laughing despite myself. If you're not busy, Ilya clarified from the doorway, I need your help. Amon lowered her blade but didn't get up off me. I guess I owe you a drink, I said, my eyes still on hers. Next time you're free, then, she offered, helping me back to my feet. Come and get me in my office if you want to go out drinking. What's up? I asked Ilya as I pulled my Animus jacket back over my shoulders. I have a mission, Ilya said, smiling, though his voice betrayed a more serious matter. I need you to come with me. Me? I asked, zipping up my jacket. Why not Amon or any of the other operatives? Because this isn't relevant to Animus. It's personal to me. He kept his gaze forward as we walked together down the hall. We're going to the edge of the galaxy to meet someone who knew the Zons before they fell. They may hold the key to defeating Rel, and I require your scientific perspective. How? The Zons have been effectively extinct for 100 years. Did I say they were Terran? We departed. Atari waited at the bay. Apparently, he was coming too. Ilya nodded, and we boarded his cruiser, launching toward the farthest star system. The star chart confirmed it. Few systems held intelligent life. There was my own, the Terran's home system, and the cluster the Zolt occupied. Little else. At the galaxy's edge lay Let, the only habitable world of its system. Ilya set the autopilot and leaned back in his chair. And now, he mused, we wait. Atari dug through crates, then asked, Are we there yet? No, dude, it's hours away. Ilya laughed. We're going to an abandoned planet? I probed. Atari kicked back. Classic horror plot. He's taking us out there to die. I'm taking you two to meet another ambassador. Atari bristled at the words, but after a moment he played music from his head, and his screen went black. A row of several Z's appeared across the monitor as he folded his arms behind his head. And this new ambassador of Aurora? I asked, choosing to ignore him. I've never met them. Ilya glanced up at the map, wistful. We were made in alphabetical order, and after I met up with Animus, I did not ever see any of my successors. I was made aware of their existence in our shared database. Atari went offline when he pulled his own head off, I presume, and Aurora has long been far out of range. But most of the other ambassadors are still alive. Their name? Stardust. If you were made in Terran common alphabetical order, then that means you're the middle child, correct? Something like that. Ilya chuckled. How many of you are there? Full of questions, I see. As far as I'm aware, Stardust is the newest model. Have you seen her? Aurora. Since she made you. I probed. No. Since joining Animus, I've not been in contact with her. In fact, she's very hard to find. We have emergency distress signals we can send out, but those are only meant to be used in specific circumstances. Is Eclipse not enough of a threat to require such a measure? No. Ilya's answer was punctuated with finality. How could he say that? Eclipse had consumed worlds. It had broken entire species. It threatened to erase sentient life for the sake of one singular organism. If that didn't constitute as an emergency, what galactic catastrophe were these signals being saved for? I began to understand the true scale of the game the ambassadors were playing, and I realized Animus was only a single piece on their board. She didn't give a fuck about me, Atari muttered. So why would she give a fuck about any of you? My eyes wandered to look out into space as we flew, unsure of why I needed to be the companion on this operation. He could have just gone with Atari on official ambassador business, but he had chosen me. The rest of the journey passed in fragments of conversation. We spoke of Mouse 9, of our nervousness about the upcoming fight, and precautions we needed to take. I reiterated that it was a trap, and Ilya assured me that White Rabbit had prepared for every contingency. Eventually, Let loomed ahead, a blue-green jewel in a lonely system. We docked, foliage swallowing the ship. You want to leave that? Ilya said, tugging my jacket. He was right. The humid heat clung to me. Atari froze when we disembarked, stiff among the greenery. There was something about the stillness of his posture, a grief so profound it made me pause, too. The glow of his television flickered slightly as if caught between emotions he couldn't fully process. Finally, he muttered, How dare that psycho pick other planets clean when hers looks like this? Fallen Zons lay scattered like boulders, their shells reclaimed by lichen. Their arachnoid forms dotted the jungle floor, torsos twisted and legs askew. One's limbs reached toward the sky, a final, desperate gesture frozen in time. A strange pressure built in my chest. An ache. Pity. The word surfaced, but it was inadequate for the feeling. A hollow resonance for a life ended in silent, isolated panic. I had categorized them as machine-piloted. Plants had an advantage. Drema, Terrans, and I shared complex hormones, organs, and metabolism, all requiring intricate regulation. Not plants. They were able to integrate with the AI Aurora had left for them seamlessly. Looking at these tangled forms, though, I saw the flaw in my understanding. They hadn't died like malfunctioning equipment. They had died reaching for one another, for the sun, and for one more moment of consciousness. The downfall had been swift. A Zomeranian scout found the Terrans in poverty on their colonies, and Eclipse intervened. Zons settled in Terran colonies, many staying in their pods, but when their machines needed maintenance, Terran machinists stepped in. Exposure led to their demise. The story of their end was one of microscopic horror. A single spore, a single mistake, infected one Zons. By the time they noticed, it was too late. They returned to Let without protective casings, spreading those spores. Slowly, they starved as Hostoria branched through their systems, leaving only withering in their wake. Those diseased felt black spots leach across their leaves, wilting and twisting in their slow demise. As the tragedy became history, the reality of it all told the story around us. We pushed through thick ferns, our boots sticking in soft, damp earth. The Zons were everywhere, silent monuments to the plague. After walking for what felt like an hour, the dense jungle gave way to a clearing. Ilya held up a hand, signaling for us to pause. Some kind of city square had once occupied the space, and the metal remnants of a fountain stood in the center, covered by vines and creepers. The edifice of a municipal building had been swallowed by deciduous giants and mushrooms the size of myself at their smallest. Ilya leaned against the fountain's rubble. Now we wait. And just hope your sibling shows? I eyed the jungle as something darted past. Life marched onward here despite the sheer amount of death. They'll come. We waited, and I put everything to memory, planning to record it on the Animus ship. The Chancellor hid details of her home world, likely to avoid seeming weak. Now I grasped the Blight's full scope. Avian creatures soared above as I savored the sun's warmth through the dense canopy. Suddenly, a dark shadow dashed through the ferns. I whipped my head to the side to find a figure emerging from the jungle, pushing massive leaves away from their path with a streamlined arm. When they entered the clearing, my heart stopped. They were beautiful. Zomeranians ignored beauty. It was inefficient, sentimental, and in concept. We assessed machinery on function, not purely on aesthetic form. I understood my parts were beautiful, but beautiful in their efficiency. As the ambassador stepped into the clearing, I forgot it all. Their parts, their movement, and their form overwhelmed me. A sensation struck me that I had no word for. My pulse quickened. Perhaps awe was the closest description. It disrupted all thought and captivated me. I looked at that machine and saw not a tool, but art. Ilya was built for jumping, all legs, but this new ambassador of Aurora defied expectations. Like Ilya, they had powerful legs, but also massive glimmering wings. Talon-like feet patted the ground as they stepped into the clearing. "Hello?" they called, their voice as sweet as a songbird's. "Hello," Ilya called to them. "It's good to see you. I'm Ilya." The ambassador glided toward us, wings shimmering. Hands on hips, they eyed Ilya up and down. A ring of feather-like alloy flooded around their heads as they assessed us. "Good to finally meet you. I'm Stardust." "I've heard. We've come to ask for your help on a very distressing matter." "And you two are?" They looked at Atari, then me. Their frills flickered, and I held still in admiration. After an awkward pause, they pressed. "Friend?" "Oh," I stammered. "Maverick. I'm Maverick." "Good to meet you. How about your other friend back there?" Ilya looked over at Atari, who had maintained a generous distance. That's our older brother." In a blur, Stardust crossed the field, barely touching the ground. They stumbled into Atari wrapping their arms around his neck. Their holographic face flickered with relief. Oh, thank Aurora, we thought you were dead. I always hoped to meet you, Atlas. Atari, he corrected, voice edged with steel as he pushed them away. Stardust's expression faltered. Atari, but Aurora, I thought your designation was Atlas. Aurora called me a lot of things, he said bitterly, his voice dripping into a quiet venom. He sounded nothing like them. His voice carried the grit of a Terran, whereas Stardust was pure machine. His screen flickered white, obscuring his reaction. Another ambassador. You keep popping up like daisies. I'm the most recent. Aurora designed me a little differently for this planet, but the mission remains the same. The mission? Atari interrupted. Do you even know what it was supposed to be? Stardust's holographic brow furrowed. To carry her vision. To connect with worlds, preserve knowledge, and abandon everything she leaves behind. Atari spat, stepping back as his television flashed a kaleidoscope of colors. Earth was withered, starving, suffocated. She could have helped, but she ran. Left me to do her fucking dirty work. A shimmering tear fell down Stardust's cheek. A streak of nanofluid. She believed you could complete your mission. She thought, at what cost? Atari snapped. From what I hear, she zipped all the way out here to the middle of bumfuck nowhere to build leggy plants. Hooray! His monitor erupted in a confetti animation. The Zomaranians wouldn't be screwed up if she'd kept her promise to guide them. Stardust's light dimmed slightly. That wasn't her intent. You know she wanted to uplift, not destroy. Intent doesn't matter, Atari said coldly. Actions do. She's no different from the Chancellor, hopping from planet to planet, taking what she wants and leaving ruin behind. The accusation hung in the humid air, aimed at Aurora, but striking a painful nerve inside me. My face went cold. Drema's voice echoed in my memory, not accusatory like Atari's, but overflowing with pain that I had inflicted. You didn't mean to, but you did. I had hidden behind my intentions, my scientific purpose, and my loyalty to Eclipse. I saw them as justifications, but Atari was right. The galaxy didn't care about intent. It only remembered the ruin I left behind. That's why we're here, Ilya finally said. Aurora's missing, so I'm making things right. Stardust took a hesitant step away, no longer addressing Atari. You came a long way just to ask for help, Ilya. Who is this Chancellor of which you speak? Ilya explained the situation. Eclipse is no longer just an authoritarian power. Its Chancellor, the last of the Zons, is dying. She intends to destroy everything Aurora stood for in her search for a cure. They listened to all of this with their head in their hand, nodding along as Ilya detailed everything that had gone wrong, until finally, after a long pause, they looked at him. Does Aurora know? I don't know, Ilya replied, his antennae drooping. I haven't been in contact with her for some time. She's too far away from me. I'm sure she's found wonderful things and will come back home eventually, but I haven't been on Aurora in hundreds of years. On Aurora? I asked. She's an AI and a ship. Her form is not limited to just a single shape, Stardust interjected. I'm still trying to understand how this happened. Like I said, Atari sneered, Aurora gave some kids a nuke and then walked away. I thought you all were supposed to watch over these species and make sure they didn't blow themselves up. Our directives were to improve the conditions of sapient species and then catalog everything we could on each planet, Stardust explained. I don't think Aurora knew it would get this bad. Let me write this down. I gotta check something later for a style guide. Okay. Aurora's code, and even her code, was made by human hands. She's not perfect, and you should have never expected her to be. It was inevitable, I muttered. I had no idea Terrans had coded Aurora. The organic will always overpower the machine, Desperation makes anything fight to survive. Your perspective is valid. Stardust gently touched my arm. But look. She gestured to a small, bright flower growing from the cracked shell of a fallen Zons. Their technology couldn't save them. Logic couldn't stop the fungus. This fragile thing that grew from the carapace still fights for the sun. This little flower has something to lose. That's the point. Fear, vulnerability, those are the engine of life. They are proof that we have something to lose. That's rich, coming from a glorified Skydancer toy. Atari spat. Even I, made entirely of machine, will eventually die. Stardust gazed at Atari, her tone sweet even after everything he had said. You will too. I think Aurora understands that and knows that life is precious, which is why she has given these species the technology she did. She may have underestimated how quickly they would evolve. We still need as much help as we can get, Ilya added. Things have gotten wildly out of control. They blinked, calculating. I cannot return, Ilya. I must finish cataloging the dead, so their stories live on in Aurora's data. If you cannot come back with me, then can you at least give us some insight into what the Chancellor's next move may be? You know the Zons better than anyone left alive. Ilya probed. The Chancellor craves life, succumbing to fear and inevitability. Her death approaches, along with the end of her species' legacy. That's terrifying. While Zons don't feel pain like animals, they do experience it. The last memory in every Zons I've studied is a rush of chemicals, interpreted by their computers as dread. And? I pressed. All I'm saying is that death makes creatures dangerous. The Zons either fought to fix themselves, or killing the healthy, or resigned to die with their loved ones. The Chancellor has chosen the former. I stared at the Zon's husks, limbs tangled in a final futile reach for the light. Cold, sickening recognition churned in my gut. In their desperate, rigid forms, I saw the endpoint of Eclipse's logic. The pursuit of perfection, until nothing but a hollowed-out shell remained. Tread lightly, the ambassador warned. A desperate creature will do anything to survive. I nodded, the words overwhelming the space where my certainty used to be. The Chancellor was the final product of Eclipse's philosophy, and if she wasn't stopped, she would destroy everything. Stardust is cute, though. I would love to draw all the ambassadors of Aurora, because there's, like, a bunch of them. They're all adorable, and they need to be protected with our lives. They have no idea what the fuck is going on. Aurora is like a latchkey mom. She's like, all right, kids, don't burn the house down, and then just leaves. Are you all right? Ilya's gaze bore into me as we began our journey home, his analysis cutting through my attempt at a cool facade. The ambassadors of Aurora were nothing if not observant. Even Atari fidgeted, sensing the shift in the air. I inhaled deeply, trying to calm my nerves, then chewed my lip before answering. No. Penny for your thoughts? Something buzzed in my pocket. The old Terran communicator, a poor substitute for my Zomoranian one, displayed a message from Amun. Hope things are going well with Ilya. Safe travels. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take a brief break for ads. We got about 70 pages left. Hey, Jace. He is gone. Aurora went to get milk and keeps starting new families. Oh my god. Worst dad ever. Atari's like, my dad went to 7-Eleven and never came back. I have 27 siblings with all of her baby daddies. I don't know what's going on. Almost there. All right. Great. The last thing I needed was her sentiment. Everything I knew is obsolete, I stated. Would you care to elaborate? I chose my words with surgical care, aware of Atari's ignorance. I followed a philosophy I believed was perfect. It promised to correct every flaw in the universe, but the leader who championed it, she's become a monster. My people won't forgive anyone who questions that perfection. Oh, I didn't realize the Onus were such assholes, Atari quipped, the last word of the sentence in a voice, an accent that weren't his. He mimicked some caricature I wasn't familiar with, his screen displaying a cartoon character with a blue knit hat and a red shirt screaming, "Asshole!" into a phone via a cartoon speech bubble. They're more than assholes. I ran my tongue over my teeth, afraid of the consequences of what I was about to say. They're Eclipse. Ilya's gaze remained fixed on me, unreadable. Atari, however, went perfectly still. Wait, Atari murmured, his voice stripped of all humor. You worked for them, for Eclipse? My throat went dry. The cockpit seemed to shrink, the recycled air thickened my lungs. I had expected an outburst of violence. Instead, Atari gazed at me with intensity, demanding honesty. I was a general, I admitted. Then you know what they do to people, he stated. You've done it yourself. I know. The world narrowed around me as I returned to the time before all this, to the clinical safety of my lab. I facilitated it. I got out, but not before it was too late for many. And what exactly are you going to do about it? Plants live far longer than animals. I trembled in my seat, working through the logistics. With the right technology, the Zons could have lived forever, just like Aurora. Eclipse promised us that, and that is what needs to be stopped. Atari's television flicked to me, his face lighting up but displaying nothing. That's super scary. I would never want to live forever. Eclipsean soldiers have no fear, remember? No hubris. All I knew was that when I looked at Terran life, it disgusted me. When I looked at the Shirok squabbling over petty mating rituals and desperately trying to make their bodies something more than their predestined genus, it disgusted me. The organic world became uninspiring and something worth leaving behind. Kinda harsh. Ilya looked out the window of the cruiser. To be disgusted by other life. Apathy is the softest kind of destruction. It asks nothing of you while the world turns to ash at your feet. You helped her do this, Atari pointed out, voice heavy with fact and accusation. You built the machines. You ran the labs. The denial died in my mouth before I could say something stupid. Every justification I had ever constructed crumbled under his direct gaze. Yes. He watched me for a moment longer, his screen flickering ambient flashes of color and static. Okay, sure, he said, finally turning back to the viewport. On his screen, a grainy image of a red flag with a golden hammer and sickle displayed, waving slowly. You're one of us now, comrade, he added with a thick Terran accent I didn't recognize. But don't expect me to forget what you were. Don't expect anyone else to, either. A hunk of space rock drifted past the window. My hands trembled, so I sat on them. Ilya, I have another question, I said. Shoot. There's really no way to reach Aurora, to get her to fix all this. Do you really think the Chancellor would listen to her? I don't. Ilya followed my gaze beyond the viewport. She's beyond that. Aurora is likely too far away to come in time, and we need to take care of this now. Thank you for being so eager to help. It's partially my mess. Ilya's face fell. Just like Atari said, I sat on my hands. And now we're face to face with war. We docked with the Animus colony, the silence from the journey clinging to me like cobwebs. As we disembarked, Amin was waiting at the airlock, her expression sharp with concern. Her eyes met mine, and for a disorienting second I looked for comfort there. Maverick! She strode to me and clasped my forearm. Glad you're back. Did everything go okay? As well as can be expected. I managed, forcing a casualness that felt like a cheap costume. Ilya has what he needs. Her gaze flicked to Atari, who shuffled past us without a word, then back to me. You look like hell. Get some rest. We've got a briefing on the supply convoy hit in an hour. I nodded, the lie of physical weight on my chest, and retreated to my room. Before I could prepare myself, Ilya tapped me on the shoulder. Or let's see. That's better. We need to reconvene, he said. Can I have a word? What's wrong? I followed Ilya down the hallway. I need to make sure things are going smoothly with Atari. Ilya went over his notes on the datapad clutched in his hands. His code is fragile enough as it is, and I think you can help us run some diagnostics. Understood. I broke away from him and returned to my room. Maverick was no longer necessary, and Sakita had work to do. In the workshop, Atari sat across from us with his hands laced in his lap like a child who had just gotten in trouble. And you're sure everything is functioning as you'd like it to? Ilya pressed, taking down data at a brisk pace. Oh yeah, I mean, this body works great. All the joints are nice and lubed up, if you catch my drift. Atari chuckled nervously. That proved to be a lie. Within the next hour, he had removed all the outer paneling protecting the inner workings and began pulling out wires. The destruction was violent and brutal. Something about meeting with Stardust and seeing the Zons had completely unraveled him. Ilya was forced to drag him from his room and restrain him until he stopped. I missed the meeting Amin had invited me to and spent the night instead piecing Atari back together. Though he refused further modifications, he at least agreed to talk. After I had repaired as much damage as I could, he sat across from me, tapping his heel on the metal floor in the rudimentary workroom Animus provided. His screen displayed a loading dot, 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 as he drummed his fingers on the chair. Is there something you need? He asked. Ilya didn't tell you. I pulled out a tablet to take notes. No, to be honest, he doesn't tell me much of anything. He thinks I'm crazy! A video of a Terran man in a button-down and a tutu dancing erratically flashed across the screen to the sound of some kind of siren. I needed to change my approach. What are those? What? The videos you play. God, they're not videos. He emphasized an animated image of a simplified Terran rolling their eyes blinking onto his screen. They're memes. I'm unfamiliar. Of course you are. Everybody is. Are they important to you? Yes. Terrans used to use them all the time to make jokes and shit, but not so much anymore. There's probably a different format for jokes, but I still like the memes. I was about to do something stupid. It must be impossible to feel like you fit in, using old technology and jokes that you love. His head cocked as he looked at me, a little yellow circle eating an infinite number of dots on his screen as he thought. I guess. I know something about not fitting in, I said, the words carefully measured. About having to hide what you are just to be tolerated. Atari's head tilted. The loading icon on his screen spun. Yeah? What's a Zomeranian scientist got to hide? Is that why you chopped your horns off? It, doesn't really help much. I allowed a small, humorless smile. My name, for one. My history, everything. What are you talking about? I leaned forward, lowering my voice. I cut my horns to fit into a disguise. You're running around disguised? It was time to be honest. Honesty was likely the best way to get through to him. Maverick is just a performance. A disguise that lets me function without being shot on sight, and I hate it. Atari stiffened in his seat, his hands resting on his knees, slowly curled into fists. You're lying to fucking everyone. No one tolerates the presence of Sakita Gatafi, General for Eclipse. It was White Rabbit's idea initially. He needs my expertise on missions, and it's the only way to keep the Terrans, the ones you say don't give a fuck about you, off my back. They would give several fucks about having me in their midst, especially Amin. Holy shit, he muttered as if under his breath. Man, and I actually like Maverick. I promise that my actions while wearing that disguise are genuine and my own. I greatly appreciate you and the fact that you're effectively the only person on this ship who will even talk to me. Atari gazed at me, his screen going blank for a moment before he leaned back in his chair, calculating. The silence stretched between us heavy with unspoken judgment. Either I had made a huge mistake and he would go and tell everyone on the ship who I was, or things would go the way I hoped. I'm sure you didn't just come here to talk, E.T., he finally said. I chose my next words carefully. Certain members of Animus on the ship can see you're unhappy. Drema, especially, the Striolan. She wants everyone to be happy, which is a quality I do not possess. Animus needs you. And if you're unhappy, they sure as shit need me. They need a bullet shield. Atari scoffed. Ilya just feels bad if he's even capable of feeling anything other than unbridled optimism. I think he does. I mused, though to be honest, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if you feel. But for your sake, and mine, I choose to assume that you do. You possess more Terran empathy than I ever could, fucked up brain or not. A simplified emoticon of a face appeared on Atari's television, and all it did was blink at me. You may be key to restoring what Eclipse took from Terrans. We need your empathy and expertise to remind them why they should fight for Earth and what they left behind. That said, I need to ask you something honestly with no judgment. Atari, what do you want? He froze. It seemed he had not expected me to genuinely probe. After sitting in silence for what felt like half an hour, he said, What I want is long gone. There's no use worrying about it. And what was that? With a burst of static, his screen played a video. The faces of a few Terrans sitting around the fire, a fire somewhere though I could not discern the location in the darkness that surrounded them, smiled and laughed as they ate something roasted over the flame. No, wait. One of them cackled as they wiped a tear away from their eye. You can't be serious. I am, another insisted. Seriously, I wore that Jar Jar costume for 9 Halloweens in a row and refused to take it off. It literally got worse when people started that fan theory about him being a Sith Lord. Dude. The first Terran turned their face to the camera. Atari, can you pass me another marshmallow? In a smooth motion, the bag of marshmallows flew over the fire. The second Terran nudged Atari in the arm and smiled, a huge grin filled with love on their face. Atari, your turn. What's the funniest thing that's ever happened to you? Atari's television stuttered, the video and audio cutting in glitching bars of color and noise. Atari grabbed at his head, clutching desperately for something. No, not again, damn it! What's happening? I asked, not moving to interfere. My fucking hard drive is on its way out. He muttered, though I swore that the voice that left his mouth squeaked a little in pain. It's been going for decades. You still run on HDDs? He paused. Maybe? How did it even last this long? I asked, starting to take notes. I hope he wouldn't mind. Atari leaned back, his head flickering before displaying a grainy image of a cartoon dog in a burning room. This is fine. His voice crackled. You'd think after 400 years I'd be rust. My head's a Frankenstein of salvaged tech, HDDs, SSDs, bits of old computers. Aurora didn't want me to die. Some HDDs are helium-sealed to prevent wear. I'm certainly no computer scientist, but I'm sure a few museums would love to have your tech. I'd rather fry than let any of your people touch it. Atari spat. Trust me, I've tried. I said nothing, but I raised my eyebrow. Spoiler, it didn't work. You repaired your parts yourself all those years. Tequila and desperation aren't great repair tools, but I didn't have many options. The only thing that saved me was Aurora's over-engineering. My internal diagnostics isolate damage and reroute power around failures, running on minimal juice to keep me functional and prevent memory core degradation. When things got too fried, I scavenged anything from old AI server farms to abandoned tech. You wouldn't believe how much gold wiring people left behind. Have you ever considered moving the data off those drives now that you're here? I don't want them to get corrupted. I can't. You're horrendously outdated, Atari. I'm still better than Windows 8. Were those your friends? The question seemed to take him by surprise. He looked at me, and the screen flashed red just as it did when I had first met him. What the fuck do you care for? Why? I'm just trying to understand you. My people are bad at nuance. I'm only just learning it. I've never really felt emotions in this way until recently, and it's incredible to me that you are more emotive than I could have ever hoped to be, and yet, no organic parts. Atari's fingers twitched. My people took all their organics away, replaced them slowly with machines like Aurora. We looked up to her. She was our god. I pulled my shirt over my head and exposed my metal torso and all its working parts. We did our best to rid ourselves of everything we were before we met her. Why? She isn't so great. She saved us, and we wanted to be just like her. The people who save you are very important to you. That I can understand. Those Terrans, they seemed important to you. They're gone now, I assume. That was 400 years ago, Atari spat. There's no bringing them back. But you could make new friends. Have you seen the Terrans on this ship? They don't give a single fuck about me, and if what you're saying is true, you either, if you have to hide your face just to get them to like you. They see anything that's different than them, and they freak out. Same old bullshit as before. But your friends from then didn't? No, they... Atari's screen faded black, his mind drifting elsewhere. They were different. I suppose my question to you is this. If you could do anything to make your life comfortable as you are going to have to live it out, whether on this ship or elsewhere, what would you want? I mean, I don't have to live it out if I don't want to. I have an off switch. You haven't pulled it so far. You don't think I've tried? A rush of chills passed over my face. Are you going to continue operating? I'm going to take care of this mess with Eclipse that you made worse before thinking about it. Ilya and the other ambassadors, it seems, also royally fucked this up, so I have to save our reputation before yeeting myself into the great beyond. So at least, until then, you should be living the best quality of life possible. I promise I won't judge. What I want has changed dramatically over the last few months, so I can't imagine how you feel. He froze for a long moment, and I wondered if his systems had just gone to sleep, when he continued. I just want to belong. Being like Ilya doesn't seem to do that for you. I don't like it. It's cold. Too clean. No originality. Drema suggested something interesting. She suggested that the reason you may be hurting is because you want to be Terran and cannot. Is this true? Anybody wants to be like the people they love. Then I'll do my best to make it happen. Do I think I could make you an organic body? Not necessarily. Do I think that I can make something that mimics Terran's functions with Ilya's help? Perhaps. I'm obligated by my deal with Animus to do as you ask. I stood and began to take notes again, but I'll need your help. I'll need you to tell me what it is you dream to be. Atari shook slightly, though whether from fear or malfunction I couldn't tell. Eclipse's mission was simple. Improve the galaxy through science. It was still my mission, though with different ethics. No one had built an android so close to mimicking organic life except perhaps Aurora. I hoped to show that augmenting our bodies in ways that preserves our organic nature could prevent us from falling into Rel's traps. At least, I could try. Crazy shit. Crazy. Xeno. Drema watched Animus move around her, feeling the static in the air as they prepared to fight the Chancellor and end Eclipse. She observed the members of Animus daily, curious about their lives and dreams. While she could never know them all, she kept a close eye on those who mattered most. Ilvara and Chehea were inseparable, clinging to each other after knowing what it was like to be apart. Babali, though standoffish, spent his days with Drema. He taught her the sharp consonants of his language and the brutal economy of his combat style, refining the techniques Ditto had introduced. Together they built a powerful, streamlined mech from the rough materials on the Animus ship, nothing like the hulking one Babali had piloted on the Finn. Drema shuddered at the thought of the upcoming fight. She knew it was inevitable. On the Finn, she'd learned that people would refuse to change, to stop killing. Some would point guns at her, and walking away meant death. She had to fight back, even though it hurt, especially knowing some Striolan had likely sided with Eclipse. She thought of her family. If she did make it home, would anything be the same? Would she be able to make the same connections with her people again, or would she forever be as much of an outsider as she felt? Everyone on the ship came together. Even Sakita played his part. and she held steady in the oncoming storm. She could feel the monsoon winds blowing from the east, the rains on the horizon. The flood was coming. He doesn't just want to look Terran, I said, staring at the schematic on the screen between Ilya and I. He wants to be Terran, eating, breathing. He mentioned sex. Ilya's placid expression didn't change. A significant engineering challenge. A lot of the simulation of sensation the Zomaranians have perfected, but I'm not sure what he expects from us on this ship. We're not exactly drowning in Eclipse's money, parts, and resources. It's not just an engineering challenge. It's a philosophical puzzle, too. Aurora augmented life with machines. We are being asked to make a machine into life. I recognize that your consciousness, if we can even call it that, is real. That much is certain, but to attach biology to that is beyond my scope of expertise. That's asking me to make the very thing my people sought to purge. If we succeeded, Atari would become a strange point of proof for my people. We had assumed for hundreds of years that Aurora was the perfect construct, something we should strive for, but if one of her own wished to be organic, Atari's existence refuted everything we once stood for. He would be proof that our pursuit of mechanical perfection was a flawed premise from the start. Our first test was the lungs. Or actually, I need to put one more line in here. White Rabbit scrambled to perfect their plan for Mouse 9, giving us time to build, but that time was running out. Our first test was the lungs. Ilya dug into every resource he had. He saw what my purpose with Atari was. It was one thing to make a functional soldier. It was another thing to design something that could topple the indoctrinated philosophy of an entire species. He had to be perfect. Let's see. He had to be perfect, both for the sake of saving his data and for the sake of convincing my people to stand down from genocide. Like my own, Atari's lungs were simple nanofiltration membranes. That's where my technology stopped. The simulation of life was in the details. He needed to become short of breath when tired or exerting himself. He needed to feel the anxiety of being low on oxygen. He needed to tremble when scared. That was in the code. Ilya and I worked seamlessly together, creating a software facsimile of life. A modern Prometheus. After integrating them in a hefty software update, we brought Atari back online. He stood in the center of the lab, his new chassis still open and exposed. Okay, Atari, breathe, I commanded. The nanomaterial in the chest cavity whirred to life. A soft hiss filled the room as they took in air from a valve at the throat, as Atari had no mouth. His chest rose, then fell. He looked down at himself, then me. When he saw the way they moved, his breath intake valve hitched shut. He clutched the table as his lungs buckled in the shock. His consciousness drove the emotion, and now his body responded. Static flashed across his screen. Hold your breath, Ilya instructed. Atari's chest remained still. 10 seconds passed. 20. Then a shudder ran through his frame. His new lungs convulsed, forcing a sudden sharp intake of air. It was a programmed illusion, a simulated panic response, but as Atari staggered, clutching his chest while a frantic animation of a drowning Terran flashed on his screen, his physical response was undeniably real. I had so many plans, and Ilya met the challenge head-on with new code. A synthetic vascular system powered by a mechanical heart would circulate fluid through a graphene-infused silicon dermis, mimicking lifelike skin that sweat, blushed, and responded to touch. Atari's nervous system made of electro-responsive polymers would sense pressure, heat, and pain better than I could, while ocular reservoirs would allow blinking and simulated tears. As for sexual function, I'd need to follow up on that. Eating and drinking would have to wait. With the fight against the Chancellor looming, I had to focus on the essentials. Aurora's vision laid the foundation, but I was sure she hadn't anticipated that Atari would want this. So if I may ask, I mumbled, mostly to myself, as I tinkered inside Atari's torso, cabling wires together for better overall management. What was it like down there? Where? He asked, not seeming in the mood for small talk. Earth. His screen went black, and I feared I'd made a mistake. The happier he was, the more complacent. After a while, his screen flickered with dozens of videos flashing too fast to follow. Aurora left me with the shittiest job in the world. Oh? In truth, I don't know much about Terran history. Aurora made me so that I could fix the planet after the Terrans fucked it up. They overmined their home and melted their ozone, and then they left it behind because they thought they could build a better one. The man who made Aurora loved Earth and hoped we could salvage what we had lost. Have you ever met him? No. He died before I was made. What was the plan? I tucked away wires and replaced a panel, quite pleased with my own work. With any luck, his synthetic nervous system would be done sooner than I had anticipated. Doesn't matter anymore. The room fell silent, and I paused, not sure if I should continue to operate. No. No. I already screwed that up. Why would she put the entire weight of saving a whole planet on just one person's shoulders? Seems unfair, doesn't it? Atari's head flicked to look at me, his screen black once more. You have no fucking idea. There was no one there at all to help you. She didn't stay? No, she built me, gave me directions, and then left for space without so much as a goodbye. The theory was that she needed to be safe too, to run from people who would seek to use her for the wrong reasons. It made sense at the time. The only help I had came from my friends. But they ended up having to leave too. Not like they could stay with no oxygen. And then what, you were just supposed to wait? Wait until all the other Terrans were gone and the atmosphere settled. Then, I was supposed to open the biobanks. What is that? A database of stem cells and seeds, so that way I could restore the planet back to how it was supposed to be. I had codes to equipment that would clean the oceans and the skies. And then I understood. Yes, Atari was necessary for convincing the Zomaranians that they had erred in their calculations. It also seemed that Atari was crucial in not only restoring his own planet, but the others that the Chancellor had sucked dry. Well, surely it seems that Aurora's intelligence knows no bounds. Look, that was what it was supposed to do. I didn't say it did it. Otherwise, Earth wouldn't be a trash heap. It was supposed to be lush and green, and then I could contact Aurora. She would send others who would bring the animals back, too. Hopefully, after a little while, Earth would go back to, well, as normal as it could. Late one night, I found him in the workroom alone. He sat in the dark, a faint projection of a map of Earth on his screen. The map transitioned to satellite footage. The continents were green. Animals occupied every square meter of the surface. It was a ghost image of a world long dead. His memories, perhaps. Atari. I lingered in the doorway. The security software triggered. You're not supposed to be in here alone. I needed somewhere to think, he said, not turning to fully face me. Thinking about Earth. Thinking about how I fucked up. He froze, slouched, his hands twitching as he watched the footage. Why didn't you activate the biobanks? I asked quietly, not moving from the doorway. I was supposed to wait for a few centuries until the atmosphere stabilized. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and wait for a little bit until the ads are done. Also, Jace, I do think that it's funny that the Wellness Center is increasing membership rates right after we leave.
That's fucking funny.
Yep, I'm like...
Sucks for them, but like...
I will continue to use the gym and then promptly leave.
Yep.
Bye. Throw the ads away. I know, I wish that I could make money without having to pay ad revenue, you know what I'm saying? That would be pretty fucking sick. But to be honest, lately has been really, really good. Like, I think about how in the beginning, I never thought that I was going to even become monetized. And then, like, I make like $50 every couple of months. So, you know what? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And it's thanks to you guys for watching the ads. And also thanks to people who sub on Twitch. So I really do appreciate that a lot. Like, that's pretty fucking dope. You guys are the best. Oh my god. Duolingo's like, if you don't practice your Duolingo right now, I will fucking assassinate you. And I'm like, oh god. I was supposed to wait for a few centuries until the atmosphere stabilized. The footage flickered, a temporary glitch. His new artificial lungs hitched. It's boring as hell being down there alone, and I wanted to explore, see places I'd never been. Atari's head began to jerk back and forth, and he had to hit the side of the television to get it to stop. Stop. I strode to him, gently holding his wrists back to keep him from doing any more damage. Stop. It hurts, he ground out, not resisting my touch. Being alone. You think you know loneliness, General? Try it for 400 fucking years with nothing but corpses for company. I just want to go to the places my friends talked about. Or I just wanted to go to the places my friends talked about. That was a huge-ass mistake. I slowly sat next to him on the operating table in the dark, our faces illuminated only by his screen and the faint glow of the nanotechnology under the surface of my skin on my face. His voice dropped to a staticky whisper. There was a mountain range they loved. I wanted to see the sunrise from the peak. His head twitched again, violent and repetitive. He jerked to hit himself again, but stopped when I pushed against him. His synthetic lungs stuttered, making him tremble as he gasped. He sat in the sensation of crying, though he couldn't produce any tears, half of a biological reaction. He finally turned to face me, his screen a mess of corrupted video files. A mountain, boots, gunfire, a canyon. One stupid, clumsy blow to the head was all it took. The impact shattered my primary memory core. The codes, the protocols, the location of the master key, all gone. I blew an entire world's second chance because I wanted to see a stupid fucking sunrise. When he disclosed this to me, I relied on Ilya for help. Only Ilya could get the data from Atari's head. I stood with the two of them staring at my work. Atari's body was a masterpiece. A sharp current of anxiety thrummed in my chest. I could not let all my effort go to waste. The final piece to install for now was the heart, and once in place it would start to beat. Atari examined the part, hands on hips, screen showing a ... of thought. This, he asked. This is for me. Yes, Ilya replied, his voice ever airy. But, I would like to ask something of you first. Atari said nothing. There's still hope for Earth, Ilya said, his voice gentle but firm. The biobanks. The biobanks are a fucking fantasy, don't you get it? Atari roared, his voice distorted with electronic feedback. He gestured wildly at the new body. This is just torture. You built my dream so you could hold it hostage, you asshole? That's not my intention. Ilya calmly placed his hands on the table. Your hardware is unstable. You know that. Migrating your chips into this new heart without repairing the underlying architecture risks total data corruption. Your memories, your friends would be lost forever. Let me give you the upgrade. Then the data can be recovered. The body can be yours. You want to dig through my head and pick apart my failures, and for what? Atari screeched, shuddering. His screen flashed with images of fire and ruin. To fix a planet that's already dead? No fucking way. I stepped forward, my own hands trembling slightly. He's right, Atari. The risk of cascading failure is too high for you to stay the way you are. But this isn't blackmail. It's a second chance. Not just to restore Earth, but to show my people, the whole galaxy, that what was broken can be made whole again. That life in any form is worth preserving, not perfecting. You can be that proof. Atari staggered back and stared from me to Ilya, then back to the lifeless body on the slab. His screen went black. The silence in the room was broken only by the hum of computers around us. When he finally spoke, his voice was brittle as a scratched piece of glass. You corrupt one file, one memory of them, and I want you to kill me. That's the deal. Turn me off for good. I can't do that, Atari. You're my brother. Ilya said. Also, I want to be able to take my head off and replace it with the TV whenever I want. Deal? I can make that happen. We laid his body on the operating table, shut down his electronics, and began dismantling him. Ilya worked through the night, downloading even encrypted data. I was surprised Ilya's machines had the ports compatible with Atari's ancient components. I stayed up all night, unable to sleep, wondering if the data would be recovered or if Atari could be fixed. I hoped my work on his body hadn't been in vain. Ilya ran all his repair software, hoping to piece the broken android back together. It would take hours. Nervous, I paced my room. Then, unexpectedly, I got a message from Amen. "Are you okay? You seemed worried this afternoon." I replied, "Just nervous about an upcoming mission." "Need company?" For a long moment, my thumbs hovered over the communicator. Every tactical instinct, every remnant of Zomeranian discipline screamed no. It was a compromise of security and an emotional entanglement I couldn't afford. The silence of the room pressed in, a void that was heavier than any risk. I typed, "Yes." All right, I need to add one more clarifying line up here. Okay, there we go. When I sent it, I couldn't take it back. Eventually, my door opened, and she stood silhouetted by the light of the hallway. She said nothing, shrugging off her jacket. She met my gaze, a question in her eyes, before stepping past me and kicking off her heavy boots. With one swift motion, she pressed her hand into my chest, pushed me onto the mattress, and crawled into my bed. Crying in the club for real. Oh no, Kel, I'm sorry. Oh no. Atari's hard to write because he has like severe PTSD and brain damage and dysphoria. And I'm like, bro, I'm so sorry. Things get better for him. I couldn't leave him like that. He doesn't deserve that shit. "You haven't fallen asleep yet?" she asked me in the early hours of the morning. "No, I'm too anxious." Zomeranians never slept together. It was more efficient to rest in individual pods, shutting out light and noise. We didn't dream, so there was no pleasure in sleep. As she pressed against me, warmth prickled my skin. She traced slow circles over my shoulder blade on top of my shirt, and I closed my eyes. "Do you want to talk about it?" "Sometimes talking about it puts it away for a little while." "I'm just worried about a project Ilya and I are working on. With Atari." "Oh, Atari? I thought Sakita was the only one working with that nut job." "Shit. I've just been moving parts for him. It upsets me that after all of Ilya's work, Atari might not survive. His brain could short out and he could suffer before he dies." "They can't suffer. They're robots." "That's not what General Sakita says," I replied calmly, careful not to make a mistake. "Other robots only know their coding, fulfilling one need. The ambassadors of Aurora, though, they desire more. They grow, they change. And that's scary." "Scary? Terrifying. It means all organic life could cease to exist, and machines would be the only things left." Amen scoffed. "Disgusting. That's what the Zomeranians want." I twitched under her touch. I had wanted that. I tried to put to words an entirely amorphous thought. My people were right to choose numbness, but Atari had the right to feel, to burn with grief over lost friends. No, we didn't want all things to be metal. Only us. We didn't care what Terrans did, or the Shirok, or Mimamua for that matter, because we viewed them as lesser, and that was the problem. Rel viewed us as lesser. Even the Zomeranians. Even me. We would never be good enough unless we were like her, or better yet, only like her vision of what Aurora was. My breath hitched. My body tensed. The nanofluid coursed through my face, and my skin grew hot underneath the nanosuit. Suddenly, the walls began to close in and the room spun. I bolted upright, gasping, my hands clutching the sheets. Sweat beaded on my brow. Maverick, are you all right? My mind shut down, and all I could do was raise a finger. Amon placed a hand on my shoulder, and I instinctively jerked away, pushing her back. I gently placed my hand on her chest to ask her to wait until my body calmed. When my breathing finally steadied, Amon placed her hand on mine under the sheets. "What's wrong?" she asked gently. I don't know what came over me. That used to happen to me all the time. I've seen some shit. Yobe. I pressed my knuckles into my forehead. How far I had fallen from the light of my former self. I lay down, rolling onto my side to face away from her. A clear signal of retreat. She shifted closer, her forehead pressing against the space between my shoulder blades. Her lips touched my shirt. A soft, tentative pressure. Then once more. Her body against mine stirred something raw within me. Sensations flooded my mind. Electric. My brain registered the proximity, the pressure, as arousal. Neurotransmitters firing to fill sensory gaps my metal carapace couldn't bridge. My arms trembled as I turned to face her. Her eyes were dark in the low light, her expression curious but hesitant. She tilted her head, her breath brushing my jaw, and for a long second neither of us moved. Before logic could intervene, I leaned in and kissed her. It was awkward, a clumsy press of mouths that against all odds softened into something deeper. The warmth of her lips overwhelmed any resistance I had left, and for a brief moment I forgot I was alive. Guilt rushed in as soon as the kiss ended. I wasn't who she thought I was. Not Maverick, not even a man, just a liar in synthetic skin. I pulled away, just enough to leave her warmth behind. "You're so warm," she muttered, her fingertips brushing mine as if to call me back. I swallowed and merely replied, "Always have been." She wrapped her arm around me as I desperately tried to sleep, and my metal parts warmed the bed. She did not know who or what she lay with. Did I feel anything for her? I could not tell. I was too shaken up by whatever my body had just gone through. All I felt was fear. I feared for Atari and for Earth's fate. I didn't know why it unsettled me, but it did. I feared the mission, too. If I failed to eliminate the Chancellor, or if she killed Ilya, Animus would fall. Lastly, I feared the growing urge to hold Amon's hand. Clearly, she felt something for me. As she slept there, still and calm in the darkness of the Animus ship, I came to the realization that I never wanted to sleep alone again. Sleeping alone had been torture to my mind as it ate itself alive. At least in the company of others, the storm calmed. I couldn't help but wonder, if other Zomeranians could experience what I did, would they embrace it? The guilt, the exhilaration, the beauty of emotions they couldn't control? Or would they see it as weakness, a regression to the animal instincts we sought to erase in our pursuit of perfection? Maybe what we did to our bodies was wrong, but maybe it wasn't. Perhaps we were meant to be this way. Then again, did it even matter? Drama said all life was sacred, even metal ones like us. Were the scientists wrong to numb our pain? Or was the pain the mistake? I sighed. I was going to get myself killed. White Rabbit's announcement of our deployment to Mouse 9 came at the worst possible time. We were days from completing Atari's neural matrix integration. 2 ambassadors of Aurora had gone offline. A rare and ominous event. The Chancellor, Ilya spat, is hunting them down. We worked around the clock. Let's see. We worked around the clock. The final hours were a blur of delicate calibrations. Final diagnostics initiated. I reported, my throat tight. Ilya watched the code dance, his posture stiff with fear. My focus narrowed as Atari's biometrics flickered to life. Power flow is stable, but his core consciousness isn't responding. We both froze. For a terrible moment, I thought we had failed. Then, a flicker on the main screen made us both jerk to attention. A single pixelated animation of a cat made of some sort of pastry, followed by a sparkling rainbow darted across a starry expanse. Atari. I asked, leaning closer. The screen shifted to lines of code, then settled on what looked to be an error message. Ilya rose to his feet. I craned to read the error. Did you miss me? Ilya and I both shuddered, collapsing into relief. Most of the data, including the biobank codes, were intact. There were memory gaps, fragments Atari would never be able to access, but he brushed it off as self-inflicted. We had him back. There was no time to celebrate. With key personnel aboard, we set course, a course for Mouse 9, a place I knew all too well. I hid behind Maverick's face as we sat anxiously on the ship. Atari flexed his new hands, brown, traced with blue veins. He had left the Terran head behind to intimidate his enemies with the television. Actually, I will say in progress head. I leaned over. How does it feel? I asked. Everything functional? Sakita, he asked, his screen flickering to a video of a Terran predator disguised in the skin of its herbivorous prey. Shush! I hushed. Careful. It's great. We'll see how I do out in the field. I promise I won't rough it up too much. You better not. That's my life's work. Amin slid into the seat beside me, nudging my arm. You ready to go blast some Eclipsean brains? As ready as I'll ever be, I replied. She eyed Atari. New body looks better than that rusted bucket. You gonna get us killed? Nope, not today, Atari replied, flashing explosions on his screen. I don't think we formally met. He offered his upgraded hand. She recoiled. No way in hell. I promise I don't bite. I'm just a little weird. I've always been... You know what? Never mind. He's nice, Amin, I insisted. Atari, this is Amin. Amin, Atari. The alien gave it human hands. Amin scoffed under her breath. Him, I emphasized. I understood her fear, but I would not let it stand. And yes, they look good, don't you think? It shut her up, but I was not sure if that was a good or bad thing. Drema, Babali, Chahea, and Ilvara also boarded. Honestly, I was surprised that Drema even wanted to come. Why? What purpose did it serve her to see all the bloodshed? Perhaps she wanted to keep Animus's soldiers in check, make sure there were no unnecessary deaths. Or at least, as many as she could prevent. Everyone good to go? Ilya hollered as he stuck his head back to check on us. The lot of us, around 50 in total, confirmed we were ready to ship out. Ilya projected a map on his screens around the cabin. Intel confirms Chancellor Rel is on Mouse 9, overseeing research personally. This is our best chance to capture or eliminate her. The facility's exterior defenses are minimal. Eclipse relies on secrecy and isolation here. We'll go in 3 teams, Alpha, Beta, Gamma, at these points. The map flashed with our designated drop points and infiltration paths. Our goal is to be quick. In and out. Find the command center, locate the Chancellor, and neutralize her before they can mount a defense. We expect a light resistance, primarily research staff, and a standard guard detail. Any questions? No one said anything, and we gripped our seats or equipment in anticipation. Let's see. Oh my god. The Omega Versa drop. Oh my god, can you imagine? Horrifying. Cal, get out of here. The Frogger engine is still a prototype, so it's going to give some of you a real run for your money. see. I trust the Animus engineers that built it, with General Sakita's oversight. White Rabbit and I have had no problems using it. It's going to feel like your skeleton is getting ripped out, so hold on to your shorts, because here we go. Amon squeezed my hand. Atari gripped his seat, and the rest of us held on to anything we could. Let's see. I swear, Amon muttered. If that fucking Zomaranian kills us... The ship leaped through space, tossing us weightless before slamming us back into our seats. I gasped for air. It was over in only a moment. Atari threw up his hands. That was fun! I want to go again! I checked my chest to ensure I was all there. We, Animus, had built that. Some members vomited into bins while Amon rested her head on my shoulder, dizzy. Ilya returned from the front of the ship after docking on Mouse 9. Let's go kick some ass. We stepped onto the surface of the planet and I gasped. Moisture in the air rippled in the purple and pink sky. Water stretched endlessly beyond our tiny docking patch. I was assigned to Amon, Atari, Babali, and a dozen foot soldiers. We set off quickly. We knew the plan. White Rabbit had meticulously schemed to take down the facility, with us moving in 3 groups from different sizes. Their planning gave me confidence in the operation. The Frogger engine had made our approach instantaneous, so they had no time to prepare. It was time. Amon cracked open a maintenance gate. No guards patrolled the outside, typical of Eclipsean research facilities, which never expected an attack. A bolt of nervous premonition warned me that the situation felt too easy, but I dismissed it as nerves. Babali's mech wasn't built for stealth, and its heavy footfalls echoed through the facility. He held a fist up and ducked around a corner. I'll stay behind while you scout ahead. Send me a ping when the coast is clear and I'll come to meet you. Someone needs to watch your back, I whispered. I'll stay with you. You heard him, Amon ordered. Half of you folks with me, the other half stay with Babali and Maverick and guard the door. Don't come running unless I signal you to do so. Then she slunk off into the facility. Soon, from the communicator in my nanosuit. The room nearest us has some Arcus in it. We can sneak down the hall if we're all quiet. Follow me in silently. And head toward the front of the building. We met Amon in a hallway overtaken by mushrooms. I'd never seen an Eclipsean facility in such disarray. It looked as though it had been abandoned for months. But why? And if the Chancellor was here, why would she let it continue to rot? Even though White Rabbit insisted we were prepared, there was a chance she had gotten the upper hand on us. We huddled near an archway waiting for Amon. Amon peeked around the corner and returned with news. They have creatures imprisoned in there. Well, of what kind? I asked. Things with long tentacles. I don't know, I'm not a fucking scientist, she whispered back. The Chancellor had lied indeed. She had told me that Mouse 9 was useless, devoid of all life but microorganisms. I shouldn't be surprised. Let's check this room here, and if it has nothing of value, we have to go toe-to-toe with the Arcas, Babali suggested, pointing to a closed door. The storage room beyond seemed empty until an explosion ripped through it. I threw myself against the doorway, shielding the others as one of our operatives was torn apart, their insides splattering the walls. My ears rang. When the shaking stopped, I saw the smoking remains of a tripwire by my fallen companion's smoldering boots. I exhaled sharply. The whole facility is trapped. Ilya! Amon hissed into her communicator. Ilya, come in. This entire place is rigged to blow. We know, Ilya replied. Just found that out. Stay safe. She knew we were coming, I muttered. Can we get through the lab safely? Babali asked. I scanned the dimly lit space. Just tanks filled with monstrous pressurized fish. It's safe. Move. We entered the room, and a faint hum reached my ears. Voices murmured from the lab's north side. As I turned to warn my team, Amin tripped over a filtration cable. Her knee guards clattered against the metal floor. Before long, stomping boots and scraping chairs rushed our way. Eclipsean soldiers swarmed Amin like insects, plasma sticks crackling. Our operatives struck back, but the Eclipsean elites were brutal. One of ours fell, their body twitching under electric blows. I should have known the Chancellor wouldn't leave herself unprotected. We were overtaken. Atari's flail shattered armor, and Babali tossed his enemies aside. There were more Eclipsean elites on site than a well-guarded convoy, and I could only assume they were ordered to stop us at all costs. Babali charged, his warhammer crashing through enemies like he was playing a sport. Still, it wasn't enough. The Chancellor had baited us into a death trap. The only thing I could feel was rage. I had warned White Rabbit, but he had been so sure that we in our numbers could take their forces. If we had been lied to and she was nowhere to be found, all we would face was an empty research facility. What they had not expected was Eclipse's best sent to trap us. Or what White Rabbit had not expected was Eclipse's best sent to trap us in an abandoned sardine tin full of tripwires and explosives. "Take cover!" someone shouted. A grenade's blast sent debris across my face. Atari and Amin flew back, bodies hitting metal. More of our allies died than enemies. A plasma stick streaked past me. I hit the ground, my limbs failing in the shock. We were losing. I forced myself toward Amin, fumbling in my belt for a Zomeranian stabilizer Ilya had given me. I jammed it into her arm, and within moments she gasped, eyes clearing. Blood soaked the battlefield as both sides struggled. Boots skidded past cages where sickly animals thrashed in improper containment. From the corner of my eye, Atari stirred and rose. Babali's mech jerked, then froze, hit by enemy plasma sticks. He dropped to his knees. The entire thing was the sloppiest coordinated attack I had ever seen. There was no tactical discipline, just a flood of bodies. Eclipse elites charged head-on into the kill box we'd inadvertently created. Animus soldiers returned fire without coordinating fields of suppression. It was a brawl, not a battle. A commander who relied on sheer numbers and overwhelming force like this was either arrogant or desperate. The Chancellor, I knew, was both. The rest of our Animus soldiers fell, and Amin looked at me, terror on her face. "I'm going to do something stupid. Out of the room!" Amin stabilized our grenadier, whispered something I didn't catch, then yanked me from the lab. Behind us, the explosives expert shut their eyes, whispered a prayer, and hurled a final grenade. The blast killed them instantly, shattering a nearby cage. The enraged creatures thrashed wildly, their rocky skin scraping the wall and tentacles tearing through anything in their path. Amin and I retreated, the sound of crunching bones grating behind us. The creatures feasted, ravenous after potentially months of captivity. I didn't know who they consumed, and I didn't want to. I turned on my communicator. Okay, I'll go ahead and wait for a little bit. Mr. Bubs decided that it's love time. He says, "If I sit on you and just make pigeon noises, you will eventually stop." Oh my god, he's biting the shit out of my arm. Don't do that. You're stinky boy. He's trying his best. He doesn't know what the fuck is going on. You're stinky boy. You want me to scratch your chimby, but you don't know how to handle the chimby scratches, so then you just drool on me, dude. Okay, that's gross. That's nasty. There's so much drool everywhere. You're a little freak of nature. You're a little freaky freak. Why are you drooling? That's gross. Why are you skankly? Alright, almost there. Mr. Bubs, you don't even know that you're going to Canada. You don't even know it. He's like, I don't know what's going on. Alright. I turned on my communicator. Ilya, come in. I'm here, he replied. Our entire unit was just decimated. We need help, now. I can't afford to send a cleanup crew, Maverick. Do you have any medication or, Zomarinian nanofluid? Amon gave me a look. I do, but not enough, was all I said. I'll do what I can. Let me know if you can heal up and continue forward. We haven't found anything yet, and neither has Team Beta. White Rabbit's worst fear was that she simply wouldn't be here, but this is worse. She's hoping to take out our tactical teams before we can back her into a corner. Stay safe. I used my medication and felt a little better. It would repair any brain damage, reset my systems. I looked out the door. I needed to know who was alive. Amon, I whispered. I'm going to find out who's not fish food, if any. Please don't leave me, she cried, the sound raw and stripped of all of her usual bravado. Tears streaked through the grime on her face. I had never seen her look so fragile. Please! The Zomaranian in me registered her response as a logical one to trauma. As a logical reaction to trauma. Though isolation would increase the probability of death, and that was a legitimate thing to fear. But another part of me, the part that was distressingly new, felt her terror as if it was my own. My first instinct was to offer tactical reassurance. You'll be fine. You're trained for this. I wasn't trained for slaughter, she gasped. I don't want to die alone. I'll be right back. I crept down the hall, checking for danger before peering inside. The creatures devoured most of the dead, Eclipsian and Animus alike. A hole in the wall led to the ocean. Amid the wreckage, Babali and Atari were still alive. Babali's mech had kept him safe, and Atari's mechanical parts made him unappealing. I dragged Atari to the other room, then returned for Babali. He woke as I neared, his eyes fluttering in confusion. What's going on? Do you have any medical supplies on you? Oh, yeah. He fumbled with his own cargo pants, and I reached into the pocket instead, allowing him to inhale the medication. He revived a little and stood up in his mech, shaky. Oh, God, everyone's dead. Amon and Atari are still alive. Maverick, my communicator crackled out. Here, I replied, bracing Babali as he staggered where he stood. I'm sending medics your way, but I'm going to need you to keep going further. Team Alpha is distracting as many as we can. Team Beta hasn't found the Chancellor. It's up to you to keep skimming that side of the building. I braced Babali. Can you move Atari and Amon outside? They need medical and mechanical attention. I'm going to continue onward into the facility. On it, he replied. We returned to the storage room, and Babali picked Atari up, bringing him to the door. You well enough to stand, Amon? She stammered. Leave her here for a moment and come back for her, I suggested. We'll be fine. I'll be right back. As soon as he left us and was out of earshot, Amon burst into sobs. She shuddered, or clung to my arm and shuddered, wailing as quietly as she could. It's my fault, she cried. I tripped on the cable and got all of them killed. It wasn't your fault. They would have heard Babali's mech regardless. The Chancellor knew we were coming and purposefully set up an ambush around weak areas. I must go and find out what she's got planned. I'm going to continue into the facility and try and pull as much information off the computers. You can't, she exclaimed. You'll die. Do you want to come with me or go with Babali? It's your choice. I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to. She thought on it a moment. I'll go with you. Are you sure? Yes. I turned on my communicator. Ilya, Amon and I are going in. Babali and Atari are the only ones who survived. Okay, good luck out there. I helped Amon to her feet and we slunk back inside, tiptoeing through the carnage. We passed another room full of imprisoned creatures, the facility stretching endlessly. The Chancellor hadn't stopped her search for a cure, though she clearly had not found one on Mouse 9. She left the place behind as soon as she suspected we might follow her there. Animals rattled in their enclosures, silent but desperate, shaking their containers in a voiceless plea for freedom. We're moving on to units in the West Wing, Chancellor. It's swarming with Animus, just as you expected. A voice echoed from beyond the cages, and I froze. Was she here, or was this a remote transition? I see. Well, you know what you must do. I peeked around the corner and saw one general talking to the Chancellor via their computer. I rushed in, pulled a tranquilizer dart from my belt, and jammed it into the general's neck. They collapsed, their Shiraki weight crumpling in the mech. The Chancellor, a hologram, stared back, surprised by my quiet approach. Well, look at that, she mused. Animus rats. Her gaze seemed to pierce right through my disguise. Where are you? I demanded. Coward. Patience is a virtue, little soldier, she mused. Or she replied, one of my former generals seems to have forgotten that as well. When you see him, do send my regards. She hung up. I slammed my fist into the console, rage and fear coiling in my gut. I had to retrace her signal. I couldn't lose her. After salvaging what files I could, I nodded to Amon. When we exited, Animus operatives flooded the facility, releasing creatures and marching Eclipsean soldiers to the ship for trial. All that bloodshed. For what? As we returned, Amon held my hand, and I could only hope the lives we freed balanced the ones Eclipse had stolen. Sucks so bad. Mr. Bubs, this is my cheese stick. No, Bubber, remember how every time you have cheese, you just violently throw up, Mr. Bubs? Do you remember that? It seems like you forget this every time I open a cheese stick, and you think, I can eat the cheese. But then you don't remember you turn into the exorcist when you eat the cheese. No, Mr. Bubs, just lay down. Just lay down. It's okay. It's all right, Bubs. Otherwise, I'm going to have to kick you off, and I don't want to do that, okay? Everybody hydrate. He, like many of the lactose intolerant, does not care if he projectile vomits when he eats the cheese, you know? It's okay, Mr. Bubs. I know. You're okay. We're not going to stop. Eclipse will be nothing but rubble. The debriefing room was thick with grief. White Rabbit appeared on the screen, his expression grim. Report. I stepped forward, the data drive heavy in my hand. The files from Mouse 9 confirmed Rel's Crystal Robin initiative was a series of illegal bioweapon tests on Terran populations. A wave of murmurs rippled through the survivors. Amon stood rigid, her knuckles white as she clenched her fists. She was trying to cure herself, I continued, and weaponize her failures. Silence followed my words before White Rabbit finally spoke. We can't chase shadows anymore. We will force her hand. An image of a massive warship replaced his face. This is the Venture. We're going to take it. Babali scoffed from the back. With what army, Rabbit? Half of us are dead or in the med bay. With the people in this room, White Rabbit replied, leaving no room for argument. We will take this ship, and we will aim its primary weapon at Comia. She will have no choice but to face us. We leave in 3 days. We barely survived Mouse 9, I said. We're down half our numbers. Can we do this? Ilya, Maverick, Amon, and Atari will lead. Our best soldiers will back you up. I nodded and returned to my seat. This was our last chance, and if we failed, the small flame of any resistance would be snuffed out without even a trace of smoke. Take whatever time you need to prepare. Amon, would you mind alerting Maverick to his new mission objective? I want you all on board and ready to depart on the assigned date. I left the conference room. What a suicide mission. Venture was armed to the teeth. We might not survive, but this was our last hope. I began to open my bedroom door when someone leaned on the wall next to me. What are you doing? I turned to find Amon. She crossed her arms, disappointed as always. Checking on Maverick. Making sure he's equipped. It looks like you were going to break into his room. You know the key code? No, I was going to knock. Don't think for a second that I'm not watching you like a hawk, Amon spat. You stay away from him. You're not going to turn his head with your lies and bullshit. There's a reason White Rabbit isn't letting you onto any of these missions. Get out of here. I put my hands up and walked away, knowing full well Maverick would not answer her knocks. I retreated into a public restroom to wait. By the time I returned, she was gone. I slipped in, donned my disguise, and found that she had sent me a message on my communicator. That creep Sakita was lurking around your room. Be careful. I sat on the bed and sent a reply. Just checked. Nothing suspicious. Good. I need to speak with you about your next mission. Do you have a second? Yeah. Be there in 5. The bed creaked as I threw myself back onto it. What a nightmare. Amon arrived exactly when she said she would, and she slipped inside. How have you been holding up? She asked. Since Mouse 9, I haven't really seen you. I wasn't doing great. I spent time in the infirmary. I lied. The nightmares haven't stopped. That sounded like something a Terran would say. The truth was, death haunted me every blink. Sleep had become a memory. Me too, she admitted as she sat on my bed. Are you doing okay? It wasn't an easy day. She paused and shuddered, her face stiffening as she tried to keep something inside her. I'm fine. I'm sorry about my super unprofessional behavior back there. Really, I'm fine. I didn't think it was unprofessional at all, and I still don't believe it was your fault, for the record. She leaned her head on my shoulder. I'm normally better than that. Everyone makes missteps. It's a part of being organic. Organic, huh? She chuckled. I swallowed thickly. The longer I was around her, the easier it was to let my guard down. What did you need me for? Oh, we're deploying to this ship called Venture in 3 days. What's so important about it? I played dumb. It's got a mega laser on it, apparently. We could wipe out Comia entirely if White Rabbit wanted to. He wouldn't, though. Would he? No. He's not like Eclipse. It just gets them to do what we want. I don't know what about you, but I'm going to rest before we go. I got the shit kicked out of me by those Eclipsean elites. I didn't expect them to pack such a punch. I did. They're top of their class. I hadn't expected so many of them. You seem to know so much about Eclipse. My oldest cult had a lot of members who doubled as Eclipsean soldiers, and they were very well informed about the training routines and expectations for the top-tier operatives. We trained to be just like them. I wish we had more fighters like you. Then this venture mission wouldn't be so daunting. Amon sighed, laying back. Man, you got the good mattress. White Rabbit must really like you. More like people really don't like me. Growing up honest and isolated makes you weird. Growing up Zomaranian and then being forced on a Terran ship makes you weird, I thought to myself. I don't think you're that weird. I like spending time with you. I knew what she was hinting at. The kiss. Everything. I'm just going to pack and rest the next few days. You can stay. I hated myself. She stayed, and in the dark quiet of my quarters she began to talk. She told me about her life before Animus, about a quiet colony and 2 parents who taught her to shoot a gun. Then she spoke of the day Eclipse arrived. Her voice lost all emotion. Then, as she recounted, the Zomaranian officers and their cold efficiency as her parents were publicly executed. As she spoke, the nanofluid under my skin felt like ice water. While I had not been directly responsible, I was still one of them. The armor I wore, the rank I held, we were the same. She unknowingly confessed her deepest trauma to the very monster she hated, and all I could do was lie there in silence as her words branded themselves into my consciousness. My analytical mind took over. Why do you like me, Amon? I asked. She paused at the question and fiddled with something around her neck. A necklace that I hadn't noticed before. Well, like I said, you're not like the other Terrans. Is that all? You actually listen to me. Normally when I speak, men try and cut into every sentence I say and think they know better than everyone around them. Not you. You sit in silence until I'm actually done speaking. And I respect that. You'd think others would give you the same courtesy. You outrank them. You'd think. She rolled her eyes. Well, that and... The silence nearly killed me. I find you handsome. Aesthetically, it's really hard for me to explain. When I've tried to be with other men before, the thought of them touching me made me want to throw up. I only really liked to be touched if I initiate, and most Terran men are way too forward. They don't respect that boundary. I merely nodded, as if I had any idea of what she was talking about. And don't get me wrong, I like having sex. God, I don't know why I'm telling you this. I guess I'm stressed out about the mission and need to vent. Wow, this makes me sound like an asshole. You're not an asshole. You have a biological need that you would like to have met, but you don't wish to fulfill the other social obligations of the relationship. It's beyond that. It makes me feel horrible to be touched like I'm an object without granting permission first. I get really upset. Does that make sense? And it makes other people upset. People want to kiss and be close, to hold hands and be an item, and I can't. But the other day, I know. And I'm still working through that. She huffed. It's something about the way you talk. How you're so damn smart. You're like no one I've ever met. You never make the first move, which is crazy that I'm even worried about that. I'm broken. You're not broken, Amen. Your mechanisms are different from the others. I used to think every part, or everything had to be fixed, perfect, to be whole, but that isn't right. We're all just malfunctioning in our own ways. This is what I like about you. I like this thing that we have. I like sleeping in the same bed as you, being together with you. This is dangerous. Why? We could both die. It was true, but a greater truth remained unspoken. Eventually, she would learn who I was, and everything would fall apart. No matter what she said, I would ultimately be too undesirable. I had gone too far. If she found out the truth now, she would be devastated. After Venture, I promised myself I would stop this. But I liked her. Damn my brain. I replayed her words, her proximity, and the unwelcome warmth spreading through my face. The feeling was a liability, and nothing I did made it go away. On the observation deck minutes before departure, I spotted Amen across the hangar, her back to me as she inspected her rifle. I felt a pull to go to her, to say, "What?" I didn't know. I turned away, forcing my focus onto the mission schematics. Change was inevitable, but I could still choose which variables to control. As our transport ship broke orbit, I gazed at Venture through the viewport. It was beautiful, a perfect machine of destruction, and for a moment, I let its cold perfection silence the noise inside me. "Are you ready?" Ilya called into the back of the ship. "This isn't going to be like last time. We're landing rough." "Ha!" Atari muttered under his breath. "That's what she said." Ilya hacked the loading bay and forced his way onto the dock. None of this surprised me. He had done it before to the Finn. The loading bay doors shrieked open. We moved fast, securing the entrance before the skeleton crew could sound a ship-wide alarm. "Amen, Atari, watch the upper gantry," I ordered, my voice tight in the comms. "Ilya, with me. We track the network core first." Unlike Mouse 9, Rel had not anticipated an attack this bold. Security was lighter, but that only made me suspicious. As we pushed into the main corridor, my hair stood on end. "Hold," I hissed, raising a hand. A faint shimmer distorted the air ahead. An electrical barrier sparked as it blocked the way forward. I recognized the design from the Finn. A relic, but a lethal one. I pried open a wall conduit and began to rearrange wires, my fingers moving with muscle memory. A bolt of plasma seared over my head. "Above us!" Amen shouted. "Incoming fire!" The fight was on. Bullets flew. Plasma batons sliced through the air. We took security badges for any doors we might encounter and continued forward. With greater reinforcements, I felt much more at ease. We actually had a chance to win. The Chancellor was a fool to think she could slip away from us. I wiped their databases clean. We eliminated every officer in our path. White Rabbit spared no expense on our weapons, armor, and mechs. This was the final tactical fight of their grand plan. Our last task: eliminate the Eclipsean officers at the laser. Ilya broke away with his task force to secure the weapon and calibrate the laser to point straight at Komia. We returned to the front of the ship to depart, the whole process having been deceptively easy. When we arrived, however, a group of Eclipsean elites greeted us, and to my surprise, Tamarin. General Tamarin. Against all odds, he had survived the Finn's explosion. Barely Terran now, technology had replaced nearly every part of his body. He and his officers held our pilots captive. "Well, well, well," he growled, his voice modulated by machinery. "Look who it is. Animus, coming to try and take our ship." "We got it, too," Atari spat. "Get out of our way and let our pilots go. We outnumber you." They tossed the pilots aside, and Tamarin slammed the knuckles of his mech together. His suit sparked with plasma. "We've been given direct orders to make sure no one leaves the ship alive, and I intend to follow through." Atari braced himself. "Something's live on his mech, friends, like fire in the Taco Bell hot. Watch yourselves. Today's the day you fry, Animus rats." My bullet missed an Eclipsean officer's head as we attacked first. We overwhelmed their soldiers with sheer numbers. The officers, though, were heavily armored. A side passage hissed open and Amen slid into view, rifle raised. She had been a part of the secondary team clearing the engine room. She yelled over the chaos. "What did I miss?" "Stall for time," I called back. "Ilya needs to recalibrate the laser." An officer lobbed 2 grenades, their blinking red lights a countdown to oblivion. They spun through the air, heading straight for Amon. I didn't have time for calculation or tactical analysis. I shoved her hand hard, putting my own body between her and the blast. Impossible heat tore through my core. And then the world shattered into a concussive wave that threw me against the bulkhead. Everything went black. I'm not sure how long I was unconscious. When I woke, Tamarin was the only enemy left standing. He held a massive rotary gun, having mowed down most of us, including his own officers. Their bodies were riddled with bullet holes, and it seemed he didn't care who he shot. Ilya shook me awake and pointed to the battlefield, shouting something I couldn't understand. "What?" I cried out when my ears finally decided to work. "Fight, if you can! I'm going for Amon!" I jammed a healing agent into my neck as the world spun. It did not do much, but it would have to be enough. "Keep your heads down and head for the ship," Ilya commanded. "Get yourself out of the line of fire." He dragged Amon to her feet, limping himself, pulled her out of harm's way. Tamarin turned to one of our operatives and tore through them with his gauntlets, ripping through metal and cloth and flesh, immediately cauterizing the wound. Enough was enough. I aimed and fired. The bullet struck his eye, burning as it lodged in his skull. He turned, confused, and then crumpled into a heap of flesh and metal armor. As soon as the deed was done, I dove for the loading ramp of our transport ship, the door hissing shut behind me and sealing survivors inside. I fell to my knees, and then, as the ship tilted around me like a toy boat in a bathtub, I collapsed into nothingness. You know that moment when that bitch survived Drema's poison and blowing up and getting shot? Like, there's always that one bitch that won't die, and it's that guy. Tamarin is horrifying to me. He's so scary. Yeah, literally, he's on life 9. That's it. He's done. Thank God. The evil has been defeated. Noise came first. A low hum vibrated through my skull. A sensation, a strange uniform coolness against my neck or my back drew me into the present. My eyelids felt fused shut. I forced them open. Light pulsed, sterile and white. Shapes resolved into faces blurred at the edges. Ilya. Drema. Amon. Her hand was wrapped around mine, a pressure and warmth I could feel with shocking clarity. "Oh, he's awake," she breathed. Drema leaned close, her voice a whisper. "You did a really good job." I tried to sit up, make sense of the new inputs I was feeling, but Ilya's hand pressed firmly on my chest. I felt every point of pressure and the cold iciness of his metallic carapace. "Easy, Maverick, don't rush it." As Amon reluctantly let go and stood, my eyes traced her skin. A fresh network of scars mapped one side of her face, but she was alive. They left, and Ilya and I sat alone in the silence for a moment. He reached for my arm, and with a soft click, the nanosuit powered down. "So, bad news," he started. "I had to scrap all of your Zomaranian tech." "What?" I jerked, attempting to sit up. "What happened?" "It turns out Eclipse developed grenades specifically to kill Zomaranians. I'm assuming the Chancellor has it out for you now that she knows where we are. The blast corroded your entire carapace and temporarily shut down your hardware. Nanobots nearly ate you alive. You were effectively dead for several minutes. Once I revived you, we couldn't wake you. I didn't know if you'd come out of the coma." I blinked a few times and took in what he said. Nearly all the Zomaranian population sided with Eclipse. Rel must have kept the grenade's development a secret from them, waiting until she did not need the Zomaranians anymore. No one was safe. Good news. The work you did on Atari really came in handy. I worked with him and we built you a new body. With the help of some friends, of course. The door opened, and 4 unfamiliar figures entered. The first, short and Terran-like, worked on a portable computer. Another, webbed and streamlined, moved fluidly on 2 legs. A third hovered, limbs of light replacing their lower body. The last bore severe damage, cracks across their holographic face, and a missing limb. Despite their differences, all carried the unmistakable mark of Aurora. They were ambassadors. May I introduce Mohan, Lilith, Ramba, and Mythica, my siblings, Ilya continued. While they were on venture, a ship docked with Animus. We've been fighting, or I sent out a signal, or distress signal to as many of my siblings as I could. We were overjoyed to hear from Borealis, Mythica added. We thought he had been lost. Borealis. The name locked my joints. In our histories, Borealis was a myth, an angel of progress who descended from the sky. He gave us the first schematics from Aurora, the functional code of our augmentations and the development of our society. He was a symbol of our ascent. Ilya, the android before me, was claiming to be my prophet. Instead of adoration, rage bubbled in my throat. All of it? The code, the computers, the medical advancements that freed my people from their prisons under the ice and transformed us from prey to machine, that was you? You set my people on this path and just left? Sakita. Ilya raised his hands defensively. Wait. Is that what this is? I pushed myself up on my elbows. Atonement? You feel responsible for what we became, for what I became, and now you're here to clean up your mess? The directive was to help you evolve, not dictate your outcome. Ilya's antennae dropped. I could not have predicted Eclipse or how your leaders would interpret the gifts, but yes, I feel responsible. What's done is done. We ambassadors weren't built to fight, but you are. Your new body should be up to standard. Mohan continued as they looked over their notes. I really liked your work on Atari, so it was easy to follow your blueprints to fashion your new parts. My eyes drifted to my hands. I wiggled my fingers and rolled my wrists. They were beautiful and covered in seamless nanomaterial. Blue, lifelike. Suddenly, I realized. Nerves. I could feel. The cold of the table radiated into my back, and the scratchiness of the sheets brushed against my legs. In that moment, I understood. Zomaranians were foolish. We could never become like Aurora. She had evolved beyond anything we had ever imagined. We've all come back to kick the Chancellor's ass, Mythica spat, the hologram around the hole in their face glitching. They killed my siblings, and now it's personal. I want you to tear her spider legs off one by one. We need you to find her, Sakita, Ilya pressed. Our mission on Venture was a success, but she's still hiding. The data. I huffed as I sat up, my joints stiff from lack of use. I had no idea how long I had been out. Long enough for them to build my body. I'll get to it right away. Let me know if there's any specifications you need tweaked, Mohan insisted. Seriously, it's important you let me know if you experience any discomfort. They all sounded so Terran. I quickly put on my nanosuit and rushed to my room to decode the data. Once the door closed, I sat on the bed and began examining the files I had stolen. With my goal in mind, I focused on decoding the Chancellor's messages. I had barely begun when a knock came at the door. Yes? I called. Maverick, Amon said through the door. It's me. You doing okay? Can I come in? I heard they let you out of the infirmary. I sighed and rubbed my face. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take another break for ads. I am so crusty. Almost done, though. We are at page 435 out of 467. So almost there. $20 more seconds. Thank you for surviving through ads. I appreciate it. I sighed and rubbed my face. The matter at hand was urgent. We had to reach the Chancellor while Venture still gave us an advantage, but I kept reminding myself I had no time for this. There was no point in continuing the charade. I couldn't reveal my identity yet, but I needed to get her away from me. I applied my disguise anyway. Sure, come in. She opened the door and sat at the foot of my bed, wringing her hands. I'm glad you woke up. Ilya wasn't sure if you would. I'm pretty tough, honestly. How are you? Are you doing okay? I'm alive because of you. If that grenade had hit me dead on, I wouldn't be here, she said. I'm very grateful. I did what I needed to do. You're a valuable asset to the team, and it's nice to have someone quiet and competent to watch my back while we're on missions. Aurora knows that Babali is way too fucking loud in his mech, and Atari, well, Aurora knows, she laughed. How's Omeranian of you? Shit. I keep picking up random turns of phrase around here being around other people. It's not just honest dribble anymore. Her warmth against my leg set a shudder up my body, and my new skin flushed. I could feel everything. Pressure, texture, life. A cascade of sensory memories I hadn't experienced since I was a child erupted in my mind. I smelled the sharp, cold air of winter, felt the rough texture of my old fur-lined coat under my cheek, and heard the wet hiss of snow melting as it hit a heating element. Sensations I hadn't registered for 60 years rushed me in a flood. My throat seized. It was too much, the sensory memory, the data on the tablet blurred into meaningless symbols. I was back in the creche, a child again, safe. Then I was here in a sterile cabin with a woman whose touch picked apart my every nerve. The temporal whiplash was nauseating. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting for control, for the cold, clean emptiness I had once mistaken for peace. When I opened them, tears blurred my vision. I blinked them back savagely. I had no time for this. I fixed my gaze on the tablet and forced the words out. So you've decided to show me this level of affection, even after what you said. She started. I mean everyone else on the ship. They're massive idiots, total waste of my time, and every logical part of my body, or my mind, screamed to pull away. I forced myself to meet her eyes. This isn't going to work out, I said, the words gravel in my mouth. I want to prevent future damage by ending this now. I'm not the person you think I am. Ahmed said nothing for a while, and then, you're the first person that hasn't treated me like I'm a fucking alien. That's not the point. If you got work to do, I get it, she said, moving to my door. But it doesn't change anything. And then she left. Damn her for being so stubborn. I cleared my mind to get the necessary data. After retrieving the mission logs, Ilya called an emergency meeting with White Rabbit. I shared everything I had learned detailing the Chancellor's atrocities. Too much. Probing planets for resources and testing subjects without protocol. Massive propaganda campaigns to persuade Striolans to join Eclipse. If she could win them over, they might willingly offer their people up for experimentation. Do we know where she is? White Rabbit asked. Comia, I said, pulling up the last file. She fled after we took Mouse 9 and Venture. The Venture laser is ready, Ilya added. We'll use it to pressure Eclipse while we storm Comia's research facilities. Agreed, White Rabbit concluded. She's got nowhere left to hide. Almost there! The hangar hummed with life, engines roaring beneath the steady march of Animus operatives preparing for departure. I stood at the edge of the observation deck, unnoticed and unwanted. My gaze drifted to Comia's stars. The weight of what lay ahead pressed against me, my mind tangled in thoughts I couldn't control. Sakita! Drumma's voice cut the silence. She leaned on the railing, staring at the same stars. Dremma, I replied reflexively. Shouldn't you be resting? I still can't believe you're coming with us to Comia. Tomorrow will... I couldn't rest if I tried. She interrupted, her voice firm. I need to talk to you. I nodded, and my grip tightened on the railing. I don't know how to explain this, but I need to make sure I'm doing the right thing. That we're doing the right thing. Dremma had changed. The pacifist I'd once held in custody now stood resolute, forged by suffering and necessity. Yet beneath it her voice still carried a tremor. You're questioning the mission, I asked, though I already knew that likely wasn't the case. You don't have to come. No, she said quickly. Not the mission. We have to stop the Chancellor. She's destroyed too much. hurt too many people. This isn't about her. It's about me. About what it means to take another life, even if it's for the right reasons. I looked back out at the stars, their cold indifference a sharp contrast to the emotion in her voice. Why did you think I'd have an answer for you? You were part of Eclipse. She spat the words out, blunt but not accusatory. You've seen both sides of this war. You've been part of the destruction. If anyone understands how to carry this weight, it's you. Her words struck something deep, and I didn't know whether to feel flattered or ashamed. Drema, I don't know how to carry it either. I've spent most of my life feeling nothing. No guilt, no fear. But now, I steadied myself on the railing. Now I understand. Life isn't a tool for knowledge. Every component of the grand mechanisms matters, and taking a life should never be easy. Her eyes blinked a few times as she processed what I said. What are you afraid of? Everything. The word stuck in my throat. Instead, I said, dying, living, losing the people I've just started to understand. I swallowed. And being exposed. What if they see only the monster I was? What if I end up alone? Drema's expression shifted, a flicker of understanding crossing her face. You're afraid of rejection. I struggled. Or I shrugged. What if it's meaningless? Even if we kill Rel, I still have to face the ethics board. And if they decide I'm just as guilty? You're trying, that matters. Does it? I asked, my voice harsher than I intended. Does it matter if they kill me anyway, or if they lock me up with the same people I betrayed? What's the point if I don't survive to see whether it made a difference? The point isn't about you surviving. It's about what you leave behind. If you don't believe in what we're doing, if you don't believe it's worth it, why are you even here? I wanted to argue, tell her she didn't understand, but the truth was she did. Better than I cared to admit. I looked at her then, really looked at her, and saw the resolve in her eyes. I'm here because... The words came slowly, unwillingly. Because if we don't stop her, no one else will. For once, I want to be a part of something that doesn't pick apart everything it touches. Then that's enough. None of us know if we'll survive this, but we have to believe it's worth it. Thank you so much for the raid, Mariners. Welcome into the end of stream. And thank you for the follow, Steve. Welcome, welcome. If y'all haven't gone and followed Mariners, you totally should. Follow fellow riders. It is really important. Before I continue, for everybody who cares about spoilers, I'm doing a special live book reading. So if you do care about spoilers, you might not want to stick around. I'm reading my science fiction that comes out next year. And we're at the very, very end of the book. If you want to get a sample of some of my writing, this might be a good way to do that. But if you do stick around, we're past the big brunt of the book, but there are some content warnings. This is an adult science fiction thriller, and there's a lot of themes of colonization and war, and we're about to get to the culmination of it. Most of the really bad content warnings are behind us, but keep that in mind. Otherwise, if you have questions about my work, or you want to check out any of my other stuff, which is more like young adult fantasy and like hopecore, you can check out my website. But otherwise, feel free to sit back, grab a drink, and enjoy the last couple chapters of Fatal Mechanisms. If you're interested in listening to the rest of the work, you can find it over on my YouTube and watch the live streams from there. Both parts of the book, the whole book, one from last week and then this one from this week are live and over there. So if you want to check it out, enjoy. Otherwise, Mariners, let me know what you were working on. What were you working on stream? And I'll be sure to pop in after every chapter to kind of chat. I turned back to the stars. Their coldness no longer is overwhelming. Maybe it's not about carrying the weight, I finally said, more to myself than her. Maybe it's about sharing it. She patted my shoulder. You're learning, General. She was right. It wasn't about fixing everything. The only thing I could do was try. We were writing screenplaying today. That's very exciting. What kind of screenplay? That's very cool. It's been a long second since I wrote any or did any screenwriting. It's been like a year. Part 3. A World Remade. Final stroke. Cicada. War. The reflexes were still there, but my steadiness was gone. My shots went wide. Drema lunged ahead, her pike crackling as a massive construct clawed its way from the earth. It was a perversion of Shiraki engineering and Zahn's design, a many-headed arachnoid, each head piloted by an Eclipsean officer. My shot ricocheted off the war machine's shell, useless. The Chancellor had seen this move coming, but White Rabbit believed war was inevitable. We had to take Komia, the heart of Eclipse's power, to end this. "Chehea's down!" Drema screamed across the field. "Someone do something!" Bullets rained down. I hit the dirt. A cry cut through the noise. Drema. When I looked up, blood seeped through her suit as she crumpled forwards to the ground, a second shot taking out her leg. An electrical explosion rocked the battlefield. I rolled toward her, dodging gunfire. She wouldn't die. Not here. I skidded in the dirt and shook her, but she hung limp in my arms. Protocol be damned. I injected her with the last of my medical stimulants. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused. I pointed to a nearby pile of rubble. "Crawl!" I barked, my voice raw in the din. "Get behind that rock, now!" A pulse weapon fired. I stepped in front of Drema, taking the full blast. The burn spread across my body in loops, pulsing with electricity. My vision flickered and my limbs locked up as the volts surged through me, my hair standing on end. Parts of my nanosuit exploded off my face, the circuitry failing and the fabric tearing. When the agony finally receded, I forced myself to stand. I was alive, somehow. With trembling hands, I pressed my fingertips to my face, finding the nanoglass coming away in chunks as my helmet fell apart. In a flicker, the cloaking device failed, revealing my true face. The nanosuit disguise had taken the brunt of the force, but my new body remained relatively undamaged. An explosion of force, plasma, and electricity ripped through the battlefield, and one of the war machines collapsed. Oh, there's another bot. Speaking of bots. Speaking of technology. Get out of here, bot. Be gone, demon. A volley of grenades from an Animus squad peppered its legs. The machine buckled, then crumpled, its pilots crushed inside the collapsing frame. My attention turned to the other war machine instead. I loosed a bullet, aiming for the cockpit of one of the heads, and I cracked the glass with it. The machine had taken its sights off me and lumbered slowly toward Atari, Chehea, and Amun. I kept my distance and shot into its head again, killing the pilot inside. Atari climbed up the side of another branching head, laying waste to the glass of the cockpit. Another grenade exploded behind me. An Eclipsean pilot easily knocked Atari from the war machine's shell, and he hit the ground hard enough to gouge the earth. With every ounce of strength he had left, he crawled back to his feet. "What do I do?" Atari hollered. "Destroy it," I ordered back. "I think we can take it. Give it all you've got." Atari limped into action, and he and Chehea hammered the machine until it turned on Atari again. Amun followed Atari's lead, climbing onto the machine and using her dagger to tear at its wiring. After a struggle, the machine crashed to the ground, its legs collapsing and dirt flying into the air. I turned to search for the Eclipsean who had thrown the grenade and found them behind me, ready to strike. A barrage of bullets hit me as they fired their automatic rifle, but my new chassis took the damage. A shot from behind the Eclipsean in the face, followed by another. A shot from behind hit the Eclipsean in the face, followed by another. I used the moment of distraction to rush them and drive my dagger into their eye. Shaky and unsure of my own footing, I followed Amun and Chehea as they picked up our fallen comrades. Then, the click of metallic feet on metal caught my attention. Well, well, well. I suppose you've finally done it, my star. The Chancellor stood behind a mounted plasma gun on a transit vehicle, a lab attendant holding a tablet beside her. She gestured to the burning mechs and shattered research buildings around us. "Look at what you've forced me to do to this world." Smoke choked the sky, and the moans of the dying from both of our sides filled the air. Overhead, Shiraki news vehicles circled like vultures. My group huddled together, the remnants of Animus troops. Ilya eyed the Chancellor, his fingers twitching. One hand gripped his damaged chassis, sparking in places. We stood tense, ready to act if needed. Amun's gaze fell on me. Her confusion curdled into disbelief as she took in my horns, my blue skin, and the face of the enemy wearing Maverick's clothes. "You've been hiding like a snake in Animus, I see," Rel cooed in her metered sing-song voice. "I am pleased you finally decided to show your face." "I know what you've done," I stated plainly. "We're here to stop all of it." "Stop what? Scientific progress? This isn't progress, it's madness. As soon as the Zomoranian people find out what you've been up to, they'll denounce Eclipse. Some of them are aware of my work, and they have stuck by my side. Unlike you. Rel took a menacing step forward, placing the tip of one of her many legs up on the ledge in front of her. If you and your friends surrender, I'll spare you by executing you on the spot. I barked out a laugh. Not likely. Did Animus know you were here, on the battlefield? I saw your petty little disguise. A nanosuit. You thought that suit would hide who you really are from them? My eyes darted to Amon's, whose face had downturned into a sharp scowl. Tears formed in her eyes, and she clenched her hands into fists as she stood there. It was over. Yes, I said, and Ilya knew, but I did what I had to for the success of our mission. The Chancellor tilted her head back in a challenge. They will kill you, Sakita. Now that this is done and over with, even if you go back to their ship and somehow you walk away, they will have your head on a pike. Better my head on a pike and Eclipse dismantled than whatever you're determined to execute. He helped us, Drema said, limping to my side. No matter what you say, he saved lives. I've watched him change, Chancellor, from when I first met him on that ship to now. He's not perfect, but the fact that he's changing is enough. Nothing you say will devalue that. Ah, Drema, the Chancellor mused. Good to see you're still alive. You broke my ship. You'll have to pay with your life for that. Back off, you fucking brain-rotted ficus, Atari snapped. Leave Drema alone. Thank you so much for that sub, Mariners. I appreciate you. Thank you. You know nothing, Chancellor, Ilya said. The entire point of living, being organic, having some kind of sapience is to grow. We will make him account for his actions, certainly, but your binary view of the universe remains outdated. This is why you will not survive. The Chancellor flinched. We have our justice system. Ilya continued. How about you worry about whether or not your next move will get you killed? I've had enough, the Chancellor spat. She grabbed the mounted gun and pointed it at us. You fail to understand the bigger picture. In my search for a cure, I've realized all beasts are volatile and useless. You destroy yourselves. The purest being in the universe is Aurora, and only plants can reach her level of uncorrupted logic. I'll kill you, pry the secrets of regeneration from your biology, and then put all animal life in its proper place. Her lab technician flinched, fear in their eyes. She betrayed them too. Every single race, whether avian, mammalian, or reptile, will fall under the foot of Eclipse until the universe is finally at peace. Chancellor, the technician started. I was not sure what they expected from her. Get out of my way, she said in her unemotive voice as she shoved her underling from the vehicle. I have a job to do. She pulled the trigger. A high-pitched whine built, but before it could fire, a stray bullet struck the weapon's power cell. I lurched forward, ready to engage. I followed the trajectory back to the smoking muzzle of a gun. Drema gripped a looted Eclipsean handgun and pointed it shakily at the Chancellor. The air vibrated as the Chancellor's weapon overloaded and exploded, throwing us to the ground. When I came to, a smoking crater was all that was left where the Chancellor had stood. Scanning the scene, my eyes fell on one limb, then another, the only remnants of the Chancellor's carapace. One fungi-covered, blight-stricken plant lay crumpled in the dust. Thank you again for that sub, Mariners, and also for that 3-stream streak. You rock. Keyframe. Drema. We embraced on the Animus ship, trembling. Even Babali, the self-proclaimed fearless one. Chehaya clutched my hand, their tears falling as they pressed kisses to Ilvara's skin. My body ached, bandaged but raw. I looked to all of them and asked, Is it finally over? If you told me a year ago I'd be here, Babali muttered, his voice hoarse from shouting, I'd have said you were smoking something. Chehaya managed a weak, exhausted smile. Never thought you'd join us. So what now? The question hung in the quiet hum of the ship. Ilvara held Chehaya's hand, her grip tight. We go somewhere safe. Chehaya leaned their head on Ilvara's shoulder. Yeah, somewhere quiet. Babali nodded and looked out the window of the transport ship as Comia floated ever further away from us. I need to help Ilya. Now that we've got those codes from Atari, Mythica and I are going to do what he set out to do. Earth needs its ecosystems rebuilt, grass and all of that, so that's my job for a while. You're not going back to Comia? Fuck Comia. I don't want to watch how the politics play out on my planet now that Eclipse isn't there anymore. They're gonna lose their damn minds. I'm going home, I said with confidence. You all should come and visit before you settle down. Sounds like a plan, Dremo. I could use a tropical vacation. I wouldn't say it's tropical, per se. You're gonna have to get used to the bugs. Weeping rose over the hum of the ship. In the far corner, Amon sat alone, arms wrapped around herself and tears streaking her bruised face. I stood quietly and moved to her, not wanting to make a huge scene. I knelt next to her before saying anything. Hey, I murmured, only loud enough that she could hear. Are you all right? She flinched, eyes flashing with brief anger. She wiped her tears too hard, reopening a fresh burn. I'm fine. You didn't have to come over here. I promise I'm not here to judge. You fought well out there. Not well enough. Too many people died. Death is sometimes a part of war. I hate it, but it's the truth. Her gaze flicked past me. I followed it to Sakita, speaking with Ilya with a grim expression on his face. He looked worse than I had ever seen. On the Finn, he walked through fire untouched. On Gaspiri, he stayed composed even when limbless and unraveling. Now he held gauze to places where his blue skin had burned black and purple. Seeing him in that state, in scorched animus clothes, his horns shaved down to smooth nubs and his hair cropped short, made me pause. He looked nothing like the general I had first met. The Zomaranians would likely show him no mercy, and if they did, Animus would not let him walk free again. Are you worried about him? I asked Amon. Her face twisted into an expression of sorrow and disgust, and she shook her head assertively. No, not one bit. I'm glad he made it out alive. I'm glad both of you did. I wish he hadn't. Yet her voice trembled. She'd insisted on watching Sakita's sentencing in the coming weeks. Why, if she truly didn't care? I'm sorry that he lied to you. Did you know? She spat, the words tearing out of her mouth in a growl. I did, but no one else, as far as I'm aware. She shook her head and scoffed, biting her bottom lip. I'm more pissed at Ilya than anything else. He lied to all of us. Let me know if you need anything, even if it's to just talk or a glass of water. I'm here, I said as I stood. Finally, Ilya finished his conversation with Sakita, and the general wandered away to sit on a bench by himself as we drifted back toward Animus. I sat beside him on the cold bench. He said nothing for a long while. When he finally spoke, his words caught in his throat. I'm sorry. For what? I asked. For all of it. The mistakes. I manipulated everyone for the sake of the mission. Amon? He nodded and pursed his lips together. We all make mistakes, General. A laugh escaped his mouth, and he covered it as we sat there. When are you going to stop calling me that? When you stop acting like one. He shook his head. A sociopath gave me a title to secure my obedience. I served as a general, but that isn't who I am. I hated you, you know. For so long, but I realized on Gaspiri that you had been screwed by all of this just as much as we had. At least you've spent your time putting an end to it. This isn't over. Ilya thinks Eclipse will vanish overnight, but the ones it empowered won't give up so easily. We'll be dealing with its remains for decades. That was very wise. You think White Rabbit is going to execute you? No, he replied, thinking on it. I think I will likely be a tool for him until I outlive my usefulness. Then we'll see if things change. I'll make sure that doesn't happen. You've hurt people, but killing you solves nothing. You deserve a chance to help more, even in a prison cell. That would be ironic, wouldn't it? Thank you for helping free my people. Thank you for teaching me what it is to feel. I would not be here without you. Night. Sakita. I would love to see Sakita as art for his end book form. I'll have to do a doodle. Yeah, because we got Eclipse Sakita. He changes a lot over the course of this book, for sure. Physically, definitely. It's like watching an ugly little butterfly come out of a cocoon. Terrible. Hey, you had pointed out that his name sounds like cicada, like the insect, and that's actually super intentional. I stood in the center of the ethics chamber, dwarfed by the towering seats around me. Cold. Sterile. Everything the Zomaranian Ethics Board represented. The council members sat above, their faces placid and unreadable. For beings who claimed to have mastered emotional detachment, their silence carried weight. The Chancellor of Eclipse is dead, I began, my voice firm despite the tightness in my throat. Eclipse has fallen, but the rot she spread remains, and some of that rot lies here, with us. Their gazes didn't waver, their stillness unnerving. I pressed on. For centuries, we've prided ourselves on becoming more than organic, more logical, precise, perfect. In doing so, we focused so intently on our own goals and research that we've enabled atrocities. We built Eclipse's weapons. We funded their research. Most importantly, we ignored what they were doing because it didn't concern us. I've seen the results of that indifference. I've lived it. I cannot let it continue. Silence filled the room as the council members looked over their notes. Finally, the chairwoman spoke, her tone calm and measured. You stand here as both accuser and accused, Sakita. Your actions within Eclipse are well documented. By your own admission, you've done things that would classify as war crimes under any standard. I forced myself to meet her gaze. I won't deny that. I will say that my actions were a catalyst in the Chancellor's demise, but that does not erase my past. That is not to say that I did it alone. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for accountability, not just for me, but for all of us. Another council member leaned forward. I have here in my notes that you believe the dismantling of your neural network contributed to your clarity. Is that what you're suggesting we do to restore their trust? Do you think emotion and suffering solve our flaws? That's preposterous. No, I said quickly, shaking my head. All they saw was something broken. I've lived with the chaos of being half machine and half animal. Forcing that on all Zalmaranians would be cruel. We've existed this way for so long that dismantling who we are would only cause more pain. I know that better than anyone. I've dismantled so many creatures, people, and living systems only to prove that force makes things worse. Instead of observing things as they are, Eclipse pushed us to bend things to our will. Elaborate. Rel encouraged us to abandon our code for the sake of research. We pulled things from their natural habitats, claiming we knew what was best for them, when in reality we were just as flawed. There is someone I think you should meet. General. One council member shook their head impatient. We have a war to clean up. There is no time for pleasantries. The ambassadors of Aurora must be allowed to explain Aurora's original vision. Because we've been disconnected from them for so long, we've lost sight of what matters. Their wide spectrum of personalities, perspectives, and objectives has shown me that Aurora is not one idea, but many. What I said could possibly be interpreted as blasphemy. Speak to them. You will see. The council murmured among themselves, and I cleared my throat, taking the opportunity to continue. We must return things to their natural order and continue our research as passive observers. This is what Aurora did for us. We should give her that much respect. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take a brief break. Unfortunately, I cannot dismiss these ads, y'all. I used too many last week, and now Jeff Bezos is angry. Now he mad. I think I have a drawing of short-haired prison Sakita somewhere. It's in whatever sketchbook that drawing of Empress is in, so I'll have to go dig through my stuff at some point and find it. I might do like an old sketchbook dump in the Discord, but I'll be sure to tag you if I find that freaky little drawing. Show for big science, right? I will. Yeah, once I dig it out of the many, many boxes. That move is in 40 days, y'all. Kind of fucking losing my shit, actually. It's gonna be pretty crazy. I am so ready to eject off of the surface of this country. Why did I just open Google and I got an ad and all it says is Universal Laser Systems on it? It hears me talking about the Venture laser. It's like, you seem like somebody who likes mega lasers. What the fuck? Alright. We must return things to their natural order and continue our research as passive observers. That is what Aurora did for us. We should give her that much respect. The council exchanged glances. After a stretched silence, the chairwoman spoke. Your case has been heard, Sakita. The evidence of manipulation is compelling. We cannot feel guilt, as you know, but we recognize the logical failure and moral error in our complicity. The board will begin an immediate review of all Eclipse funding and Zomoranian involvement. This process will be thorough. Thank you. My knees began to tremble from relief. If possible, I would suggest working with Animus to provide aid to communities impacted by Rel's rampage. Get them back on your feet. Or on their feet. As for your sentencing, a third chairperson added, we need time to think. We will deliberate and contact you when a decision has been made. The weight on my shoulders lifted slightly as they dismissed me. I wasn't absolved, but I wasn't condemned either. Not yet. After the hearing, I found Amin waiting for me in the corridor. She wore a standard exosuit, and I could see her scowl clearly through the helmet's transparent visor. You lied to me, she spat. I know, I replied, my throat tightening. And I'm sorry. Sorry, she laughed bitterly. You spent all that time pretending to be someone else, someone I trusted, someone I cared about, and now you want me to just, what, accept your apology? I struggled to find the words. Amin, I didn't plan for this to happen. I didn't plan to feel anything for you, but I do. I don't function like other Zomoranians, not anymore. I'm slowly coming to terms with that myself. I warned you. I told you it wouldn't work out, and I tried to protect you. I know that doesn't excuse what I've done, especially in moments of passion, but I need you to know that what I felt, what I feel, is real. It's one of the only real things I've ever felt in my life. You kept me sane. She shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. How am I supposed to believe that? How am I supposed to look at you and not see Maverick? Not see the lie? I don't know, I admitted. She didn't answer. Just turned and walked away, leaving me alone with a burning ache in my head. I stood there, processing what had happened. I knew I was going to lose her. It was inevitable. Hey, Sakita, someone said behind me. Are you okay? I turned to find Ilya there. I paused, stumbling over my own words. I'm fine. I have to be. Let's get you back onto the ship. I've established communication with the ethics board. After reviewing my status as an ambassador, they've agreed that placing you in my custody is the most secure arrangement. I have some things to speak with you about. His expression was unreadable, but there was a weight in his voice as he spoke. Certainly. It'll keep me from tearing out my hair while I wait. We walked in silence back to the transport that had brought us to my home planet. Along with the ambassadors of Aurora who were eager to see how things played out with the Zomoranians, we were accompanied by Amin, Chehaya, Drema, Babali, and Ilvara. When I entered the ship, Amin glared at me, huffed, and stormed off the bridge. Chehaya, Ilvara, and Babali soon followed, and after one last glance, Drema was the last to leave. I stiffened as all the ambassadors of Aurora turned to face me. Mohan, Lilith, Ramba, Mythica, Stardust, and Atari had been chatting with each other, but the entire space fell into an eerie silence as Ilya coughed to get everyone's attention. What? I asked. What is it? Animus has found you guilty of war crimes, Ilya said plainly. Your role in Eclipse, your actions before the Chancellor's fall, it's enough to condemn you. If the Zomoranians don't find you guilty, Animus does. And what legal authority does Animus have? I mean, technically none, Ilya shrugged. However, many of the Terran governments respect us, so if we let you go, they'll come for you. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. So what happens now? You won't be executed, he said, his tone softening. But you will face life imprisonment. I let out a bitter laugh. How merciful. There's more, he added. I waited. He met my gaze, face placid and neutral. I said nothing. I am White Rabbit. I nodded, processing the new information. It was a preposterous claim, yet as I thought on all that had happened, everything clicked into place. I had to lie. Terrans don't trust androids like Zomeranians do, so to have a faceless Terran piloting the ship helped make everyone more comfortable. Just like you, I had to make some sacrifices, he replied. In truth, the guilt of what's happened was eating me alive, so I couldn't sit by and do nothing. Well, Eclipse won't die so easily. Exactly. We need you, Sakita. You're uniquely positioned to help us as ambassadors of Aurora and Animus. Your usefulness allowed me to convince everyone that you didn't deserve to be put to death on the spot. You have to finish what you promised. Atari tilted his head in my direction. You owe me body parts. We have a larger mission. After reconnecting with Stardust, we still can't contact Aurora. None of us can. Ilya's face briefly betrayed his panic. The other ambassadors looked equally terrified. The mess we've made, the Zomeranians eclipse everything. Can't be fixed without her. Why her? I raised my chin, not meaning to be obstinate. You can't fix it yourself? I extracted the reseeding code from Atari's databanks. It's enough to begin repairs on Earth, but it's only a start. Only one planet, I stated. Out of many. Too many. To restore the others, we need Aurora. She can replicate the process on a galactic scale. Without access to her and the mothership's processing power, the world's rel drained will stay dead. I nodded slowly, the enormity of what lay ahead sinking in. And if I refuse to help you find her? You won't, Ilya said with quiet certainty. Because, despite everything, you still want to make things right. As I looked at the faces of the other ambassadors, Aurora's last surviving children, I saw a flicker of something that I hadn't allowed myself to feel. Hope. I'll help, I said finally. Tell me where we start. Ilya nodded, a faint smile on his lips. That's exactly the right answer. Dawn. Drema. An explosion of sound crashed against me, and I closed my eyes to calm my heart and trembling hands. It had been an eternity since I felt such joy, and I took a moment to listen to every sound, the bugs, the water, the wind, the plants. All screamed in harmony, a noise I could listen to forever. The screams on the fin had been an inversion of this place, an ecosystem of pain. Here, the harmony was so complete I lost myself in it. I was grateful the fin was now a distant memory. My skin absorbed the hot air for the first time since Eclipse. Nude, exposed, free. The wind smelled sweet with wet season flowers and fruit, and the mud underneath my feet sank between my toes. My hand rested on the bark of a great tree, rough and craggy, but full of its own life. The pulse of the tree reverberated through my arm, and I opened my eyes. Color filled the landscape. Water flowed at my feet toward the ocean, fish swimming through it, their lives pushing them up and down the river. Trees, taller than the tallest buildings on Comia, touched the sky, their canopy providing shelter below. A bird flew overhead, dropping an iridescent feather. Home. It's beautiful here, kid, Jehea muttered behind me, their hands on their hips and words dampened by the ventilator on their exosuit. It really is. Thank you for coming with me. It was hard enough getting off the ship, I admitted, looking to my friend. Things are going to be different now, huh? Very. I'm glad to be home, but I know the peace won't last long. Animus will be here with reinforcements shortly. Ilya's plan is to meet with as many of your tribal leaders as we can to restore peace, destroy and remove every single bit of Eclipsean trash that they left here, and then head out. I hope you all find happiness. I mean, it's not like this will be the last time I'll ever see you, Jehea laughed as they patted me on the arm. I'll be around until things are settled. I look forward to it. Drema, someone called. I turned to see my mother, standing with my siblings at the clearing's edge. They waited, timid in the shadows, unsure of the stranger nearby. My heart raced as I ran to them, pulling them into a hug. We shuddered and chirped in joy, reunited at last. My mother spoke to me in the language of my home, and I couldn't believe that after so many nights and so much pain, I had lived to see the dawn. With the rising sun, I could finally rest.
The next days and nights were spent as Chehaya had said, cleaning up the planet. I showed those dear to me my homeland, my hut, and my favorite fishing spot. Babali hated fishing, but as we sat together, Babali, Chehaya, Ilvara, and I, rods in the water and spears in hand, my heart was full. Everyone was there except Sakita, who seemed to vanish as quickly as I had arrived on the fin. Gone, as if he never existed. The only thing I regretted was not saying goodbye when I had the chance. I sincerely hoped the best for him. Wherever he was imprisoned, I hoped he would continue to change for the better, that Eclipse no longer had a hold on his mind, and that the damage he had done would fade like ripples in a pond. The footprint of Eclipse was soon erased from my planet. Their buildings were dismantled and their equipment destroyed. Ilya and the ambassadors of Aurora worked hard with the Zomarian Ethics Board to restore everything to how it was before the invasion. When it was done, Ilya asked if I would return to Animus with other planets, or to help with other planets. I politely declined. I wanted to be home. Home. I never wanted to be anywhere else again. Still, to reassure me that there would always be a place for me, he gave me a communicator. Or I should say Ilya here. Ilya gave me a communicator. It could be used to contact the ambassadors in case of emergency, or if I ever wanted to reunite with my friends. But for now, it would remain in a box for safekeeping. I lay on the roof of my hut and gazed at the stars through a break in the canopy. My siblings would wake soon. One of my brothers emerged, lit a torch, and called to me. I slipped from the roof easily. Today was a hunting day. We traveled down to the river to my favorite fishing spot. I got into the warm, clean water, held my breath, and dove. Nothing. The water cocooned me in silence. I sat within myself, aware of nothing but the dull thud of my own pulse. I pushed against the water's current, darting in and out of reeds and weeds with my brothers as we playfully kicked up sand at each other. My heart pounded as I came alive again. Just as Ditto promised on the fin, I swam despite the danger. I was free. Alive. And no one, not Eclipse, not some abyssal predator, not the fear of the unknown, would ever take this freedom from me again. And that's it. Oh my god, Stan's banging on the doors and gates. Book 2 win. Oh my god, you're like, let me in! I'm glad you enjoyed it. I don't know if there ever will be a sequel to this. I do know that I want to write a book about Atari's time on Earth, but that one will come eventually. There are some things that I have to fix about this book. Very few minor errors in this section, but there are some consistency things that I really want to clarify now that I have the opportunity to do so. Yeah, I think it could be interesting too. I love all the ambassadors. Mohan's my favorite because he's not actually an ambassador of Aurora. He's a lying liar pants who lies. I love knowing all these things about these characters and then not really being able to talk about it in this specific book. Mohan's a silly little nugget. I love him so much. But yeah, I really want to, cover Atari and everything that he went through to get to the mall. But I'd have to figure out how to write such a really hard story. Because he's effectively fighting Elon Musk. I'm not even shitting you. That would be the plot of that book. Was Atari versus Elon Musk's military. And it's not exactly Elon Musk, but it is definitely an Elon Musk-like dude. But yeah, I would love to have them find Aurora. And knowing Drema, I think she would want to participate as well. But I'm glad that you liked it. Feel free to let me know what your thoughts were. My main concern lies in whether or not Sakita is actually a redeemable or sympathetic character, because I recognize he's been through a lot of weird shit. And what I don't want to make is like a, redeemed colonizer book or a redeemed Nazi book, right? Like that's a difficult thing to cover. Because he doesn't get a full pass on forgiveness, not really. But hopefully that comes across well enough. And I think he will be able to figure it out. But yeah, I got a couple of things to tweak while they're still on my mind. I think I'm going to make these little tweaks. And then I have to upload all of this to Wattpad. So I'm going to be doing that, and I'll drop a link in the Discord when the book is live so that everybody can go back and read the actual book itself if they want to. So I'm going to go ahead and go, though. I need to get in the shower and not talk for like 4 hours. My throat is so crispy. We were here for 7 hours, which means that this part is actually like just a little bit longer than Drema's portion, which is not a bad thing. I think, well, and also too, that this portion included part 3, which is also the ending 4 chapters as well. So I do think Sakita's is just a touch longer, but that's not bad. I think the fact that he actually changed is important. A lot of stories that are sympathizing the colonizers give them really weak-ass plots. Thank God. As long as it comes across okay, I think we're good to go. And hopefully people won't get too pissed at this thing. Because I recognize that this is a hard thing to write, to talk about war criminals that actually did feel bad. It's got kind of like a Schindler's List vibe to it, but I recognize that this topic has a lot of nuance and it's difficult for people to tackle. So hopefully it'll be good. I am kind of sad that Agents didn't pick it up because I feel like it would have been a good book to publish, but their loss, I guess. I do think that I really like this a lot, and in terms of content, this is probably one of the better things that I've ever put together. So I'm really happy with it. It'll come out next year. I think that the campaign, as far as I have it right now, the book likely will be released as like a fall release. So that'll be, the Kickstarter would be in like September of 2020 or October, I guess, of 2027. But yeah, and a lot of it is systemic. That was really, I think, my whole point with this is there's a good chunk of people that just aren't evil, but the system is so fucked up that they just end up like that, you know? And if you're smart enough, you can break the chains of those systems, but if you're not smart enough, there's nothing you can do, you know? But yeah, I like Sakita a lot. I think he's a great character. I love Drema too. She's violent. She's got the rage against the machine. Atari has a special place in my heart, but hands down, my favorite obnoxious side character is 100% fucking Empress. She's so gross. She's so gross and so fucking weird. So weird. And I like her. I like her crispy little body. And I will find that drawing of her one day. But yeah. All right, well, I'm going to go. Thanks again so much for Mariners for raiding in with the writing crew, for Steve for following, and also for Mariners for that new sub. That was really awesome. And I absolutely am so grateful for everybody here. Thank you for your thoughts. If you want to leave more thoughts on the book, you can do so in the Discord. And yeah, keep your eye out for this on Wattpad. Don't forget to give it some upvotes when it gets over there. And I will talk to you all. I think I said on Friday that I was supposed to go or to work on Monday, but I'm a liar and I'm taking Monday off for Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth today, by the way, to everybody who celebrates. Yeah, I'm gonna go. So I hope everybody has a good weekend. I'll see you guys on Tuesday, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye bye.